Welcome to Money Talk with Tristan Thomas. It is January 8th, 2024. We are live. If you are watching this live, thank you for being here with me live. If you are watching this after the live, thank you for watching. Um, there's a lot happening. There's a lot going on. And before we even get into it, so at the beginning of every stream, I'm going to show you guys how much I made the previous week. Before we do, normally I would start the stream at 5 p.m. I've decided to start it at 4 p.m. So that way I can go from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., about 3 hours. I found that I didn't have enough time to go through everything I wanted to go through. So for those of you who are late, I'm sorry. I changed the time like kind of last minute last week, but it's going to be at 4 p.m. from now on. If you can't be here at the start, that's okay. I'm sorry. You can always go back and rewatch it. I also cut the podcast up and release clips every single day. I'm putting a video out. I'm putting a video out every single day in 2024. So here's some questions from Nasef, who left some questions before the live stream even started. He's a little bit of a troll, but I love his energy. He actually drives in my market. He's one of the few drivers that actually makes more money than me consistently. Like if there's two people in a race for the top driver in Charleston for how much money they're actually making, it's between me and him. But he's out of town right now, so it's if I choose to like really work hard, it's just me. So he says, why is it that some of us make a lot and other drivers make so little? I've seen someone make 5 to 700 in a week and they are upset. I look at the hours and wonder why they expect more. Seth or Tristan, am I in the wrong and am I supposed to be paid more? LMFAO, because I feel I definitely get paid enough as it is. I did 3 months of research before I joined Uber. Well, I don't know if you're here now. You asked this a couple of days ago. Um, but I'm curious if how long have you been doing it? Because I can understand someone who's been doing it longer and has seen better pay slowly be like decreased. Especially when the upfront pay came out. A lot of drivers are saying that it's just a pay cut in disguise, and I more or less agree with them. So we have to, when you're trying to understand other people, you also have to take into consideration what they've gone through. So if people feel like they should be paid more because they were being paid more in an era where inflation is high, the cost of maintaining your car is also high, then I understand it. But for me, how I go about noticing trends and how most people go about noticing trends, they're different. If I notice that I'm no longer able to make the same kind of money that I was making before, my brain is going to start thinking about, okay, so if this is getting worse and if this continues to get worse, what's my exit strategy? And that's what I kind of try to focus on here. I try to say, all right, rideshare is a stepping stone into something else. We need to figure out how we can best use this time to get into something else, because Uber and Lyft have shown time and time again that they're going to decrease our pay. They've outright said they're going to replace us with self-driving cars. Now, you might disagree that self-driving cars might be a distant future, but it's not about whether they can make the reality happen. It's about the fact that they said they want it to happen. So you need to have a backup plan. Now, I'm not trying to be a rideshare driver or any kind of driver for the rest of my life. And if you are, that's okay, right? If you want to be a driver, in this video, we're actually going to talk about how to build up your driver business off platform. But I don't want to do that long term. If you want to do that, you have to still have a contingency plan for what happens when Uber and Lyft, the apps themselves aren't profitable for you. So that's the thing we're always going for here. Ron, he's here every single time. I was worried you would not be here because I switched the times, and I'm glad you're here. Ron says, so Lyft sent me a reimbursement for 85 cents for a cash out fee I never made. That's their apology for the New Year Eve glitch. They sent me $5 for what they perceived as attempted tips, and it's still unfortunate. It's I think they need to do more than that. I did notice that when I went back this morning to put my numbers in my spreadsheet, which I'll show in a second, my New Year's Eve income did go up about, I think it was like $50. So I was happy about that. I really need to go back and check myself because I recorded the whole video on my phone of like what's happening and what's not happening. And Ron, I realized when I was rewatching my videos that my video sync was off, and it was horrible. You should have told me about that. I think I have it fixed for this stream, and if it's not 100% fixed, it should still be better. Okay, so Should I show my numbers first, or should I go about the comments? We'll do the numbers first, since the stream is titled based off of the numbers. Let me go and find those. This is it. So last week was pretty rough. Actually, before I show the numbers, I have to show the proof, because people will jump into the comments saying I'm lying. So I didn't work too much during the week. It was actually really bad. It was really slow still. I thought the students would be back, and they were not. So with Lyft, I made $281, 79 cents over the course of. Whoa, this is booked hours. Why they show me booked hours? Hold on, let me see if I can find online time. I think online time is the time we need to be using. I don't want you guys thinking, oh, he makes a lot of money when it's just booked hours. I want to be fair. So give me a second. I'm gonna look. I want to make sure I don't show my location while I'm looking. See weekly breakdown. I didn't realize they switched that over to booked. I don't like that. You know what? See weekly breakdown. I'll just run you guys through my dailies, since I don't think I'm gonna get away with this. Yeah, switch this over. Windows link. There we go. All right, so I can't zoom in any more than this, so I'm sorry if it doesn't look that great. I didn't do any Lyft on Sunday. I did I did one ride on Saturday. I primarily did Uber this past weekend. Uber offered a $260 bonus for 50 rides, which was significantly better than the ride challenge I showed earlier. And man, people, I didn't expect that ride challenge video to do the numbers that it did, or to cause as much hatred as it did. We're gonna go through all the comments and all the videos that have popped up in response to my ride challenge videos. We'll go through it. So I did mostly Uber instead of Lyft. You can see here an hour for 13. It wasn't a great ride. I was bored out of my mind, because everyone and their mama was out driving for Uber. We all got the same bonus, and I'm a low tier driver on Uber, so I know if I get a good bonus on Uber, everyone above me is probably getting something better or similar. And everyone was out. Ron, I'm sure you've seen that if you tried Uber. And usually at this time period last year, the students would be back the weekend before school starts, but I think they pushed school back to Wednesday. So there were no students in town. It was extremely slow. And every driver I've ever seen was out and driving. So I turned my Lyft app on whenever I just wasn't getting any rides on Uber, even though I was online on Uber. And I took a whole ride and I still didn't get a ride on Uber. It was pretty insane. But I'll show you the results of whether I was able to successfully hit that and how I was able to do it. So Wednesday, I $56.16, 2 hours 31 minutes. That's like some number between $20 and $25 an hour. Not that great for what I'm used to, especially Wednesday is usually the slowest day of the week. But it overall wasn't a great week in terms of slowness. But I feel like I did okay. So we'll look at Uber. This was on Friday. I was online for 7 hours and took 15 trips. Really bad, really bad. And the net fare, $109, promotions, tips. I am finding that people tip a lot better on Uber. I really don't do a lot of Uber. I like the tools Lyft provide me with. Total earnings is $141.93. Saturday, I got a little smarter. On Friday, I was downtown a lot trying to get short trips in order to do this ride challenge that they had us, the quest. And I think everyone's plan was to do that. So I decided, all right, Saturday, we're gonna have to try something new if we actually want to, hit these numbers. So I stayed on the outskirts of town. I stayed close to where I live. I just avoided staying downtown. Downtown just wasn't the best place to be, and it's usually never like that. However, and this is a point I say very often in my videos, if something isn't working for you, it's okay to go back and try something that didn't work in the past. In the past, staying on the outskirts of downtown wouldn't have made me more money. But when you're faced with like a problem, you have to find a solution. You can't keep committing to the same strategy that wasn't making money, right? So Friday I determined, okay, this strategy that normally works for me is not currently working now. Let me try something different. It's very important to have a plethora of tools in your tool belt to to go and try to change up your strategy. All right, so Sunday, $491.24, and that's because I hit the bonus. If I didn't hit the bonus, it would have been a bad time. And I almost didn't, but I realized something. I'm going to share it with you guys too. So 12 hours, 50 minutes online. I drove a little bit from Saturday into Sunday. Or like I got offline at like around 5 a.m. The day starts at 4 a.m. So about an hour. And then I did about 11 hours and change uh, later in the day. So I don't want you guys thinking I somehow broke the ability to drive over 12 hours. So 24 trips, net fare $188.93, promotions $270. If I drove 10 more, I would have gotten another 50 on it. And I couldn't have hit it Sunday. But if I had figured out the strategy I eventually figured out earlier by like Friday or Saturday, I would have been able to hit it. I'll share it with you right now. I did not realize that how I turned on Uber Eats very late. I turned on Uber Eats like when I had 3 hours left, and I was really worried that I would not be able to hit this challenge. And I'm glad I did. Some of them paid pretty decently, the same they would have a short ride, but I was able to go to, what was it, Checkers, and a lot of people order Checkers later at night. Checkers makes their food pretty quickly if they're not too busy, and I was able to get 3 orders. And then I realized if an order is stacked, right? If you get 2 orders at once, my initial fear was that that would be only be counted for one ride, but it's actually counted for 2 rides. So if you have a ride quest and you're kind of struggling to do it, you can just turn on Uber Eats, take some food deliveries, and sometimes the tips on those are really good. They tip up front, and it can help you. Like that's now that I'm sad that I didn't realize it earlier, but I'm happy that I can now apply that to my strategy for like the rest of the year. Like this is something I can think about when I'm determining what quest is the best and what quests I should just ignore. So I'm really happy with that. One thing I did see when I was doing some research online, drivers were saying if you take too many Uber Eats rides for quests, Uber would then send you more Uber Eats quests than regular Uber quests. And those quests tend to pay a lot less. So don't just focus solely on doing Uber Eats unless that's your thing. But what you should do is you should use Uber Eats as a way to fill in like your time, your ride quest, but you still want majority of those to be regular Uber rides. All right, so we'll check out the spreadsheet that I made that you can get. If you want to get it, it's in the description. You can support me on Patreon or become a channel member. It is over here. And so then, the miles are here, all the mileage I drove. See, I did drive a lot more miles than I should have. Whenever it was slow, I just kept moving. I'm not saying that's a good strategy, but with Uber, I just wasn't sure. I the first day I was downtown and I was sitting in one place and there's nothing was happening, and I just decided that I'm gonna try something and just drive around, and it worked out, but it was a lot of miles. All right, so I'm gonna take this out. So I got a Lyft referral. I put it in my spreadsheet for my personal accounting, but when it comes to the calculation of my numbers, I don't think it's fair. Like I want you guys to see what it is without the Lyft referral, right? Okay, I set the total. You can see that so far in January with Lyft, I've made $607. With Uber, $929. Lyft, I've been averaging $40 an hour. Uber, averaging $30 an hour. I took the Lyft referral out, so it's not going to populate anything. And this is my offline time. Whenever I'm driving and I'm working, right, or both apps are off, I calculate my how much time I'm spending not on the app just to make sure I'm accurately tracking my per hour rate. Let me see if I can zoom in here a little bit more. The answer is no. Here we go. All right, so the total so far from January 1st up until January 8th, well, I guess January 7th, which is yesterday, I've made $1,536.43, driving 46 hours, 26 minutes. My mileage is 1,373 miles. My per mile income is $1.12. Right? Not bad. The average is 80 cents. So if you're doing 80 cents on a bad day, don't beat yourself up too much for it. That's what's average for rideshare drivers. My expenses so far is $118.74. I haven't put my insurance yet in there yet because I haven't had to pay for it yet. The only thing my expenses are covering right now are the 2 times I've gotten air and every time I paid for gas. Now I know you've seen these gas bills are kind of low. I try to make the habit of when I'm done with my shift, I will fill my gas tank up for two reasons. One, it allows me to say, all right, if I made $300 off of this $21 in gas, it allows me to be able to say that, right? And then two, it makes it easier to start my day the next day. Like if I see that there's surges out there and I have to leave and my gas tank's half empty, I know that's gonna like set me back in the long run. So I always try to be as prepared as possible whenever I start driving. So the total for those is air 450. I'm pretty sure I have like something like probably a nail in one of my tires. It's a very slow leak. And for gas, I have $114.24. And what I really love saying here is, all right, I spent $114 on gas to make $1,536. I spend less than 10% of the money I made on gas. And I think that's pretty good. Some drivers out there are claiming they're paying 30-40% on gas. Well, I'm not going to say it's probably not true. It probably isn't true, but they usually don't have any accounting software or any like sheet or some way to like verify that that's true. They kind of go by like head numbers or feelings and things like that. And why? Treat it like a business, know your numbers, and make decisions based off of your numbers. So this per hour is my expenses per hour. I don't really know why I included this in the spreadsheet. I just like seeing what the expenses per hour are so that I can, I guess, compare them to my per hour. My per hour is 33. My expenses per hour is less than $3. So my net would mean my net would show that I'm making $30 an hour after expenses, but not after taxes. There is a way to figure that out. We'll slide over here. So this box automatically calculates how much of a write-off you'll get based off of the mileage that we enter. It'll take your taxable. It will then take that number, subtract it from your income to give you your taxable income. That's how it works. And at a 10% tax rate, my estimated taxes is $61. So my true net is my gross pay subtracted by my expenses, subtracted by my estimated taxes, and then that's $1,356. So that means out of the $1,536 that I made, I get to keep free and clear until I have more expenses, $1,356.04. And I even have it to where it's showing my true hourly. I said it was 30, but that was before tax calculation. So hourly, gross hourly minus hourly expenses minus taxes, and we convert that to hourly, that's $29.20. So despite that, last weekend was the slowest weekend I've ever seen, period, since I started rideshare driving, period. So, and despite that, I'm glad I'm still hovering around what I expect, but majority of that is thanks to what I've made on New Year's. So if I didn't work New Year's, these numbers would look completely different, completely different. You can see here, right? I struggled Wednesday, $20 an hour. That's gross. We're not talking about expenses. The same thing happened again Friday, Saturday, and it wasn't until I hit that bonus. But man, okay, we're wrapping up the how much Tristan made last week. We're gonna get to some touchy stuff right now. Like, but before we do, I'm gonna look at the comments because it's gonna get real deep in a second. Give me a second. Razheed, I believe that's how it's pronounced. If I ever mess up anyone's name, you let me know. I will fix it. I'm literally getting ready to start Lyft next Monday. I missed a 258 promotion and I was pissed. How much was the promotion? Like, tell me about it. And congrats. Welcome to Lyft. It's not all great and it's not all bad. And create an exit plan. I don't know why you're starting Lyft. I don't know what you came from. I don't know what you're doing before. But before you take your first ride, create an exit plan. What are you expecting? You know, what are your debts look like? What are you trying to pay into? What's that next of life for you, and that's what you need to focus on. Don't get trapped here. Don't get trapped here. Ron says yesterday downtown Charleston was super dead. Only $80 for 5 hours. It was the worst I have ever seen. And I need these students to come back. I'm ready for it. For those who don't know, me and Ron drive in the same city. We drive in a tourist city that has students, and when the tourists are gone and the students are gone, that's our slow period. Ron says 3 a.m., 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Yeah, that's rough. Super rough. Scuttle says to drop by to say hello. Thank you. Welcome to the live stream. This is one of my creator friends. He has nothing to do with Rideshare. I don't know what he does in his spare time, but he's one of my creator friends. Integrated art, lens of the heart. I like that. Bars. I like that. He says the Portland, or she, I can't really tell. The Portland, Oregon Lyft market is depressing. I feel for the use Portland. I feel like they use Portland as a test city for rolling out certain features. For example, we had the area filter before other cities. I was so happy when the area filter came out, but they kind of nerfed it with the street, because there was a time period where there was the area filter and street zones, and you can overlap them. But now I'm not seeing as many street zones. Nab88 says, "What's up, Tristan? What's up? Welcome to the chat." Lens of the Heart says, "How the Lyft market functions, these has drastically decreased our earning potential. It's basically cut in half." Yeah, both Uber and Lyft, their goal, they've said it. They've come out and said it themselves. Their goal is to saturate the market with drivers, which is going to lead to a decrease in income. This is not like something they're hiding. So that's why I'm like very pro. We all need we need exit strategies. We need a strategy for what our finances should look like while we're doing rideshare, and why we're doing rideshare. And I think that's just so important. We can't skip over that. I want to show, you said Portland. So this is the Solo app. You can find it in the description as well. It'll show you how much other drivers are making in different cities. We can quickly go through a couple just to see what's up around the nation. To be fair, hold on, try to get, there we go. All right. So to be fair, this app only shows the income of people who are using this app. So this is not a holistic view. It doesn't show how many hours they worked or how many miles they drove, but it can give us a rough estimate of what's happening. So let's look at what's happening in Portland. It's gonna take me a while to scroll down to the P's. All right, Portland. Yeah, Portland, Maine, and Portland, Oregon. All right, so we have people in Portland who made $1,500. What week is this? Last week, from January 1st to January 7th. We have, let's see how many people made over $1,000. So barely misses the cutoff. So we have 7 people in Portland, Oregon. This is not Oregon. It's about 5 people who made over $1,000. What's normal in Oregon for you? Like, how long would you have to work to make $1,000 when it's busy, like when everything is how it should be? And then how long does it take you to make $1,000 when it's slow? I'd love to know. Okay. Some more comments. Oh, you guys are quick with it today. Tristan, you ever watch Ronnie Speed? He interviews people that have made minimum 2K on Uber or Lyft in 1 week. You should do an interview on there. I actually, yeah, I watch him. He's watched me. I popped up in one of his live chats while I was driving the other night, and he said he wants to collab. So I guess the only thing that's left is to make it happen. And so we'll see. And oh, man, it's so refreshing to be over there, because I get a lot of flame for just encouraging people to hustle. I love to hustle. I'm not gonna say I love to hustle, but when there's something I want to do, I will hustle to get it done. Right? I'm trying to be debt free in 2023. It's gonna take some hustle to get it done. We're talking about over $100,000 worth of debt, and I'm gonna show you guys my debt later in this video or in this live stream. And so it's nice that he's built a community of people who, despite the fact that Uber and Lyft is decreasing pay, despite the fact that Uber and Lyft is taking advantage of drivers, despite the fact that the market's being flooded, they're still making 2K a week. They're not here about the nonsense, this, that, and the third. And I'm not fully on that side. Like I'm my goal is to kind of convince people to step up financially, to do better, and to do whatever it takes to kind of do that. And he's his goal is, I think, just to get people making that money, which is fine. He kind of leaves it open ended. You make that money, you do whatever you want with that money. But my goal is kind of like, let's make this money to do something with this money. But I would love to, I could be talking up my ass. I would love to actually sit down, talk with him, kind of like interview format, ask him some questions like what's his motivation, things like that, how he fell into this. So I think that would be dope. And he's definitely my type of person. Delaney says, not bad. I'm in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I make 200 to 350, but I'm working over 10-hour shifts. Okay. 200. All right, so yeah, so 200 on the low end, $20 an hour. Not that great. For me, I'm happy if anything's over $25 an hour. But if you're able to crack 350 on a 10-hour shift, I think that's good. I still think that's good. I do think Boston has a pretty great market. Let's take a look. Let's see what I don't know how far where you actually live is from Boston, but I'm just gonna do Boston because I know that's a major city and it starts with B, so it won't take me forever to scroll down. Am I just not spelling correctly here? BOS. Oh yeah, I'm just tripping. I don't know my alphabets. Wow. So Boston, Massachusetts, $2,219, 1,000. Big drop off. It could be a bonus that was in there, or who knows? It could be a couple different things. Maybe that person is like me and is a hustler. $1,359 last week. It might have snowed up there too. So you have over 13 people who made over $1,000 in Boston last week. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I know Boston is trying to do a lot to get like their regulatory up to match like things like New York City and their rideshare minimums and things like that. Yeah, what's up, bro? What's up? Glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Integrated says, with the saturated market, they're starting to give out us 15 hours of priority mode, but without streak incentives, there's little to no opportunities priority mode with incentives. I don't even have access to priority mode. I don't even honestly don't really know what that is. And I'm a platinum driver. So if you're talking about Lyft, I don't have access to that. If you're talking about Uber, I am the lowest tier on Uber. I don't drive Uber a lot, so I don't even know what you're talking about. Delaney says it's like an hour. Then yeah, I would just go and run it in Boston. Especially, I guess the Patriots aren't doing that well, but you still have the Celtics. You have like sporting events. You're a major city. You probably have events where you can go and rake in cash. You guys get crazy snowstorms occasionally. You can, if you have the proper tires, the proper setup, and you're not afraid of dying, you can go and do that. All right, so that's good to hear. But we're gonna dive into some deep stuff. I'll check back in the comments after we're done going through this next category. We're gonna focus on some drama that's been going on surrounding me and my channel. So I dropped a video. It's called "Exposing the San Diego Rideshare Strike Lies," and in this video, I pretty much talk about how there's two particular points. There are two particular guys I kind of focus on. One of them says he made $7 an hour after expenses. The other said he can no longer afford his mortgage. He's blaming Uber for it. And Uber and Lyft, they both play a role in the decreasing of driver pay, right? I'm acknowledging that straight up. It's not always the driver's like fault, but I'm the type of person that even if it's not my fault, I'm gonna take responsibility, because the ability to do something will always happen faster if I do it myself, right? I do think striking has an effect. I do think boycotting has an effect. We've seen those effects, happen across the nation in different cities. But from a person to person, from a me to a you, if you came to me and you said, "Man, Tristan, I'm in danger of losing my house right now, right? Do you think I should go on strike tomorrow?" My answer is gonna be no, right? If my brother came to me and said that, I'm gonna say no. My answer is gonna be, you need to bust your ass. You need to work as hard as you can. And if the thing you're doing now isn't enough, then you need to come up with a plan to transition into something that is enough, right? And if you want to bust your ass and transition to something else, and I don't know, do both of them, and you want to strike, go ahead. As long as you can pay for your bills. If you want to take the time to strike, go ahead. I personally don't invest in striking. I don't plan on my best case scenario of what a strike would look like for me is the ability to never need to turn the app on again. And I'm not there. I want to be there. I want to be at a place in life where I never need Uber or Lyft again because I've transitioned out of them. And I think that that will have a better long term impact, right? If let's say all 8,000 of my subscribers were to put themselves in a position to never need Uber or Lyft in the year, right? So that's 8,000 drivers they've lost in 1 year. Sure, those spots will probably be filled with people who, they need the job. They got fired and they want to go work for Uber or Lyft. And now those people can do it in a market that's not as saturated. So for me, my goal is not to be a long term driver, and I've always said that. And if that's your goal, that's fine. But when I observe things and when I give feedback and when I talk about strategy and when I make my videos, it will always be at the core of this is a temporary thing. We need to get our finances in order because there's better for us out there. So as we walk through this social media mess that is happening, keep that in mind, right? Keep that perspective in mind. So I want to share one particular video comment thread that I had with it's just a viewer. I don't think he's a content creator or anything like that. Sorry, but I'm gonna show you what I'm dealing with and how I'm gonna respond to it. So he says, I'm a driver. San Diego 77 says, I'm a driver in San Diego. Lyft and Uber take at least 60% of the ride. I went from making $30 an hour a year ago to 22, but now adjusted to the cost for the cost of living, it's really like $15. Drivers need to protest. Otherwise, am I missing something here? Protest otherwise. I think that's the end. Okay, so I will admit my first response to this, looking back at it, it's a little insensitive. I think it's because I did not acknowledge what he's saying, right? So my response was, what have you done to try and increase your pay? Have you tried any new strategies? Sometimes, especially when I'm busy, in the moment of reading something, or I could have been on the road while doing this, about to take a trip. There's a lot of different factors that could have been up. But sometimes when that happens in my brain, I just go for solution. My brain is always solution focused oriented. And I have to acknowledge that if I take a step back sometimes, if my goal is to convince people that there's something that they can do to make more money, then I have to be more eloquent about it in a way that it makes it feel like it's less you versus me and more I'm trying to help you with a solution that you can act on, right? So I don't disagree with that drivers need to protest. But if you can't pay your bills and you're at risk of losing your mortgage, you logically can't afford to protest. So I skipped. I should have put more effort into this response, but I said, "What have you done to try and increase your pay? Have you tried any new strategies?" Here's his response. So San Diego 77 says, "I think you're doing a disservice for driver to come out and defend Lyft and Uber. Like it's drivers' fault they are making less money. The reason people are making less is because demand has gone down and Lyft and Uber are taking more. Not because I don't know the secret spot to get the best rides or because I need to use a different scent in my car." I never said that. Nobody should be okay with the 65 to 35% pay cut, right? So I'm not telling people that they should be okay with it. All right, let's make that clear. Let's also make it clear that I agree that Uber and Lyft are doing things to decrease driver pay. Let's also make it clear that I agree that the market is saturated. I don't know if demand is down, but the supply of drivers is definitely up. Uber and Lyft have both said that the demand has actually increased since the pandemic. A lot of people were avoiding rideshare during the pandemic, but because the supply of drivers was so low during the pandemic, no one wanted to drive, no one wanted to get sick. That's why we were experiencing great prices. So demand is actually going up. The caveat here is Uber. They just reported they have like the most drivers they've ever had. Period. So that's actually a more accurate reflection. But what I want to really highlight here, and this is going to be the trend, right? This is a human thing, and I really wish we get beyond it but you can see that he hasn't answered my question. I think he feels because I didn't really sympathize with it and I kind of got straight to the point. I think he thinks I'm trying to trap him or like, but what bothers me and kind of makes me feel like I have a screw loose in my head is that if I'm right, right, and he's wrong, he has an opportunity to go make more money with me being right. But if I'm wrong and he's right and there's nothing he can do to increase his pay, then that's the worst scenario for him, right? So it's like be open to the idea that there might be something that you can do to make more money. Like iOS 7, he was in this chat last week um when I was talking about this video live, and he works in San Diego. And he says like if you're making that amount of money, then you are doing something wrong. I have another example here too, right? I shared this video on Twitter, on X. If you're on Twitter, go follow me. It's Tristan Thomas YT. Um, yeah, go follow me. We can chop it up over there. But another driver, probably you guys probably seen him in some other people's lives. Professor Kilo Mueller. He says you really enjoyed the video. As a San Diego driver, he drives in San Diego. I can assure you that people making $150 on 20 rides are doing it wrong. Airport campers and people not willing to travel outside their bubble. Drivers must adapt, like Tristan said. I appreciate a gig tuber holding drivers accountable. So we have two people that I'm aware of in the same exact market saying if that's what you're making, then there's probably something you can do to make more money. And for some reason, it's more convenient for these people to reject that idea, right? I'm showing numbers. I showed it on Solo. I showed how much money people are making in San Diego. And if you're not, for me, if I'm living somewhere, right? I'm in Charleston. If I'm living in Charleston and someone's making $2,000 a week and I'm struggling to make $500 a week or whatever the number might be, I'm going to obsess with figuring out why. What is that person doing that I'm not doing? But instead of people doing that, they're just saying it's Uber and Lyft's fault, which it is, right? It's Uber and Lyft's fault. Um, and leave it there. I can acknowledge both, right? It's not black or white. I can acknowledge that driver pay is decreasing because of Uber and Lyft. However, there are things that I can do to try and increase my income as much as possible. And that's what needs to be done, right? If you want to acknowledge Uber and Lyft is decreasing driver pay, there are things that I can do to increase my income. I'm gonna also go on strike. You can do those three things aren't separate. Like, but if you want to go on strike, you need to make sure your home is taken care of. Your home falling apart. If you got kids, wife, going on strike is not more important than making sure your family's taken care of. So if you want to go on strike, make sure your family's taken care of. Then I guess I need to be more on point with my points because he's misrepresenting my points. He's saying things I've never said. I've never defended Uber and Lyft. And in the same exact video, I say like what I just told you guys. It's all right. So I follow it up. I didn't defend Uber and Lyft. As I said in the video, there are things that Uber and Lyft do to decrease driver pay, but there are things we as drivers can do to maximize our efforts. The guy making $7.50 an hour or the guy who can't pay his mortgage would find more benefit in changing their strategy than going on strike, right? Going on strike is a long-term gain. Changing your strategy, that's instant. Imagine saying I'm doing them a disservice because I'm trying to show people you can go out and make more money if you change how you go about your hustle, right? I'm trying to be, I realize that there's a disconnect and I'm trying to be more clear and concise about what my point is. I'm giving actionable advice for what people have control over, the strategy. It's harder to make the same amount of money, and the only thing a driver can do that wants to continue driving is to make changes to how they do it, right? So and when I come back and I write this comment, I acknowledge that it's harder to make the same amount of money. I started during the pandemic. There was money to be made during the pandemic. I'm not, the first time I started driving, I made $15 an hour. I didn't know what I was doing. Even that was during the pandemic. But then I figured it out and I started to make more money. If I applied the knowledge I have now back to when I started in the pandemic, I probably would have been making $60 a day. $60 a day. $60 per hour every single day. But I didn't have the knowledge, I didn't have the strategy until now. So even though driver pay has gone down, and it takes more effort to make the same kind of money, I'm still bringing in similar numbers, but it does take more effort. I'm acknowledging that. But if you are using the same strategy that you used when you first started driving, it's gonna have a negative effect on your pay. You have to keep switching up your strategy. And so I bring it back up. I asked you earlier and you have not answered. What have you done to increase your pay? Why is like this not showing all of my comments? Whatever. I think it's the saying that you automatically think working for Lyft. I kind of just drawn on right here. So you responds to me saying, let me get this better. All I see is you criticizing drivers that are trying to change something and protesting their frustrations. All right, fair. I haven't seen you express your frustrations with Uber and Lyft. I only see you acting like everything is okay and making videos responding to people that criticize the system or tell me you didn't wish you want back to getting 60% of the rides. That'd be great. That's only going to change if we as drivers do something. I agree. That will probably only change if we as drivers do something, but you need to be able to afford to do something, right? There are it's not. I hate that like conversations become so black and white. It's not, man. We have to strike, or we have to go and hustle and make more money. It's both. It needs to be both, right? And I do make videos criticizing, right? So let's go to YouTube. I made a whole video, Lyft bonus money talk. Let's see if this works. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, they're gonna do this a long way. Fine. Zoom out here. Go to videos. Here it is, right? Lyft plan to end surge pricing. Literally me going into how Lyft on a call, like a business report call saying it is their intention to get rid of surge pricing by saturating the market, right? And I criticize them for this, but this is something people need to be aware of. But overall, my channel and how I approach things is about what I can do to make a difference. There are plenty of channels out there about what you can't do to directly have a difference, right? You can go and watch those channels, right? But I'm not. People like to assume that I'm defending Uber and Lyft just because I'm giving people actionable advice about what they can do themselves. That's just not the case. So I told him, you have my message wrong. I'm saying if you can't afford to pay, zoom in here. Struggling today, guys. You have my message wrong. I'm saying if you can't afford to pay your mortgage, you straight up don't have time to strike and you straight up need to be looking for better solutions. Any other conclusions you arrived at is a projection. My channel is not focused on having a pity party over Lyft and over what Lyft and Uber is doing. It's about getting drivers to focus on things that they have direct control over. There are enough channels out there that are having pity parties. Imagine a loved one coming to you saying that they're going to lose their house. I know your advice isn't going to be you should strike without pay to fix that. All right, so there's two non, I guess two people were watching this and they kind of chimed in. One kind of took his side, one kind of took my side, and I'm going to read both of them. Tristan Thomas, I like your take. I see you aren't defending either rideshare. You're given a clear business way to look at it. It's a different and good perspective. I've been doing Uber for 18 months in Denver and pay is really less. In the past, we would get 22 to 25 from downtown to the airport. Now these rides are 17 to 18. I've seen something similar happening in Charleston too. It is a challenge to change strategy to make up for that much of a shortfall. I also agree that most drivers don't treat this like a business. I know I didn't for many months. That makes another difference, which is good. You have to treat it like a business. You got to pull your emotion out of it and you have to look at the numbers. So this other guy says, what is it? OrcTube, I think. It's okay for him to offer an alternative point of view. I don't think it says rosy is he's I don't think it's as rosy as he is putting it in some markets, but it also isn't quite as bad as some people are saying. I feel that the average over the entire rides has gone from Uber taking 25% to Uber taking 40%. I agree with that. That doesn't sound as dramatic, but it is still significant. I also agree with that. And I think it does sound dramatic. Percentages are very deceptive. I do think that is dramatic. The other thing is with the large number of people on the road, driving that has an effect as well. That's true. Got to factor in the price of gas and in Utah. Not too bad, but I'm hurting, right? So it's I like balanced people, and these are balanced takes. I like it, it's not black or white. It doesn't have to be, right? And that's going to be the theme moving forward. So, you know, um, San Diego 77. I hope that you're willing to come to me and we could talk about strategy and see if we can do anything to help you increase your income. If you want to go on strike while you do those two things, I think that's the best route to do it. I hope to see you at these strikes. Just don't talk about not being able to pay your mortgage because I'm gonna call you out. All right, so we're gonna move forward to another comment, but I'm gonna check the current live stream comments and see what you guys are saying. So Solo or Solo Funds app. It's Solo. The link is in the description if it makes it easier for you. Integrated Art says basically they'll send us rides faster when it's on, but we make less per mile and per minute. Okay, I'd like to test that out. Lyft also upped the number of priority mode hours from 1 hour to 15, which probably has something to do with the market being saturated. I feel obligated to use it instead of sitting still for 45 minutes. I wish I could try it. I understand what you're saying, but the more features, the better, right? The more things that you can use to switch up your strategy, the better. And it's nice that you have the option to do or not to do it, but it seems like it may be hurting a little bit. IO7 says, I'm in Georgia Market, bro. I don't remember who said it then. Someone said it. I'm going to have to pull, now that I am wrong, I'm going to have to actually go and find it, but I'm not going to do that right now. Oklahoma Market is dead as fuck. KOV TV says, a real hustler will find a way to make money, period. Some people put all the eggs in one basket and I can't see it because of the heart, and get mad. There we go. They have no control over their income. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. We're going to talk about what drivers are doing to make money outside of the app. There are some positives to it, right? It would increase your income, it would increase your profits, and there are some negatives to it. It can destroy your life. So we are going to cover some of that. So let's get back to it. All right, so this one, I didn't expect this to blow up the way it did. All right, I made a video about the craziest ride challenge I've ever seen. Let me see if I can just quickly see it right here. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. So you guys probably can't see, but it says $280 for 145 rides. That's insane. 145 rides in one weekend, right? If it was Monday through Thursday, okay, not that bad. Still pushing on the edge, but 145 rides Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's a lot. Like, let me pull my calculator out. 145 divided by 3 days. 48 rides per day. That's insane. The most I've done per day is like maybe 47, 46. It was rough. And I was gonna do it. I was gonna go and try to do it. I didn't expect this video to get as many views as it did, as quickly as it did. It got 2K views in 2 days. It was my number one video that week. It really set some people off, and I just didn't see that coming. So we're gonna go through a couple comments. We'll go through, even another YouTuber chimed in on the comments, and the rideshare. Hold on, let me see if I have it here. Right here. I just saw this today. So they made a video called "Can Drivers Afford to Take $3 Trips in 2024?" And so in my video, right, I'm talking about what strategies I would use in order to make sure I hit the ride challenge bonus. That's it. I said that $3 rides can be very good for hitting ride challenge bonuses because you want short rides, right? That's what you want. And I think what people started doing is they took what I said, they created this villain in their head, and then started to like compare what I said to that villain in their head. So there's no way for me to know that this video was inspired directly because of my video, but it was posted January 8th, a couple days after I posted my videos. And the video is, can drivers afford to take $3 trips in 2024? Convenient title, whatever. And then in the, it's pretty much Sergio going online at 9 a.m. in the morning, I assume, and just looking at his trips. I don't know. It's not very it's not how I would do things. But it says in the comments, see real world Uber driving live, hosted by senior RSG contributor Sergio in the latest installment of Driver Diary. And this is where I think shade might be being thrown at me. You know, they say if the shoe fits, you know, it's yours. Unlike other rideshare YouTubers, Sergio's putting in real miles on the road. I don't even like. Maybe it's not about me directly. Maybe that's just what they say. With complete transparency, Sergio shares. I need some water. With complete transparency, Sergio shares his earnings in real time. Watch as one driver puts rideshare's lowball offers to the test. Can these minimal fare trips still be profitable in 2024? Let's explore that idea. But I saw that, and I find it funny. I find it cool that I'm potentially like encouraging people to make videos about the things I make. That's as a content creator, that does feel cool. I don't feel slight or anything. I just left a little funny joke. Just at me next time. But going back over here. So we're gonna go down to this comment section. Is this it? All right. So this guy, he really made me feel like I had a screw loose. Like there was a part of my brain that was broken. They're abusing you by giving this ridiculous challenge. Also, you are getting these because you probably have been completing or attempting them. Stop the madness. It's not worth it. So right off the bat, he's saying that the only reason I'm getting bonuses is probably because I'm completing them or attempting them. Is that a bad thing? He wants me to stop doing that. He wants me to stop attempting or completing them when they make me money. So like that's where I was like, I took into consideration the previous comments I showed you and how I was gonna handle this. So uh, instead of like misunderstanding what they're saying, I decided to just ask more questions. So I asked, which one would you choose? To try to like really understand what's going on here, because I was really confused. He said that he would choose none. These ride challenges are designed to control and manipulate you. I'm pretty certain you will still get rides, and if you don't choose these challenges, and I gotta be able to see that. Okay, I gotta zoom out to read the rest. You don't choose these challenges, and you might get the full pay. Once you choose these challenges, the offer amount is lower than if you hadn't chosen these challenges. I don't necessarily believe that. And if you do believe that, I'm gonna need to see some proof. I don't holistically believe that. I can understand how if Lyft gave a bunch of challenges to the whole city, it'll decrease the surges because more people will be out driving. I can understand that correlation, but I'm I do believe that Lyft gives out bonuses based off of tier. I'm a platinum driver, so I think that I get bonuses before other people get bonuses. So unless the whole city has a bonus, I wouldn't agree with that. So I didn't really challenge what he was saying. Like the like the I try to keep it focused on like the main point. So I asked him, so you won't choose a ride challenge, but you'll drive without them? Because I really want some clarification here, because to me that doesn't make any sense, right? If you're gonna ignore a ride challenge and just stay home, whatever. But if you're gonna say I'm not gonna pick a ride challenge because I'm gonna make less money, I'm just gonna drive without the ride challenge. We're talking about a $270 ride challenge. That to me is where I'm like, are you shooting yourself in your foot? Like, what does is? Am I thinking about this wrong? Like, what's happening? What am I missing here? So, are you not driving at all? Or are you saying that you'll make more money by not picking a challenge at all? Right. So I really wanted to get some clarification, and he clarified. Right. He said, yeah, I gotta zoom out again. Why is it doing this? I'm sorry, guys. All right, so I don't know why it's acting like this. You trying to get back into it. Okay, I don't think there's actually more to it. I just think he used the dot dot dot. Nah, that can't be true. You know what? I'm gonna have to try to find this comment. I don't. I want to make sure I see what the final thing he said was. Just give me a second, guys. right, here it is. So when I asked him like for clarification on what he would do, this is what he said. He said, if Lyft is your only choice, I would still drive without these ridiculous challenges. In my opinion, these low pay rides, under $2, challenges are given out because it's slow season or not busy, meaning they are not expecting a high volume of rides. You probably will make the same amount whether you do these challenges or not. I have noticed that if you're on a challenge, Lyft's take rate is higher, 60% or higher, compared to challenge, which tends to be around 50%. I've been asking riders how much they pay. So I don't think that's true. I don't think that Lyft puts challenges out when it's slow. It makes, as a business perspective, it doesn't make any sense for Lyft to put challenges out because it's slow. In my experience, Lyft and Uber have only put challenges out when they believe it's going to be busy. Other like you know to me that doesn't make sense, but if I'm missing something, uh call me out in the comments, guys. I've never experienced that, but I'm big enough to acknowledge that my market isn't everyone's market. And if you think that you make more money by ignoring challenges, then let me know. Let me know. It's an interesting take. But the I deal with comments all the time. People call me liar, calling me out my name, misrepresenting my points. But I'm a little disappointed by this next one that we're gonna go into. It's from another YouTuber, Uber Jeep Az, and he has a comment somewhere in here that we want to focus on right here. All right, so I have to zoom out to read these because they're kind of thick. So the guy says Shark Pool says ride challenges are a sucker game. I never do them. Why? It pushes drivers too much and can get them and passengers into danger. Best way, make more challenges. I'm sorry, it's not well written. Let's rise for a little smaller guy. This way, the drivers are not under hard stress. As a veteran driver, I would not be surprised if Uber Lyft gets sued one day when a driver is busting his ass trying to meet the goal and gets into an accident. So I ask again, I'm trying to like keep conversations on topic. So I ask him, so you make more money by not doing the ride challenges? Like that's like that. I'm just trying to make sure like I'm understanding what people are saying. So Uber Jeep Az, he comes in and he says, it's gonna be a lot, guys. I was trying to explain that to him. Tristan is a good YouTuber. This guy sounds very professional for the sake of selling an app. But for the sake of knowing the game of rideshare and a sense of business for profitability, man, he's got a lot to learn. And I'm a guy that learns more every day because I know that I'm not a complete person yet. But when YouTubers fail to see the error in their logic and they are stuck in the logic that apps are taking care of them with $2 bonuses, pushing them to do 80 to 100 rides in a market where the rides are from 30 cents per mile to $1 per mile for the most part is laughable. So I want to like pick apart, since it's so long, I'm gonna pick apart it as I'm reading it. I never said that my mileage is I'm making 3 cents per mile. In fact, I showed you guys what I made per mile, what I'm making per mile. I can pull it up again. I'll pull it up again. Right. So this is the spreadsheet where it calculates how much I make per mile. I made $1.12 per mile, and that's that's above what he just said. So he's creating this villain in his head, and this villain in his head makes 30 cents per mile doing ride challenges, and I never said that. Right. So I don't understand. He's misrepresenting. I'm not gonna say he's intentionally, but he's misrepresenting my point. I never said that. And then what's gonna happen next is he's gonna create a whole argument based off of a point that was never made by me, right? That doesn't represent me or my strategy. So then he goes on to say, you're gonna give me $2 extra if I take a $13 ride for 24-mile trip to make that trip $15 for 24 miles now. I still wouldn't take it if it was $15 for 24 miles originally. That's about 40 minutes of driving for $15, period. So if you watch my channel long enough, you know that the strategy that I teach when you're trying to do ride challenges is to use the stay within an area filter and to make it as small as possible. The radius for a stay within an area filter, the smallest possible, is 5 miles. Using my strategy, you wouldn't be getting $2 extra on a $13 ride that's going for 24 miles. You'd be getting $2 extra on a $3 mile that's going about a mile or two, right? That's less gas. So it's he's again creating a scenario that my strategy doesn't even like that doesn't happen in my strategy because we're using the area filter to keep our rides short. We wouldn't be taking long rides with the strategy, yet he's created this villain version of Tristan that's doing that. I don't know where these numbers come from. So moving on, there's more. I don't think he's seeing that, right? So I don't see it because it's not happening. So yeah, you're right. It's not. It doesn't happen with my strategy. We still all have channels selling the benefits of $2 ride bonuses. In 2024, when we see the tips are being stolen, fear is being lowered the moment you get a surge at it. That is the key point of why we're even disgusted with the apps. They are playing numbers game embedded under the bonus umbrella, and folks are still running around like, I'm gonna get $2 extra. So at this point, while I'm reading it, I'm still like confused because is he saying that like not doing ride challenges on the app will make you more money by just driving on the app? Just don't do the right challenges, but drive on the app. Like I'm confused. Like because we just saw a guy, right? You might have thought that there's no way this person is saying that ignoring ride challenges and taking rides on the app is more profitable than doing ride challenges. But we saw that's what he said, and that's why I'm glad I got clarification. So at this point, I'm reading Uber Jeep AZ's comment. I'm like, is that what he's saying too? And it does get clarified, but let's continue. They are playing a numbers game embedded under the app. We read that already. When you're making $19 an hour on your own fuel in 2024, $2 extra ain't gonna cut it in real life. You're gonna go broke chasing $50, 50-cent mile trips all week. Again, right? And I had the proof here that I made, what was my per mile? Like after gas, $29.20 per hour after gas and expenses so far. So, like again, he's created this villain in his mind where when he talk with Tristan Thompson, he makes $19 an hour and he makes 50 cents a mile taking these $3 short rides. But where'd you get that? That's what we call a straw man argument, where you create this thing and then you attack that thing, but it doesn't represent any of the things that I'm saying. Tristan's a good dude, and he can really change his game into a profit game versus the apps are still good for us game. Drivers are seeing through the BS, and that's why many channels that have potential are failing. They're still trying to sell the app when we have been shown by the apps that they are rigging the game against drivers through lying, stealing, and sabotaging, right? So some of that's true. The parts where he's saying, one, I'm not saying you can like, it's gonna get convoluted in a second. I also think he's a good dude, right? I love his energy. I go through his live streams. I respect him as a content creator, as a person. If he lived in my town after this video, I'd still probably, take him out for drinks or something like that. Like I think I'd have a great time with him. But I just want to make sure like we're crystal clear on what I'm saying and how he's misrepresenting what I'm saying. So it's still not clear what he's saying the alternative is yet. And it does become clear, but it's still not clear. So I'm just going to keep pushing forward and we'll double back into that. He says the truth is the truth and it can't be avoided. Selling $2 a ride bonuses when they're stealing your $10 tips on ride and giving you $5 instead. Yeah, that's the real problem. Chasing whack bonuses is still child's play at this level of the game. So I agree. Lyft and Uber are doing shady things, right? That's something that's happening. But I still don't agree that avoiding ride challenges is going to make you more money than uh, doing ride challenges on the app. Like those two things are separate, right? Yes, Uber and Lyft are taking advantage of us, but there's still ways to make money, right? And he's not really being clear about how what the better thing is here. So I have to, of course, try to get some more clarity again out of him. So this is what I wrote back. So I ask, you make more profit by ignoring bonuses. Can you provide actual data to show that? Because I can, and I did. I just showed you guys. This is a business, and the only thing that matters in business is how much money you make and how much money you spent to make it. If you can show me with real world numbers that you make more money and more profit overall than completing ride bonuses, I'll concede that I'm a YouTuber that fails to see the error in his logic. Now, when I wrote this, again, because so far in this entire conversation, he hasn't been clear about what he's really referring to. And when I spoke to other people, they said that yes, in the app, when I ignore bonuses, I make more money. So that's I thought that's the bandwagon he was in, but it starts to become a little more clear like now. So Uber Jeep AZ says, hold on, something missing here. Okay, so no, it actually doesn't become clear yet, but eventually it does. He says, and anybody out there that's doing this business. So I asked him a question, he ignores it, just like the other guy. I ask you a question, you ignore it. So this is the question was, so I asked, you make more profit by ignoring bonuses. And his response to this was, and anybody out there that's doing this business to take care of life will say, quote unquote, yeah, how does this driving affect your bank account? What's the balance you're working with to pay for your lifestyle? I show mine monthly, is what he says. So I want to address this, right? This is a bad argument, right? Because what he did was he took out his measuring stick for how he measures financial success, and he wants me to see where I am on that measuring stick. But one, it doesn't matter, right? The reason why it doesn't matter is because everyone like has a different way of measuring what financial success looks like. But I'm gonna show you, right? But if I were to measure how I see financial success to how he's running his rideshare business, uh, I don't think he's doing it successfully, right? Um, but to kind of satisfy his request, let me see. I think it's where did I put it? Is it this? Nope. Is it this? This? Okay. So this is the tracker I use for my debt, right? So he's saying that the amount of money in his bank account is important. That's what you have to show like that your strategy is like important. But I only keep I have two emergency funds. I have one for my household and I have one for my car. Right, it's $1,000 each, so that's $2,000. And then I keep the amount of money I need to pay my bills for the month. That could range between like 3 grand maybe. So overall, about 5 grand that I'm keeping in my accounts. Every single dollar that I make over that amount is going towards debt. Right. This is how much debt I paid off since September of last year. $36,000. I'm trying to be debt free before this year. Like in December, trying to be debt free. That's what my goals are based off of. So, and like I know he has $30,000 of debt on his car, right? I watched his live stream. He talks about that stuff openly. That's okay. It's common for people in America to have debt on their car. It's just what it is. I paid off my car last year using this strategy. My car no longer has a car payment on it. I did look up the no, we'll get into that in a second. So I paid off my car. So when we're talking about profit and profitability, you could have $15,000 in your bank account. I don't know how much you have. I know you do show it on your live streams. I couldn't find it in time for this live stream. If you have 15, 20 grand in your bank account and you owe $30,000 on your car, based off of the way I measure financial success, you have negative $10,000 on your business, right? So how much money you have in your bank account to me isn't as relevant as the money you're spending to make the money you're making, right? You have a loan on you're using debt. Now I acknowledge, and this is important, I acknowledge that the way I view finances isn't the end all be all. The way I view finances isn't the best measuring stick for everyone else. So that's why I say it doesn't matter. It's not that, like I don't keep money in my bank account. I'm paying off my debt, right? I've made mistakes in my early 20s that I'm paying for. My college loans, but my rideshare business is debt free. There's nothing attached to my rideshare business. Like if my engine explodes, my check engine light came on last week, and my first thought was, man, I'm glad I paid off my car. It hit differently for the first time ever. I had a paid off car, and the stress that I would have been induced, like had I not paid, I would have been thinking, man, I got to put my car in the shop now, and while it's in the shop, I got to keep paying that car note. It's different, and like, God forbid something happens to you in your car, you your engine explodes. I know you're very handy. You could probably fix it yourself, but while you're out there, like you got to pay that car payment. Like it's not great for you to pull your measuring stick out, being your bank account, to compare to how I'm running things, because I'm running things differently from you, and that doesn't make the way I run it better or worse. It doesn't make the way you run it better or worse. So what's the solution here? The solution here has to be, because everyone that runs their finances different. If you want to have a conversation about what strategy is better or what strategy is worse, we have to look at the mileage. We have to look at, we can look at gross, we can look at net. Like, those things matter. But what people do with their money past how much they make per mile or how much they make per hour is going to differ for everyone. So it's not really in terms of like figuring out what the best strategy is. It doesn't matter what your bank account looks like. What Figuring out what my strategy is, it doesn't matter that I paid $36,000 worth of debt off since September. What matters is the numbers. And you're an accountant. You're an accountant, so I know you know that's what matters. I don't know if you're like doing accurate accounting for your stuff, but I would love to see it. That's the only way to objectively, right, without emotion, without opinions, without lifestyle choices, determine, what market's great, whose strategy is working. And like there's no misrepresentation when the numbers are there. So if you want to have this conversation, and if you want to use a real measuring stick, it needs to be a measuring stick where misinterpretation cannot be had, right? So we're done with this. We don't need this. What is this? All right, we talked about this already. All right, so I had to go on one of his live streams to like, because I'm still confused. Is he saying not doing the right ride challenge is bad, or should I, like, what's going on? I'm still confused. I didn't really have any clarity initially, so it wasn't until I tuned into his live stream where I kind of got more clarity. I kind of figured out what the disconnect was. So I already got it pulled up.
People think they're making profits, and they're really.
Hold on, I watch videos at 2 times speed. So let me slow it down for you guys. Might have to go back a little bit. Yeah.
No matter how many fucking $2 rides you do, every ride you get for 15 and we're getting it for 50, you ain't gonna pass me up. You're doing $2 fucking per ride bonuses on $13 rides all day. This shit don't make sense. What up, Big Mike, my brother? Yeah, it's that new math. Oh, I can do more bonuses and I can get $2 a ride. I'll get $2 a ride every ride, and I'll do 80 rides and I'll get $160 total for 80 rides, $2 per ride. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, motherfucking Austin did 3 rides and got $150. He did that in 3 rides, 150 in 3 rides. This motherfucker's doing 80 rides to make $145 because the bonus is $145 for 80 rides. You're doing 80 rides to make $145. This dude just did 150 in 3 because he did it the smart way. This is what I mean, man. And the thing is, more power to Tristan. His money talks. More power to my man. He's
Actually, I think that I went too far ahead. Hold on.
$7 1 mile ride. And I even did it I put it on my video, my December 30th video. So when I did that $7 ride, it wasn't to where they had to go. They had to go to 19th Avenue and Baseline. I charged them $30 for that cash up front. Now, that's money in the bank. Because I know if they would get on the app, I would have probably got, about $8 or $9 for that, for them to add that stop. I would have got about $8 or $9. But I'm like you, Austin. I see the bigger picture. I see bigger money. I'm talking to this YouTuber this morning.
All right, so yeah, this is where he starts talking to me. But talking to this YouTube this morning, he's talking about me. He's talking about the comments that we kind of just went through, and he calls me out my name here, but I don't take offense to it. This is his usual energy. I don't take it personal. I don't want you guys to take it personal either. It's not that serious.
And this motherfucker is chasing $2 surges or $2 bonuses. $2 a ride is what the bonus is. He'd rather do the $2 per ride bonus than do what we're doing. He's saying it's more profitable to chase those $2 a ride bonuses, and he can prove it's more profitable to chase $2 ride bonuses than it is to get $30, $40, $50 a ride.
Okay, let's talk about that, right? He's claiming right here that Tristan Thomas, Money Talk with Tristan Thomas, is saying that it is more profitable to do ride challenges than to take cash rides off the app. In the comments that I just read to you guys, did you see that? Did you see me say that in the videos that you guys watch of me? Have you ever seen me say that? I have never ever said that, right? So again, he's created this version of Tristan where he saw me make a video that focuses just on ride challenges and what I do to accomplish ride challenges. He created this oh man, Tristan saying that he's gonna do a ride challenge. That must mean he thinks ride challenges are better than cash rides. Never said that. He created a villain. He created a straw man and then attacked the straw man. I never said that. And then I went to his comment section, right? I went to his comment section and I was like, listen, man, listen. I never compared doing rides on platform to doing rides off platform. Dang. I think he deleted his comment. He responded.
Car. If you
I don't
need
see
to
that
do
response anymore. Oh no, it's here. So it's just a loading issue. So I say, hey, I never compared doing rides. I gotta be a little quieter now. My wife's working. I never compared doing rides on platform to doing rides off platform. Never. And this is his response. His response is because you don't understand the business of making money. So rather than acknowledging that, hey, I never said that, he doubles down. He says plantation economics. Some drivers are on the plantation and sell the plantation. We sell profits around here. That's what we base our lives on, profits. But on the app, we still chase profits. That's the real point of business. Okay? If your point of business is not profits, then what's the point of doing this for a living? You got to ask yourself, can't be doing profitless and low profit business trying to make a living. This is how you make a living. Like, I don't understand why. I don't know. That response, it's like, it's again, he's attacking this straw man, this version of me that he's made up in his head where I'm saying that, doing ride challenges is better than cash rides. I'm not saying that. In fact, we're going to talk about cash rides today. We got a couple of stories lined up about cash rides. We're going to talk about the benefits, the negatives, and how to avoid the negatives, right? We're going to talk about all of that. But if you guys watch me long enough, you guys know I believe that you should have several strategies. And I told you guys there's this theme of black and white, like where it's either this or it's that. And I'm going to say I'm going to make a point extremely clear right now, so it can't be misrepresented. Let me get big on the screen. Hold on. If you are comfortable taking cash rides and you think that that will lead to more money, more profits than doing a ride challenge, you are a grown person and you are more than welcome to do so. There are risks involved and we'll cover those risks. But I have never said that ride challenges make more money than cash rides. Cash rides are probably the most profitable way to make income with your car, but there are risks associated with it, right? So when I go out and I make a video that just focuses on one particular strategy, I don't want anyone to ever think that I'm saying that that one particular strategy is the only strategy that you should use and that that strategy can't be used with another strategy. Because like if you have cash rides, right, where you have recurring people, like you want to go and drive them. When you sit down and you look at your ride challenges, there's usually 3 tiers, right? Pick the ride challenge that lets you both get the ride challenge done and do your cash rides if you are a cash ride person. Not everyone wants to do it. Not everyone wants to be associated with the risk. It doesn't, Uber Jeep AZ, it doesn't have to be you either do cash rides or you do ride challenges. You can do both, right? If it leads to more profit, do both. And I'm going to show you that taking short rides can lead to more profit. Like I'm going to show you proof of things that have actually happened. In fact, let's do it right now, right? Let's do it right now. This is my Lyft dashboard. Like when you sign in on Lyft on your desktop, this is how it shows up. So I'm going to go to the week I did the most rides in 1 week. This is from 2023. I have one that I did recently in December, and I'll probably go to it because the other one was in August, and the landscape of rideshare changed between the summer and the winter. But let's just go to August 14th, August 20th, 212 rides. There you see the total here. I made $2,791 with Lyft that week. I made $3,000 in total with Lyft and Uber. Before we dive deeper, let's just break that up into like more understandable numbers, more digestible numbers, right? So 2791.37 divided by, that's book time. We're not going to use book time. We're going to use online time, divided by 8 point what 15 half 0.75 ish. I'm estimating on that because I'm not gonna take the time to convert time to decimal. I messed up here. 81. I messed up. I don't know how to go back. Okay, I just gotta do it again. 2791. Okay, 2791.37 divided by 81 hours. 0.75. That's about 45 minutes, I believe. So that's $34.14 an hour for 80 hours, right? So even if you think 80 hours is too much time, that's fine. That's a hustle. I don't like I'm crazy, right? But even $34 an hour at whatever amount of time you're willing to work, you want to work 20 hours, that's great for 20 hours. You work 20 hours and you make $700, that's great, right? So don't be distracted by the fact that I just like to work. I'm trying to pay off my debt and I'm motivated to do so, right? You can still apply my strategies to your strategy without working 80 hours. Okay, so we want to go to the day I had the most rides. So it was a Thursday. Scroll down a little bit. All right, so you can start seeing these short rides, right? It's not $3, but these are short, small rides, which they're saying are bad. $4 ride. This is time to the pickup and time to the drop off. So time to pick up, distance to drop off, all of that. So the second you get the ping, so you go pick them up and you drop them off, that's what this is being calculated as. So this is a little less than $1 per mile. This is $2.91 miles for $5. So that's more than $1 per mile, right? In fact, let's get a little more specific, right? So is that correct? Yeah, 2.91 mile. Oh, come on. 2.91 miles divided by $5.06. Oh, I did that backwards. Do it again. $5.06 divided by 2.91. That's $1.73 per mile taking a short ride, right? Like there are times. Oh, here's one. Here's a $3.10 ride. Let's do the math on that one, right? 310 divided by 1.16 miles. That's $2.67 per mile. And these rides, they're gonna have way less on your gas tank. So you want to talk about profitability? There is a time and place where taking short rides can be profitable. I'm not saying it's the only thing drivers should be doing, but it is a strategy that they should be aware of. And that strategy could be in addition to taking cash rides if that's what you want to do, right? Again, cash rides has their positives and their negatives too. We're going to cover it in a second. So it's like it needs to stop being so black and white because it's not, right? You want to say, oh man, you take a $3 ride, this is useless, right? We just saw Sergio try to like make a play off of that concept. There is a time where a $3 ride can still be profitable, and it's not all the time. But just ignore if the only tool you have is a hammer. Every problem that you look at is gonna be a nail. But the reality is, if you want to build a house, a sound house, there's a time for a screwdriver. There's a time for a hammer. There's a time for a drill. Shoot, even though a drill is similar to a screwdriver, there's still a time for the screwdriver over the drill. You need to be more flexible in your repertoire, repertoire. Jeez, I can't pronounce things today. Of strategies, right? What harm is it to you to have more options in your strategies? Why do you feel so threatened by short rides and ride challenges? Why do you think that is going to come in the way of you taking cash rides? If you want to take cash rides, go take cash rides. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm also not saying you should. There are real things that you have to consider when doing it, but you're also grown. You do what you want. And I'm just here to provide strategy. If I come up with video like 10 videos on 10 different strategies, what's the harm? There isn't. You stop misaligning what I'm saying and making up this villain of money talk with Tristan Thomas. Oh, he's saying that if you go on strike, then you're a bad person. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you gotta pay your bills. Oh, you're saying that if you take ride challenges, then you're not maximizing your profit because you're therefore ignoring all of these cash rights. I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying any of that. So to wrap up this segment, right? What I want to do now is I want to take a step back, go towards the measuring sticks, where I I'm gonna give you some advice. Uber Jeep AZ, I'm gonna give you some advice based off of what I know of your situation and what I would do if I were in your situation. That doesn't mean that the way you're handling it now is right or wrong, and it doesn't mean that my suggestions are right or wrong. But I'm doing this to highlight the fact that you thinking showing how much money you have in your bank account is the measuring stick, the end all be all measuring stick, because it's not. So I my memory says that you owe $30,000 on your car, your BMW. So I went at I was on your channel. You answered my question. Thank you. I asked how much miles that you have in your car. You said 100,000. I went to Kelly Blue Book. I put that in. You have a 2019 BMW 3 Series. I did pick the lowest package. I don't know what package you have. I did put that it was in great condition because you look like someone who takes care of your car. You know, like you work on it yourself. You make sure it works properly. So I gave you that benefit of the doubt. And guys, if you are going to sell your car, don't look at this trade in. Don't trade in your car. Sell it private party. I know it's more of a hassle, but look how much he would have gotten if you were to. His car is worth 15 grand at the high end. But if he does private party, he gets an extra 5 grand. So we're going to use private party for this example. He owes $30,000 on his car. His car is worth $20,000 according to this, right? What I would do, I also know he has a Jeep. I don't know what kind of loan he has on it or if it's paid off. But if you want to talk about profits and maximizing profits, I would sell this car. This car, you're gonna have to make $30,000. Like I don't know how much you bought the car for, but you will your business will always cash flow better if there's just no debts, like the less expenses that you have, right? I assume you can agree with that, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the ride challenges. That's not the point. Even if you were to only do cash rides, it's probably more profitable for you to do it in a car that's paid off than in a car that you owe debt on, right? Uh, I'm gonna assume that one like point you're gonna make is like you get customers based off of your BMW, and I'm gonna go as far as to say that's probably not the entire case, right? It might be a small percentage of it. I think you get your passengers, your cash rides based off of you, based off of your personality. Because you even mentioned that even though you might, lock in a cash ride with your BMW, you'll show up in your Jeep. They still get in, right? Right? And I'm sure they have a good time, but I'm pretty confident they're having a good time because of you and your personality. You're an electrifying person. You have energy like people would want to be around. I think you could talk any private ride that you have from your BMW. I feel like you could talk them into a Prius. Honestly, how I feel. I'm not saying go and get a Prius, but what I am saying is you need to. My goal is to shelter myself from like what could happen. Like right, like if I have debt on my car and my engine blows up, that level of stress is different, right? That's how I measure like financial success for me. And that might not be for you. And it's okay that it's not for you. I don't think that my advice is better or worse just because my money is going towards my debt. And I don't think your advice is better or worse just because of the amount of money in your bank account. That's the point I'm really trying to make. So I'm gonna check in on the comments. And then once we're done checking in on the comments, we're gonna start talking about cash rides. We're gonna talk about what are the positives of cash rides, what are the negatives of cash rides, and like should you do it, and how can you avoid those negatives? So I'm gonna check in on the comments now. All right, I gotta make sure I'm where I need to be. Hold on. Is this me? Is Clark talking to me? All right, we're gonna start from here. We're gonna start from here. We're gonna start from here. The craziest challenge I've ever seen with Lyft is 150 rides Monday through Thursday. I've seen that in the past. That were four. Let me pull the calculator out for that. So 150 divided by 4, because it's not 5. I can make that happen. It'll be unpleasant, but I can make that happen. And that's not to say that you can make it happen in your market. I don't know enough about your market to say that. That's just based off of what I know in my market. Which, in ideal conditions, 3 rides an hour, that would be 50 hours of driving in 4 days. I mean, yeah, you got to push yourself a little bit there. I'm bad, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you should push yourself, but even when I was a district manager, I was clocking in like 60, 70 hours per week. I'm not saying that's healthy. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying that my tolerance for what I can subjugate myself to is a little different from the normal person, and I acknowledge that. That doesn't make me a better or worse person, but that's just to give you an idea of how I view things. So sometimes I have to take a step back and like, yo, Tristan, not everyone's like you in this aspect, and you're not like everyone else in their aspect. Like everyone, staying awake is my superpower, pretty much. You know, and part of that superpower is that when I go to sleep on command, and I get really good sleep because of it. So I don't need too much sleep, but that's neither here or there. Clark Davis says, "You're a Judas goat, lying and leading all drivers to the slaughter. Are you getting paid by Lyft to say these things? My bet, yes. So you think Lyft is paying me while I go out and drive for Uber too? You think that's what's happening? I don't understand. Maybe, I don't know at what point you made this comment. It's 5:32. Maybe everything you've seen so far has changed your mind. But why is the assumption that just because I disagree with something that I work for the company? I think that's a very narrow-minded way to see the world. That, just because, for example, right? I'm not going to get political, but there are presidents that I don't like, that I say good things about, because just because I don't like that person or the majority of the things they've done doesn't mean they haven't done something that I enjoy. But what humans will do is they'll say, "Oh man, you think he did a good job with that one thing? You must really support him." No, that's not what I said. We as humans, we struggle to compartmentalize too much. Like, chill out. I don't work for Lyft. I don't. Like, what do you want me to do? Integrated Art Lens of the Heart says, I love that name. I'm looking forward to reading more of your comments, because I love saying the name. In the Portland market, that challenge is impossible. Demand is not high enough Monday through Wednesday to give 3 rides per hour. Well, so it's Monday through Wednesday. I thought it was Monday through Thursday. Like, well, technically Monday through, usually in my market, it's Monday, because we are both on the East Coast. No, you're in Portland. No, you're on the West Coast. So it could be different. Yeah, it could be different on the start end time, but it should be a 3-hour difference, which I assume it's a 3-hour difference. If my Lyft day starts at 5 a.m., that means your Lyft day starts at, is it 2 a.m.? So it should be Monday to Friday, 2 a.m. And in your brain, that's probably Thursday. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm going to keep moving forward. Clark Davis says they have flooded the markets wanting drivers used to higher wages to quit. It's easy math, don't be fooled. No, I agree with you. Right? I agree with you. Get new drivers in, push the old drivers out. Like, you think that just because I think there are ways people can still increase their income, that I would disagree with that thought process? No, I can compartmentalize things. Let me make these comments bigger. Let me make these comments bigger for you guys. All right, this is good size. Lyft gives every driver different incentives each week. Some drivers will have street bonuses where other drivers won't have any. It's also the same for bonus zones. I pulled up to, now they're getting cut off now because I'm too zoomed in. Man, all right, hold on, guys. Gotta figure out the sweet spot. This looks like the sweet spot. Okay. Lyft gives every driver different incentives each week. Some drivers will have streak bonuses where other drivers won't have any. It's also the same for bonus zones. I pulled up to another Lyft driver at a stoplight the other day. Neither of us had passengers, and his map was lit up with bonus zones, and mine was not. I have proof that bonuses are based off of. All right, I'm gonna answer, but I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I was holding it for a while. Okay. So about the bonuses and who gets bonuses, who doesn't. I did a video, one of my most popular video. That's not a short. It's called "How to Make $500 Daily," and that was the first time I worked like as much as I could, and that was when I learned what was possible, what wasn't possible. I kind of like stress test Uber and Lyft. And I was curious about how bonuses are decided, so I messaged support and I said, "Hey, how do you decide who gets bonuses and who doesn't?" They said that bonuses first and foremost are based off, and I put this in the video, right? So if you ever want to find that video, you can. But there's a video of the screen recording of me talking to support. Support said that bonuses are based off of one, demand, right? So you could be the best driver in your city, but if demand isn't there, there's not going to be bonuses, like challenge bonuses or ride bonuses. They then said your driving record matters, right? So I assume that the drivers who have better ratings or platinum drivers or whatever, they're more likely to get bonuses than not. And that makes sense. If I were running a business, I would incentivize bonuses for the people who work hard, right? You can disagree about what it is to be considered a hard worker or whatever, but it makes logical sense that a business would do that. All right, so that's from support. I don't see any more, but I think in the last 6 months of 2023, platinum drivers actually had bonus. It was where if you don't get a bonus in a particular period, like in a month, they'll give you money. It was like bonus protection or something like that. I don't see any more, but that's a signal to me that they are prioritizing platinum drivers. So that's something to think about, right? Like you have drivers telling you like, don't be a platinum driver. I'm a platinum driver in my market. In fact, I got married in September. I went on a honeymoon in November, and when I came back, I didn't drive. I didn't drive for a whole month, and I lost my platinum status. While my platinum status was gone, I didn't get any street bonuses. Not street bonuses. I didn't get any ride challenge bonuses. As soon as I got back to platinum, I started getting bonuses. Now, between then and now, there are some weeks where I didn't get any bonuses, but I've noticed that I get more bonuses when I am a platinum driver compared to when I'm not. Now, that's like anecdotal. Like it, don't confuse causation with whatever the phrase is. It could be because I'm platinum, and it could be just the timing. Like it could just be chance. But that's here's what I'll do. I'm gonna ask support again because the last time I did it was 2 years ago. I'm gonna ask support again. What affects whether a driver gets challenges or doesn't get challenges? I'll show it on the next live stream. A Ray says Tristan is right. Complaining about the pay is not going to help their situation. Focus on different strategies is more effective. I want to. I agree with 80% of that, right? So Complaining about the pay is not going to help the situation. If complaining means going on strike and whatever, then it will help the situation in the long term, but just not in the short term. So I want to be very clear on my message so that people don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Like if you want to strike, you can, but you still need to go and hustle and pay your mortgage. You got to do both of those things. KUV says that's because they broke Tristan. If you get into the bag, they wouldn't say anything or would agree with you. When they're broke, they will bitch and complain about everything. Um, while that might be true, I'm not saying whether it is or isn't. I started this channel in order to help people do better financially. So I can't dismiss. It's frustrating because I have to convince people that what I'm saying might help them. You know, it's like it's like someone's in the ocean and they don't know how to swim, and you're trying to teach them how to swim because if they don't, they'll die. But they don't want to listen to you, and like that's the frustration I feel sometimes. It's like, bro, I'm just like you. Let's talk about your strategy. You don't want to talk about your strategy because you think you're doing the best strategy in the world. But if I'm right, you can make more money. If you're wrong, you lose. You lose money. You know, so it's like that's the kind of back and forth I have to go with. And just because I don't like the way someone's presenting information for me, sometimes I have to check myself and say, yo, Tristan, you have to remember your goal here is to help people be better with money. That's why I started the channel. And I started the channel to be a rideshare driver. I just found, all right, so anyone who wants to be a content creator, you have to have medicine and then you have to wrap your medicine in something if you want people to eat it. If I just made videos about like paying off your debt, I wouldn't have the same like following going, right? I kind of wrap, all right, this is rideshare. I'm going to use rideshare to pay off my debt. But the real thing I want people to walk away with is at some point I want them to see how I'm living and what I'm doing and want it for themselves. Right? That's the medicine that's really behind my message. And I have to wrap it in like candy. You know, the rideshare stuff is candy, the thumbnail stuff is candy, the cool titles is candy. But if I get just one person who says, dang, you know, Tristan's right, I pay off my debt out of like 100,000 subscribers, I'd be really happy. That's it. So like I know some people follow me just for rideshare. Some people don't care about how much debt I have. Like I paid off my car. I made a video about me paying off my car. It didn't get a lot of views, but I knew that video was for me. I knew it wasn't for like the rideshare community. And if 100 people saw it, congratulated me or encouraged them to do the same, I'm happy with that. Super happy with that. So I have to understand like people can be negative, but I too have to be better at figuring out how to sort through their negativity in order to help them. I need to be able to do a better job of convincing people that what I'm saying is a help to them. Like a lot of people say I'm a liar in a lot of my videos. And it bothers me because if you were just to believe me that there's a possibility that I might be right, you would make more money. So he says, don't explain yourself to broke MFs. I can't. That's why I'm here. I'm here to explain myself to broke MFs. So I'm sorry. Clark Davis says other job is probably McDonald's. I don't know if you're talking about me or not. I don't have another job outside of being a YouTuber, but I used to be a district manager for a company called Parker's Kitchen, and I quit to go back to school and do rideshare. And I was paid okay. I enjoyed my job, but I fell into food. I'm a hard worker at everything I do, and ain't no shame. Even if it was McDonald's, I'd be the store manager in less than a year. If I'm gonna do a video when I move to Vegas, where I'm gonna go to a Pizza Hut and I'm gonna apply to be a cook, and I'm gonna see how fast I can go to be a store manager. The day I become a store manager, I'm gonna quit because I just want to make a video out of it, and I bet you I can do it in less than a year. I'll probably do it in less than 8 months. Probably do it in less than 8 months. Clark Davis says there will always be a need for well-trained slaves who don't rock the boat. I'm tired of seeing this notion that working hard, even if you're not being paid well, is the equivalent of slavery. You guys put two, like, you guys really soften what slavery really was. And even if I probably wouldn't do this, but even if a driver was making $10 an hour, I still wouldn't say that's slavery. They have a choice to do it. And when you're a slave, you don't have a choice. Yeah, I need to stop using that term so lightly. Right? And I showed you my numbers. That's not slave pay. Take what you want from it. Right? Show me your numbers. Let me know what you're doing to not be a slave. And in fact, I think people who have debt, I don't know if you believe in the Bible or not, but it's a good proverb, a good concept, where it says, um, the borrower is slave to the lender, right? So you got these people out here who just sitting in debt, but like your paycheck is owned by someone else. It's not your money. Clark Davis says, just be honest, drivers. Don't shine a turd. If you allow companies or people abuse you with a smile on your face, you will always be abused. Who's saying you got to smile? So, Clark, I assume that you're here, and I assume that you're a driver, and I assume that you're using Uber and Lyft to pay your bills. How are you different from us? I would like to know that. What makes the way you're doing it make you less of a slave? Is it because you're complaining more than us? Are you a slave that complains more? Is that what it is? I really would like to go down this path and like understand what you're doing that makes you less of a slave than other rideshare drivers. I'd be very interested in hearing that. Yes, they are undercutting ride challenges. It's obvious. Steal from you, then give it back in a challenge or streak bonus. It's rigged. It's possible. Show me some numbers, but it's possible. Integrated Art Lens of the Heart says, how many hours do you normally put in a week? It can vary, right? It can vary based off of my goals. Last year, I had to go to make $100,000 with Uber and Lyft. And I failed. I'm going to make a video explaining my failures. It's not an excuse. I'm just why I failed. I got married. I fell behind on my goal. This year, I'm trying it again. So far, I'm on point. To make $100,000 in a year, you need to make $2,000 in a week and change. And I made 2,400 last week, so I'm on track. I just gotta keep hustling. Sometimes I will drive till I get to a dollar amount. Sometimes it takes longer to get to that dollar amount. Moving forward, I would like to be working minimum 40 to 50 hours a week. I want to get more comfortable building that habit, and then maybe once a month or once every other month, I'll go ham and I'll just 80 hours. Like I've been driving in my market for about 3 years now. I know when it's busy, and I do think the rideshare pay is going down, and I think it's becoming harder to make money. Right? Knowing that, I need to take advantage of the money that I can make today. Right? So when I know it's busy, I need to be hustling. Right? And when it's slow, I'll probably focus on hitting my minimum numbers, and then when it's slow, I'll focus on making more YouTube videos. But when it's busy, I need to be like, I need to be working like the next dollar isn't promised, because it's not, right? I'm pretty sure even the people who are saying it's slavery, they agree that income is going down, right? So, you know, I'm really close to hitting my goal, and I know I can hit it this year, but I need to take advantage of the busy periods, because it's going to be harder and harder and harder to make money, period, right? So I think that makes logical sense, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a slave. Yeah, I'm not even going to make that joke very often, because I'm not trying to water down slavery. Clark says, I work 40 to 50 hours a week. I can't even get a ride of $10 without being asked to drive 20 or more miles. Most rides $3 to $5 all day long. What's your market, man? What market are you in? Tell me about like what time of the day are you working? Tell me about your market. Give me some more information, and I might be able to give you a strategy that might help you make more money if you're willing to think that I don't just work for Lyft. And if you think I work for Lyft, I assume you don't do both. You should be doing both. In fact, you should be signing up for every single gig app there is, even if you don't use it. I have Walmart Spark, I have DoorDash, I have all of it. You never know what could happen. You should be signed up for all of it. Clark Davis says he's saying you won't make any more in reality because they are less on every ride. Uber Jeep is 100% correct. If Uber Jeep is correct, then there's no hope for you guys to make money on the apps. Quit. But it's not that black and white. There's different strategies that can help you make more money depending on the time of year, time of day. Like, that's not the full story. And if you think that's the full story, you're shortchanging yourself. Integrated Art Lens of the Heart says, back to the 150 challenge for 4 days of driving. Trying to accomplish this is fool's errand, a snipe hunt. New drivers trying to do it, driving 50 plus hours in 4 days is dangerous, yet they claim, I don't know, man. I don't like, how much are you like awake per day? I sleep maybe 5 to 6 hours. Like I go to bed without an alarm, and then I wake up naturally. That's how I know I'm fully rested. And then I'm awake for like 16 to 18 hours. I don't see what the issue is if you're driving for 12 of those hours. Driving is not that taxing. Maybe in a traffic scenario it might be, but I don't drive during traffic. That's one of my strategies. You don't make good money if you're driving during traffic. I wake up at like 3 a.m. and drive people around when other drivers are sleeping. I'm picking the best times of the day to work. So like, tell me more. It's you will have to push yourself. I don't think it's that dangerous. I don't like, you don't even have to drive 12 hours straight. You don't. You can drive for 8 hours, take a break for 8 hours, drive for 8 hours, take a break for 8 hours, drive for 8 hours. You don't have to do it all at once, right? So like, it's is it pushing people? Yes, it's gonna push people. But what's the alternative here? Are you creating a plan to do something else? Tell me about your plan. If there is no plan, why not? Right? If you want to say that it's ridiculous, the pay is going down, but you don't have any plan or strategy to fix it, why? Tell me. Let's talk about it. Clark Davis says they don't care about our safety or passengers. He's right. Uber Jeep, you my homie, bro. Preach. Preach. Ron says Ron says this guy is funny to listen to. Unfortunately, can't live for Uber at the moment because Grandpa Joe has 126 shut down. Yeah, and I knew he was coming to town last week after the podcast, or I would have told you. And therefore, I didn't drive this morning because I knew that was happening. I'm always plugged into the news. I'm always plugged into the weather, and I try to stay plugged into what the students are doing because that affects the money, right? And in fact, Ron, there's talks of a huge storm that's going to be here Tuesday, right? Tuesday or Wednesday, and it might delay the kids getting back. But hey, if you're planning for it, it might be a great time to drive. Or if it's too bad of a time to drive, you can make a plan around it as well to not drive. You just gotta have that information. Clark Davis says the job should provide a good life working 6 to 8 hours shift 5 days a week like normal people. We are not entitled to ask for that. Fucking bullshit. Work 80 hours a week, then you fool. Sad. Let me read a second comment before I respond to that. The amount of tyranny you will live under is always the amount that you will tolerate. I'm out safe driving to my real drivers. I guess he got fed up after I started responding to comments. Listen, you want true freedom. Like, I don't inherently disagree with what he's saying about a good life working 6 to 8 hours shifts 5 days a week. If you want that, you have to go and get it, right? And there's different ways to go and get it. Some people think striking is one way to get it. Maybe eventually that will work. Some people will use Uber and Lyft as a stepping stone into something else where they can, they'll become a nurse or, whatever. That's what I'm doing. I'm not becoming a nurse, but Uber and Lyft is a stepping stone. I'm using it. There are not many jobs out there that will allow me to work 70 hours a week if I wanted to, right? If I want to do a quick sprint to get debt free, right? I just started a family, just got married, and want to have kids. I want to be debt free before I have my first kid because I know that once I'm debt free, the lower amount of bills that I have in my life will enable me not to have to work that much. So I'm paying the cost up front. I'm not trying, I'm trying to build YouTube channels. I'm trying to build, I want to build a studio. I want to go back to school for computer science. I want to get my pilot's license. The problem with a lot of these things, there's money involved. There's real money involved that's preventing me from doing these things. So I made the decision that I'm going to create a life that whenever I want to do something, I don't have to think about the money. $10,000 for your beginner pilot license. Once I'm debt free, it'll be, I could probably just work a month and save that up. So like, you guys, it's, I think like when people hear me talk, they think that when I tell people to hustle, it's like you have to hustle for the rest of your life. It's like you make the sacrifices now so you can have it easy later. The person who I get my financial advice from, his name is Dave Ramsey. He says, if you want to live like no one else, you got to live like no one else, right? And that means you got to make sacrifices early so that when you're done with that sacrificial stage, no one can live the way you live because you've made those sacrifices. And that's really what it is, right? This guy, Clark Davis, he's going ham and saying it's slavery, it's fucking bullshit. But he's subjugating himself to the same exact work that we're subjugating ourselves to, right? And in a year from now, I really wonder where you'll be. Will you still be subjugating yourself to this because you made no plans to get out of it? Right? And I don't want that for you. So that's why I'm like, not completely dismissing you, even though you're borderline disrespectful, but you're still fine. I don't mind the banter, but you know, it's just what it is. Like you're pissed that I'm saying what I'm saying, but we're working the same job. I don't understand it. If you're offended with me hustling, then I don't understand it. I really don't. Integrated art lens of the heart says the 150 challenge if for 4 days, but 3 of those days the demand is terrible. Yeah, you're right. Tuesday, Wednesday is the slowest business days of the week. You're right. It is it is something you have to think about. It's a good point. Lens of the heart support doesn't always give out accurate information. Every city functions a little differently. I've had support people give me information that was contradicted by other support people. That can happen. And what I try to do is I lean in on logic. So I here's what I think. This is not proven. This is just what I think, what I feel. This is not proven. I think that Lyft has a budget for new drivers, a budget that encourages new drivers, and a budget that encourages drivers that haven't driven in a long time. And I think they have a budget for their high performing drivers, and that's how they kind of divvy out like streaks and things like that. And I could be wrong, but logically speaking, as someone who used to be a district manager, I used to be a store manager. I always gave more hours to my better employees. I said, look, I don't play favoritism here. Well, if you consider favoritism as who works harder, who's here, who I don't like have to worry about when they're here, that's who's gonna get the hours. Like period. You give me your schedule, but the best workers I had, I took their schedule and I scheduled them first, right? And then I filter in like just downwards from that. As an employee, it doesn't work as hard. You might feel slighted by that, but from a business perspective, what if you're running a business? Why would you do it a different type of way, right? And when you're new, I give you benefit of the doubt. I give you time, and we assess how good you are compared to these other people. So it's not like if you're new, you're starting at the bottom. If you're new, that this is your time to put an impression on me. And it's not about no one who knows how to do the job best. When I was a district manager, it's about who is willing to learn. You know, who's teachable, who's coachable. And I told anyone who wants to be a district manager, anyone who wanted to be a manager, and they're willing to learn to do the job, I give them a shot. I remember when I took over a store, one girl, she had wanted to be a manager for so long, they never gave her a shot. She turned out to be one of our best managers. So neither here nor there. Lens of the Heart says, for instance, the Portland market is a test market for things like the area filter and priority mode. But if you're a test market, that can be good and bad. But if you get a new thing and no one knows how to use it correctly, you can be the first person to figure out that thing, right? I'm not gonna say I was the first person, but when my video about how to double your income with this one trick or whatever it's called, that was with the area filter, and it was, when it first dropped, I was making some good money on it because I tried it. It was out there for like maybe 2 months before I tried it, and I wish I tried it sooner. But you know, just keep trying new strategies. Clark Davis, oh, he's back. He never left. I'm a slave like the rest of us, not literally, but you get it. Clark Davis says, you sound like someone who wants to help on this particular topic. You're not. Okay. I'm in Tulsa and I'm paying my bills fine, but it's about what's fair. You're right. This job is a choice. However, that sounds like someone in corporate would say. Tulsa. Let's see how much they make out there. I don't assume it's a lot. I don't think that's a particularly big city. Let's see. Scroll down to my T's. Way at the bottom. This is how I felt in school. Since my name starts with a T, I'd always be at the back. Here we go. All right. So how much are you averaging a week? Let us know. What are your goals? Are you achieving them? You said you're doing just fine. Do you have any debt? Number one made 1,100 last week. That's pretty slow. They probably had a real slow week, averaging 1,000. So we have 1,100 there, 1,100 there, 1,300. Not the greatest. It's looking like a mid cap city. Probably. Let's see. What do I want to Google here? We'll go here, and then we'll say compare Charleston population to Tulsa. Tulsa. Sorry, pronouncing that incorrectly. So your population is 4 times population of my market, right? Population right here. But that's not, that doesn't mean like his area should be better for rideshare or worse for rideshare. That's, I'm just trying to see what the comparisons are. It looks like your population is growing. So is Charleston. Yeah, tell me how much you average a week. Tell me about what schedule you're working. Go back to the comments. Clark Davis says, if you want to have kids, don't wait forever. It's not guaranteed, and don't work 80 hours a week when you do. I like this job because of the schedule. Like, I'm not waiting. I'm trying to have it now. But if my wife gets pregnant today, I got 9 months. I'm gonna be debt free before then, because I'm gonna take like 3 months off. Yo, you guys gonna see me make nothing but videos. I'm gonna be in this house with my kid. Clark Davis says there is plenty of money for drivers and Lyft, Uber to all be happy. This is not right, and there's strength in numbers, but we must be honest and proactive to change things. Okay. Bronx Gaming. I'm from New York, first of all. Second of all, how you like repping New York and got the Patriots in your photo? It's okay. We'll let it go. We'll let it go. Hi, I'm a 5-star Lyft driver with 250 rides. I started 2017 to 2019. Once the pandemic came, I stopped because people getting sick. Ended up doing Grubhub since I made 11K on my free time. It's good, but the rideshare was a great time to make some money. Go Gig says it. You got to work hard so before you have kids, so when you have them, you don't have to struggle. You can take time off. Your wife can stay home with the kids. That if that's what she wants to do. I agree with you. I that's why I'm working hard now. So I do agree with you. I appreciate you throwing that out there. Bronx even says I work a full time job. The money is to be made. Can't be lazy. I appreciate that too. But not everyone feels that way, you know. And also, Uber and Lyft have said this was never supposed to be a full time job. So people who are trying to do this full time, in the face of a company who says, "Hey, this isn't a full time job," you know, it's like you're being told things, and then you're making decisions counter to what you're being told. So, all right, good chat. Good chat. We got more to come though. We're gonna start digging into the news, right? First thing we're gonna do is start talking about cash rides. Like, you know, what's cash ride? Why should we be doing it? So I collected some stories from the internet. Let me make sure my screens are where they should be. All right, here we go. Yes, I collected some stories from the internet about cash rides. Like, what are passengers experiencing? What are riders experiencing? What's the legality of it? How to do it legal? You know, so I'm gonna give you all that information, and I want you to have the information so you can make the best decision for yourself. I know that not everyone is going to feel comfortable with doing cash rides when I'm done with this, and some of you might be. Some of you might be willing to pay the price for it. Some of you won't be. That's all okay. Everyone has different tolerance levels for their risk. So let's start, parsing through what people are saying. These are real life stories. So a couple of these are from Reddit. Reddit is a website where regular people go to talk about whatever they want to talk about, whatever their interest is. As you can see up here, it says r/Uber. That's where people go to talk about Uber. Now there is an r/Uber drivers. There's an r/Lyft. So sometimes it's customers, sometimes it's drivers. So let's look at this first one. Driver asked me to pay him more money. It's 7 a.m. I have a flight at Chicago Airport, and it takes 1 hour to get there. I ordered a $102 Uber ride to the O'Hare Airport, which takes 50 minutes approximately. Anyways, I'm waiting, my Uber arrives, and the guy steps out to help me with my suitcase. It's going good until he asks me how much my ride costs, and I tell him it was $102. He then tells me how Uber takes a large percentage of what's charged and how he only got $33 from that ride. He then tells me that $33 isn't worth it for the long ride plus traffic, and that he'd like for me to pay him the other $80. I think he meant $70, but just did the math wrong. At the end of the ride, okay, I'm thinking he's joking because I've never had something like this happen to me. So I ask him, how could I possibly pay? Which he replies, I take cash, card, Venmo, so on. The person says, like, you're crazy if you think I'm going to pay an additional $80 on top of the $102 I paid. I just told him I'd cancel, to which he was like, all right, and drove off. But then I got charged a $5 cancellation fee because the convo was like 5 minutes long. I did end up getting it back. I've just never had this happen to me before, and I'm shocked, but I can't stop feeling like a jerk because I've worked as an Instacart driver before, and so I understand the feeling of being underpaid. I feel sorry that he only got $33 for the ride, but I'm a broke college student and it's already hard for me to pay for Uber rides. Also, the entire thing was just uncomfortable and I'd rather not experience it again. So she puts up an edit. She says, not once did the guy mention me canceling the ride, just that I pay him the extra $80 when I get there. The rest of it kind of doesn't need to be read. Then she puts another update. People are asking multiple questions about yes. People are asking multiple questions, but yes, I did contact Uber to report him. So she ended up reporting him. And yes, I did make my flight with 30 minutes left to spare. All right. Update. People keep mentioning about how he probably meant for me to cancel and that it's what I should have done, but that's not the point. There's many things that could go wrong after I cancel the ride, especially with my safety, but so many people in the comments are overlooking that. So there seems to provide you with the information of what could happen if you try to do it. Now, to this, I got to put myself in that driver's shoes, right? If I was the type of person to do this, the solution, you have to be more careful about who you make these agreements with, right? I probably wouldn't ever tell someone to cancel a ride and pay me in cash. What I would do is I would take the ride and I would like be like, hey, when are you coming back? Do you live here? Like, is this a one-time thing? Like, if you want my business card, here, take my business card, give me a call, and I'll pick you up next time. That's what I would do on that trip. Build that like that relationship with her. That's still illegal, but I think in that scenario, even if the passenger doesn't want to call you up for the trip next time, I think that'll still um, lead to a less likely chance that she's going to report you to Uber or Lyft. So if this is something you want to do, don't do it the way this guy did it. I don't think that's a very good way to do it. So we'll move on to the next. So this is from another customer. He's in r/Uber again. Uber driver requests me to cancel and will do the trip for cash. So I don't know how this started, but um, I think he asked how much is the ride. He says $137. The driver asks if he speaks Spanish. He says no español, and then he puts the specific amount, $137.86. The driver says, okay, cancel it and give me 120 cash and I'll take you. Yes? And then the passenger says, you can cancel it. I'm not doing that. So this is like similar to what I described with one missing component where he's offering a cheaper ride to this person. Even though the ride is being offered more cheaply, passenger still, he's like, nah, I'm not having it. So we're seeing where you can still offer a discount. Passengers can still be uncomfortable with that, right? And I'm not like really making a point. The point I'm making is you have to be aware that if you're going to try to drum up how you drum up your business, because there are going to be passengers who might be weirded out by it, right? So again, what I would have done in this scenario is I would have taken the ride, and well, I may not have taken that. If I was trying to build up my long distance portfolio of cash rides, is what we call them, like off platform rides, I would take him. Yo, are you coming back? Is this like a regular thing for you? Would you like to work out an agreement where I come and pick you up or whatever? And then that's what I would do for the next time. But doing it this way is extremely like risky for your Uber and Lyft account. She says, sorry, so the post says, my girlfriend on occasions takes Ubers from New Jersey, close to the outer bridge, to New York, Manhattan. Instead of using the New Jersey Transit to get into the city, she works in the city and sometimes train delays has her take this route, although it's a little more pricey. She gets there in about the same time frame. Lately, drivers have been asking her how much she paid on the last trip and will cancel if the trip isn't worth much to them. I don't know how much about Uber and their rules, so I don't know if it's ethical. Today, she had to go into the city for a procedure, and the driver told her to cancel the trip and he would do it for cash instead. Is this ethical? All right, 476 comments. So I sorted this by a controversial. Well, we'll go back to best, but I do want to read the controversial one first. This user says, I do this when I ask if it's a far ride, and most of the time a passenger says yes. I just say 10% off your initial fare and I'll take you. Sometimes people will say, wow, like, no, why would you ask me to do that? And then I'll tell them I have rideshare insurance that I pay more in case of some BS. But anyways, yes, it might be illegal, but in the end, we both win. That's just me. All right, so this is kind of the first time we're seeing rideshare insurance. So I want to point out you can get rideshare endorsement, but that's different from commercial endorsement, right? If you're taking passengers offline and you want to protect yourselves from an accident, there are drivers out there who don't care. But if you want to protect yourselves from being sued by the passenger, you would need commercial insurance. One huge talking point by even Uber Jeep AZ, he says this in some of his videos, is it's just the same as you taking your friend or family to the grocery store. And you might be able to get away with that in some cases, but the second that the passenger you get in an accident and the passenger sues you, there ain't no family or friendship there. So that is a point we'll dive a little more deeper into that. Um, so we'll switch this over to best, I guess. Best comment. The driver is doing this on the regular. The driver is doing this because on the regular, we drivers hear from the passenger how much they pay for the trip. I had one who wanted an aux cord for less than a 5 minute trip, 1.8 miles. I've had that happen, and it is kind of annoying. When I said no because he'd be in the car less than 5 minutes and it takes my map off my CarPlay screen, he came back with, "But I paid $40 for this ride." I replied with, "I'm getting $14." That's good. That's a good response. I have rides where I actually managed to get over 60% of the fare from Uber, but not often. They typically get over 50%. So, yeah, I don't really know more to say, but we got a couple more stories we can go through that we will go through. This is the old one. So, driver asked me to cancel in Venmo instead. I had a weird thing yesterday where I had a long ride and the driver said to cancel and Venmo him to save money. I'm going to reread that. Sorry. I had a weird thing yesterday where I had a long ride and the driver said to cancel and Venmo him to save money. I wasn't comfortable with the I wasn't comfortable with that because it means it's not tracked. I'm a female too and have had some sketchy rides in the past. I don't think that his intentions were remotely malicious, but he kept pushing on it until I told him I have a new phone and my payment apps aren't installed yet. Truth. After the ride, he said, "You're going to tip me good, right?" She says, "I always do," and told me to rate him 5 stars. And she says, "I usually do. Exception is unsafe driving." Lyft drivers. Is this a reasonable request from him? I don't want to hurt his livelihood, but I also thought that this was some kind of weird interaction. He always was bringing me between my two residences, and I don't want him to hold a grudge, right? Because he knows where she lives now. Well, I don't. While I doubt anything would happen, it just may be stupid to mention. So I think that she has concerns. Uh, normal person, you probably wouldn't do anything malicious, but you have to be aware of the potential of how people see your actions because it could backfire on you, right? And that's real. Like these are real stories. I'm not making this up. I'm not saying, oh, but what if this? What if that? This is a, a person who took to the internet to help develop an opinion on something that they found to be a little weird. And they stated that, hey, I don't think it's malicious, but it still feels weird. And something doesn't have to be malicious for you to get reported. So that's like you have to understand the thought process of what these people could be thinking. To one, if you decide that you want to build up your cash tip business without doing it the correct way, what are you looking for? Like, what mental state are you like offering these rights to? You have to be very like cognizant of it. You have to like, if you're going to build that business, you have to make sure like it can't blow back on you, because most of your rides are probably going to come from Uber and Lyft, right? That's how you're going to first meet the passenger, and then you try to get those passengers on cash rides. But if you're blocked from Uber and Lyft, it's now going to become harder for you to do that. So that's the only reason I'm pointing like these scenarios out so that you have like that perspective of what could be going through someone's head when you try to offer them a cash ride. So I assume this is a passenger. It says, "No, this is not a reasonable request and you should report this driver to Lyft." Someone says, "Yes, it is a reasonable request. It's just a request. Communicate and say no, period. He's a contractor, not an employee." Report. Never pay outside the app and report drivers who ask you to. That's 1 star behavior. And the only tip I'd give them is don't do that again. So, right, you say that you try to get cash prize with this guy, he's reporting you. Someone says, "Dude, that would scare me so much." Edit, "I'm a female and personally I would report him after. He has no idea how unsafe he's making it for someone in his car." Just things you gotta like be aware of. Let's move forward. So this is a story. This is a hearsay story where a story that's being retold by someone who wasn't actually part of the story. And this is kind of old. It's from 2018, and I wanted to share it with you. So Steve, the magic unicorn, he says, I picked up someone from the bus station and he told me his story. He had an accident doing a cash ride as an Uber driver. He had a customer in the car, obviously. So far, his car was totaled. He's out of the car. No insurance will cover the fix of the car. The car was financed. He still has to pay back every single thing he owes. His customers filed a lawsuit. He had to pay an attorney to lose the suit in a slightly more grateful fashion. The other driver's insurance filed suit. He had to pay an attorney to represent him to cut a slightly better deal. And he avoided being fired from his day job. Not sure. Oh, because it wasn't actually a crime. Okay. His license was suspended for driving without insurance. That it is a crime. It's just not a jailable crime, I guess, is what he's trying to say. And he has to pay the damages to the other vehicle injuries before his license can be reinstated. And in personal consequences, he had to move to a hotel on Skid Row from the suburbs, close enough to work that he can take a bicycle. And to make matters better, if he bankrupts any of that debt away, he still can't get his license back until he pays it off anyway. On the plus side, he doesn't have to buy gasoline. It's like this is real, right? The probability of you getting into an accident is probably like, you know, pretty low. Pretty, but it's there, right? No one plans to be on an accident, right? So like this is what could happen to you. Like you I mean like you have YouTubers here saying, yeah, take cash rides. You just tell your insurance is like taking your brother or your sister. But yeah, I think your brother or your sister is way less likely to sue you, right? Extremely less likely to sue you. And you can't get around this, right? You'd have to get commercial insurance. We're gonna cover commercial insurance, the costs. I think it actually might be up next. It might be in this next story. So someone asked, what are the cons of what? Okay. What are the cons of black market rides, cash rides, and being paid in cash, Venmo, or Zelle? I know if I get in an accident with a passenger, insurance would be one. I don't really know what he's saying there. So someone shares a story. I got real lucky on a personal ride. It was raining, and I got into an accident with an 18 wheeler and totaled my car with a passenger who was paying cash. Luckily, at the time, no one was injured. The cops come and it was raining pretty good. I had no problem getting out and talking to the cop to let him make his report, but my passenger refused to get out the car and talk to the cop because it was raining out. The cop shrugged his shoulders and said, if she doesn't want to talk to me, then I don't want to talk to her. And he completely left the passenger out of the report. Got lucky. The next day, I was sore as F. The passenger actually called me for another ride a couple days later, but I was paranoid of her trying to get my info, so I told her I moved across country and said goodbye. So, that's kind of a negative story. He was doing it. He almost got caught. He got lucky with it. We don't really know if he continues doing it or not. Someone has a more positive story where they say they have 80 clients. I pulled off Uber and Lyft. I got 5 to 10 requests a week from them. They pay me 100% of the fare they would have been charged by the app. They get a freshly cleaned Audi A7, and he kind of goes through, some other benefits. All right, there is a benefit of cash rides. The benefit here is that you get a larger share of the income. In this case, he gets 100%, and he charges them whatever Uber and Lyft would have charged them. Right. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's all bad things. There are bad things that we should be aware of, even in the face of this. Someone says at least 1 to 2 times a week, I will be waiting on a ride and someone will approach with a lot of cash to take them instead. And that happens at concerts and things like that. I instantly cancel and take them every time. I recommend getting up payment up front. A big one is you will have no recourse if the passenger pukes or otherwise damages your car. I've done it a few times, and in general, they tend to behave much worse when their rider account isn't on the line. That's an interesting perspective. But like I said earlier, you would have to just be socially aware of who you do and who you don't want as a cash client. It's also illegal if you don't have a business license and commercial license. This person says he's gonna hand out business cards to certain passengers only. That's if I were doing it, that's how I would do it. And then someone says it will work out fine until it doesn't. It's also really ends up being convenient for you to pick up a specific person at a specific time. That's something I have thought about, and I'll break down a little more in a second. You will likely end up deadheading a lot of miles and wasting time to make ride appointments. You will have to charge them a lot more to make up for all the risk and inconvenience. As tempting as it may be, it's just less hassle and safer to drive on the platform. That's true, but you make less money. Uber and Lyft definitely treat drivers poorly and underpay sometimes, but it's very good to have a middleman between you and your passenger in a lot of situations. This is a balanced take, right? This is a very middle ground take. He's saying, hey, here's some of the problems. Here's like some things you should be aware of. I wish there were more middle ground people in the world, but if you have a passenger that's 20 minutes from where you live, you take them 10 minutes to where they're going. This is a cash ride, right? And then you go home. That's 50 minutes right there. So you would need to be able to price it based off of that. You should price it based off of that. And what's going to happen is that price point, depending on that scenario, would start to encroach on being more expensive than just if they were to take Uber or Lyft themselves. So that is something you got to think about. I'm sure there are ways around it. Maybe you just go Uber Lyft in that area until they're ready, and then when you drop them off, you keep Ubering or Lyfting. There's things that you can do to minimize the deadhead, but that is something you have to think about. Someone says, agree. There is a lot of value in having an arm's length relationship with the rider. I also agree that you're likely never going to be in their general vicinity when they want a ride, nor be up to giving a ride to them at the same time they want. Unless OP wants to go through the trouble of licensing and insuring as a for-hire vehicle outside of Uber, it's unlikely it'll be worth the risk. That's kind of how I feel. There is a way to legally do this, and it does cost money. And I ran the numbers for my own city. I'm going to show you what they look like. It does cost money. If I were to do this, I would want to do it properly. But I also understand why drivers don't want to do it properly. We're going to cover both of those. Close this. All right, so this is a news story about illegally operating rideshare drivers in Las Vegas. Zoom in here. As Las Vegas tourism bounces back to pre-pandemic levels, state officials have said some rideshare drivers are given illegal rides that could cost passengers much more than a standard fare. Now, this is an older article. No, it's not. It's posted, it's about a year old, 2023. I forgot the pandemic just ended. The Nevada Department of Business and Industry briefed state legislators in early March about their ever-increasing offerings and development in and around the Strip, leaving an increased demand for transportation without enough resources to address it. This is a quote. We need help. We need to help to keep people safe. Nevada Transportation Authority Commissioner Dawn Gibson told legislators in March. In a state with roughly 3,500 taxi drivers and 30,000 rideshare drivers, that's a lot. The topic of this March discussion was that bad actors amongst these workers are provoking safety concerns for passengers they convince to drive, right? You could be the best cash driver ever in terms of customer service, but if people around you aren't, it's going to make the whole pool look bad. Todd Park, NTA Chief of Enforcement, referred to these people as illegal operators or drivers who offer rides for cash only without following regulations set by the state. Many times, these drivers appear to operate for a legitimate business and frequently do. A lot of times, the drivers will pull up and say, hey, does anybody here need a ride? Most of the time, they're working for Uber or Lyft. Park said these drivers will convince people to accept their ride off the app, which allows them to pocket whatever money is given to them by the passenger. Unlike other regulated drivers, these ones do not have the relevant insurance to cover medical costs if they're involved in an accident while driving passengers. For context, rideshare businesses are required to hold $1.5 million in insurance when transporting a passenger. That doesn't mean you pay $1.5 million. It means you need to pay for enough coverage for $1.5 million. That leaves the person who got hurt, injured, killed, whatever, holding the bag for the medical expenses that they got. They're going to sue you. To respond, the chief said NTA does weekly sting operations to crack down on at least 40 known driver operating in this way in the southern Nevada. I'll read that again. The chief said that NTA does weekly sting operations to crack down on at least 40 known drivers operating this way in southern Nevada. But the problem now, Park said, is that these drivers are becoming organized. They'll have pre-shift briefings, they'll have pictures of my staff, they have pictures of my staff's vehicles, Park said. They'll call everybody else in their group and tell them, hey, don't come here, NTA's out here. Which, do what you gotta do. I'm not hating on them. I'm not supporting them. I'm making you aware of like what's happening. He added that of those that have caught, several offenders have connections to illegal drugs or illicit sex industry that are offered to passengers. Okay, I never read this far into the article. I didn't realize that was a thing. We're just going to continue to grow, and this problem is going to continue. Yeah, with Uber and Lyft decreasing like how they're paying people, yeah, it's going to continue. The biggest method to avoid falling victim to these drivers, Park said, is to stay on the Rideshare app. He urges passengers only to get into cars that were first confirmed through Uber or Lyft. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind, right? If your government telling people not to do this thing, it's gonna make it more likely that someone's gonna report you for doing that thing. So you really got to be careful. Additionally, he adds passengers should always look for the proper signage and stickers on the car's window that ensures the driver was vetted by either the NTA or the rideshare company. In Vegas, they have like decals that go on their window to show that they're a driver or whatever. Drivers caught operating illegally in this manner face up to a $10,000 fine and your car impounded, right? So you get caught just once, car's impounded. And the way you would make money to get your car out of impound would be to drive. So you got to make sure if you're going to do this illegally, you need to have $10,000 in your emergency fund, plus whatever it costs to get your car out of impound. That's if I were to do it illegally, that's what would make me comfortable to do it illegally. But this also doesn't really say if they suspend your license or not. All right, so then here's a story that happens. This is older, so we're not gonna cover this. This is older, but it's 40 vehicles that were impounded for drivers illegally offering cash rides. So this is something that happened in Vegas. They've been actively trying to get it down, but I think we spent enough time on that. All right, so before we switch topics completely, I did some research into what it would take for me to become a licensed official person that can pick up people, right? So in my state, you'd have to register your car as a limousine in order to pick up scheduled rides. The cost of the registration is like $250. Easy. And it's not bad. But then I learned that if I want to have limousine license plates on my car, I would have to like trade in my like personal license plates. And in Charleston, I can't use a limousine license plate to do Uber and Lyft. So if I wanted to take private rides correctly, I would have to get another car. No, let me be more accurate. If I wanted to do private rides and continue to do Uber and Lyft, because that's how it would more than likely build my customer base is through Uber and Lyft, I would have to then get a second car, get that car licensed correctly, and still have my personal car that I can use for Uber and Lyft. So let's assume a modest $15,000, right? I'll go buy a used car for $15,000, like cash, right? So that's what I would need immediately. In order to do that, we'll add the $250 registration, right? Now we need to think about commercial insurance, right? If you don't have commercial insurance and someone sues you, you're screwed for a very long time. If they sue you for $100,000, like we just learned, you can't bankrupt that, and you're gonna have to pay it, right? So let's look into what insurance would cost. How much is commercial auto insurance? Let's see what the internet is saying. Let's no, not commercial auto insurance. We need limo auto insurance. They call it livery. livery insurance. All right, so we'll go here on Reddit. 4 months ago, for people that drive their cars commercially as well, cheap as possible in Chicago. Average numbers. Any local companies you will recommend? Small business auto insurance is what you want for a standalone taxi. The Hartford is a major carrier. There's insurance called general liability. All right, come on, give me some numbers. I see he's asking for numbers. The Rideshare website gives a rough range of $2,500 to $4,500. I actually think that sounds low given the high coverage limits Uber requires for liability in addition to the cost of collision. And you would have to get some quotes. I would love it if it was 2,500, but that article's from 2016, so that's an old article, so it's probably more expensive. So if someone says it's not as easy as you think, it's also state by state has different types of comm insurance. Livery can be up to 600 a month, while TCP in CA, which is California, is much cheaper at 309 400. So it depends on where you live. I'm livery in I hate these little short words, so it'll be expensive. So here, don't register your car taxi. Uber Lyft won't let you have non-com and livery. Man, it's terrible. They're pretty much saying what I told you earlier. Like you have to have two different cars if you want to do Uber and Lyft and private rides correctly. At least in Charleston, it's gonna be different state to state, city to city. Still trying to figure out like how expensive, how much people are paying. Well, in CA, I pay 600 a month for his commercial insurance. All right, so we'll run with that. So we already have to pay 15 grand for a new car, 250 for the registration, and then we're gonna do, what was it? 600 times 12. 600 times 12. I messed up. Oh, come on. I should just add it to 72. Making it hard on myself. 600. Oh boy. All right. $600 times 12 months plus the 15 grand I'd have to pay for another car, right? Plus the 250. So with just that, right? I don't even know if there's any other cost that might be associated with it. You would have to make, not you, Tristan Thomas would have to do $22,000, $450 in private rides in order to make that work, in order to break even. We're not even seeing profit yet. That's why a lot of people are doing it like illegally. They're not getting the correct insurance because they first have to build up their clientele to justify it, right? Like you're gonna be paying $600 a month extra in insurance, and if you're not making $600 a month in private rides, you're gonna be like, I don't really want to do that. Even if you're making double that, like if you're making 1,000, it's gonna leave you with 400. So you still might be like, I don't really want to do that. So I understand why people aren't doing it. They're taking the risk, and I'm not gonna tell you should or shouldn't take the risk, but you need to be aware of what the risk is. All right, so I'm gonna read some comments, and then we're gonna move on to a different topic, where Uber drivers say the job has become more competitive and that it's made their work less profitable. So let's see what the comments are saying. The Amazing Hustler. It's another YouTuber. I'm always checking out his lives. You can go check him out too. He's always up to something interesting, something different. If you ever want a peek into it, go check him out on YouTube. A-Ray says, we have to be honest. Most drivers who are complaining are just plain lazy. They want to do the minimal of work and receive the maximum pay. Drivers must learn to work with the current climate. I agree. The drivers must work to learn with the current climate or find something different to do. Man, inner Tristan wants to agree with you that you gotta work hard and keep at it. But I can understand the plight of someone who was paid more and had a pay decrease. I can understand that. Clark Davis says, good talk. God bless y'all. Let's not give up on what we deserve. I appreciate you, man. A-Ray says, when I drive 6+ hours, I always clear 2K. For some people, they don't want to do that. They're going to say that you shouldn't have to do it. Queen Brown says, way to feel those comments. I appreciate you. While Wozo Gaming says, Tristan, sup? It's a rare shadow from Creator Now. Or rare shadow. Who are you? What's your name? What's going on? All right, we're moving forward. Okay. Why are websites like this? Many Uber and Lyft. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. Sorry, guys. All right, so this is Uber drivers say the job has become more competitive and that it's made their work less profitable. Many Uber and Lyft drivers say ride hailing has become less profitable than it used to be, and some are blaming that on gigs' popularity. Fred, a part time Uber driver in Virginia, earned roughly $44,000 in 2022. Is that a lot to you guys? According to documents viewed by Business Insider, but he said his earnings fell over 25% last year. I would occasionally go to the airport for a ride and stop at the Uber and Lyft waiting areas during the pandemic, said Fred, who asked to use a pseudonym for fear of professional repercussions. Those nights, I would see the same 8 to 10 people waiting for rides. Now the lot is full each time I go past with 20 to 40 cars waiting. Gotta change your strategy. Can't wait at the airport anymore. Fred is one of several drivers who told Business Insider that an increase in drivers has contributed to fewer available and lower paying trips. In November 2023, Uber announced it had a record 6.5 million active drivers and couriers. This came after the number of global Uber drivers increased 31% in 2022 to a record 5 million. I mentioned this earlier, right? Uber now has the most drivers it has ever had, and they are still continuing to try and find more. So, what are you going to do with that information? You can strike, that's fine, but you got to make sure you pay your bills as well. Meanwhile, in the fall of 2022, or right before you go further, if you want to take cash rides to mitigate that, you can do that too, but just be aware of the risk associated with it. And if you want to do cash rides and ride challenges, you can do both of those too. You don't have to do one or the other. Meanwhile, in the fall of 2022, Lyft said it had its highest number of active drivers in over 2 years, but didn't respond to Business Insider's request for data on the growth of drivers in recent years. I would like to see more data out of Uber. Um, yeah, that's it. I want more data. I want to see the data that they're using to support their arguments. I think that's fair. Well, especially for a public trading company. While elevated inflation has motivated more people to try gigs like ride hailing, easing COVID-19 concerns have also fueled the recent growth in drivers, right? So if you started during the pandemic, you do have to accept and realize you started at a time where most drivers stopped driving, which is why it became busy. So like it normaled out from that, but when it did normal out, it kept going down because they have always been trying to decrease how much they've been paying drivers. Like you can look at graphs, like every year the average a driver makes decreases. But what are you doing with that information? Between January and April 2020, the number of active Uber and Lyft drivers was more than cut in half, according to the data analytics company Gridwise. I just said that. As pandemic related health concerns persisted, a driver shortage lasted well into 2021. It took people a while to come back. And on top of that, the government was handing out like stimulus checks. People were just staying home, employment checks. They didn't feel the need to drive. In fact, I was driving during that time period. And what they should have done is they should have made use of that time to like stack their money up and transition away. Now, if you had valid health concerns, I get it. It was a scary time. But eventually, we kind of learned that it wasn't that bad and we should have been out there hustling. And when I got my stimulus check, I bought a truck and I started a couch flip business. Like, I wasn't just sitting there not doing anything. I was trying things. Drivers who worked during the height of the pandemic were often rewarded. I was rewarded. Lower driver supply and recovering ride demand contributed to higher fares and wages, and for many drivers, customer tips were more generous as well. But times have changed. Driver supply has rebounded and tipping seems to have returned to normal or become less common for some drivers. Depends on the day, depends on the time, depends on who. Other factors could be working against drivers as well. Some have complained that changes to the platform algorithms not increasing competition are what's truly constraining drivers' pay. It's both, right? We're not going to say, well, what is with this notion that it's either or? It can be both that platform algorithms have changed with like upfront pay and that there is increasing competition. Why there's two, why can't they like overlap? I don't understand why it has to be either or. The changing landscape can have a big impact on hourly earnings. Rich, an Arizona Uber driver in his 70s, made over $80,000 in 2022, but he said it's become more difficult to make money on the platform lately. I'm making less per hour this year than I made in the previous 3 years, said Rich, who asked us to use a pseudonym for fear of professional repercussions. Okay. Rich said driving was very profitable in early 2021, which it was, which he attributed to the decrease in driver caused by COVID concerns. He said the recent uptick in drivers has changed the landscape, right? I find it to be spot on accurate. There was a number of times when I'd make over $2,000 a week, as high as $2,700 one week. However, those days are long gone. He said, referring to this earnings in 2022, I can't remember the last time I made 2,000 in a week. I will say, this guy seeing for 70-year-old person. He's hustling. I'll give it to them. He's hustling a lot harder than a lot of people who are younger than him. Even if he can't make the same amount, you still had to hustle to make that money. It's not like it fell into your lap. You still got to put in the work, put in the hours, learn what you're doing. And he's 70, but I for sure don't want to be 70 and have to work a job to live. No, and I don't want that for any of you either. That's why we need a plan. In September and October, Rich earned between $1,000 and $1,500 during the 4 weeks he drove 5 or more days, according to a document viewed by Business Insider. That's pretty bad. I want to see those documents, but that is pretty bad. However, Uber disagrees with the sentiment from drivers when asked whether the rising number of drivers. Let me go back and reread that. Between 1,000 and 1,500 during the 4 weeks he drove 5 or more days. I'd want more clarification. I think if you work 4 to 5 days a week and make that much, it depends on how many hours he's working. Like there's more nuance here. I need to see what the nuance is. However, Uber disagrees with the sentiment from drivers. When asked whether the rising number of drivers has negatively impacted earnings on the Uber platform, a company spokesperson told BI that growing customer demand has helped to offset the increase in driver supply. Kinda, right? Like it's exponential. So if Uber gets one driver, that one driver could potentially take 20 passengers in a day. So the growth would have to outweigh drivers by 20, by a factor of 20. So if there are 100 drivers, they would need 2,000 new customers to make up for that. So it's not as simple as Uber is trying to make it seem. That's low. And this is why we need to see the stats. Drivers remain busy and earnings are strong. They said that's largely because we have more customers on the platform today than ever before, taking more trips and placing more orders than ever. As Uber's talking, I'm starting to feel slime just like cover my body. Like, if you're gonna say these things, prove it. Show us the numbers. In November, Uber reported that its monthly active platform consumers had grown 15% over the prior year to 142 million. The number of trips increased 25% year over year, and the number of monthly trips per customer matched an all-time high of 5.7. So the median U.S. driver, hold on, I'll give my opinion in a second. The U.S. driver's earnings per utilized hour, including tips and incentives, has grown nearly 30% over the last 6 years. So it could grow, but if the amount of money drivers are making grows, but the amount of drivers there are on the road grows faster than the amount of money that's being made, then the total pool makes that money smaller. So that's not a direct comparison. In fact, with Uber saying that there's a 15% growth in passengers, we need to also compare that to what's the growth in drivers. Like, that's how we figure out more accurately what's really happening here. Lyft did not respond to a request for comment from BI. Well, at least Uber said something, but it still feels like slime. All right, so the next part of this is driving during less busy periods can boost earnings. For drivers concerned about rising competition, there's one possible solution: start your shift early in the morning. That's what I do. That's some good advice. On a normal weekday, Fred said he starts work at 3:30 a.m. I wake up at 3. I'll drive down about 3:30. He drives until 6 a.m., works from 6:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. at his office job, then starts driving again right after work until about 7:30 p.m. or 8 p.m. I would do, well, everyone's market is different. I drive until traffic starts around 7 a.m. in my market. I go home, and then I won't go back out until the earliest 6:30, because that's when traffic is starting to break up. Driving during traffic is not ideal. If you have responsibilities that force you to have to do that, you got to do what you got to do. I get it. It's going to suck. It's going to suck. And I know we're independent contractors and we want to work whenever we want to work. But if you want to maximize your income, you're going to have to work when the market dictates you should work. Rich said it's not uncommon for him to start working as early as 4:30 a.m. After I have my coffee, I watch a little news, I start driving. You can listen to your news in your car. That's it. They just stop there. They start giving like ways to improve your income and then just stop the article. I don't know. I don't know. You see what you guys are saying. All right, we're moving forward. We ain't saying anything. All right, 5 Uber and Lyft drivers share why they plan to keep their ride hailing jobs even as pay declines. And I haven't read this. I put most of my effort into preparing my response to Uber AZ. So let's see what's going on here. Some Uber and Lyft drivers are struggling to make as much money as they once did, but don't expect them to give up. In recent months, several Uber and Lyft drivers have told Business Insider that driving has gotten less profitable. Changes to the app's algorithm, declining customer tips, increased competition, and high vehicle expenses have been among the top explanations cited. For those drivers, there are other options in the gig economy. While ride hailing is among the most popular gig jobs, delivery driving, reselling, dog walking, babysitting, and freelance writing has also provided flexible work opportunities for many Americans. But some Uber and Lyft drivers don't think these gigs are as profitable or as convenient as ride hailing. That's true. I think Uber and Lyft are some of the best straightforward gigs. Like I have the skill to edit, and I can make more money editing than I can with Uber and Lyft. I'd have to go out and build my client list. But I hate editing for other people. I can't do it. And I tried. I really did. But some Uber drivers, yeah, we just read that. Business Insider asks 5 drivers why, despite their financial challenges, they have no plans to explore other work in the gig economy. Business Insider has verified their identities and earnings. This is going to be interesting to look into. Food delivery isn't very profitable when customers don't tip. I've experienced that. Julie, a part-time Uber driver in Cleveland, Ohio, earned roughly $22,000 last year before driving expenses. This year, the 28-year-old says she's earning significantly less for her work, which is attributed to Uber's upfront fares feature. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree here. This feature, which has been rolled out across the US in recent years, provides drivers with more information about a trip's pay and destination before they decide whether to accept it. But some drivers say it's negatively impacted their earnings. In 2022, Julie earned roughly 93 cents, including tips, for every mile she drove for Uber. This past July, she earned roughly 63 cents per mile across 52 trips. It's pretty bad. She's doing pretty well here. And this is not that great. Like, you really want to be at minimum on a bad day over 80 cents per mile. But you know what? I have a theory that part of what's causing drivers to lose money is upfront pay, because it's a like pay decrease in disguise. But I feel like drivers aren't making great decisions about what's a good ride and what's a bad ride, right? If you're just tuning in, earlier I went through some $3 rides that paid out like $2 per mile. Like, why wouldn't you take that? Because it's $3, but it adds up. Like, it's a short ride. You're getting paid a high amount per mileage. And people will see that in upfront fare. And even Sergio, right? The Rideshare channel, what is it called? The Rideshare Hub, whatever it's called. They made a video. I feel like it's a sneak diss against me, where you're saying, $3 rides, you should never take them. And I don't think you should only take $3 rides, but I think there's a time and place where you can increase how much money you make per mile and therefore increase your profits if you figure out a strategy to incorporate them. It's not going to be the only strategy you use. But I've beaten that horse down, so let's keep moving. Upfront pricing has given me rides that wouldn't even cover my gas. And many days I'm out working, I won't even make our state's minimum wage, said Julie, who asked us to use a pseudonym and spoke on the condition of anonymity for fair professional repercussions. Business Insider, if you want someone who's okay with having their information out there, hit me up. I got you. Nothing against her. I understand not wanting your information out there, but I got you. Let's go. Let's talk. Let's chat. An Uber spokesperson declined to address whether upfront fares could be hurting drivers' earnings. Lyft has a similar feature. Due in part to her financial challenges with Uber, Julie says she's tried driving for DoorDash, but she thinks ride hailing is more profitable. So despite the fact that she says she's not making money on some trips, she still thinks rideshare is more profitable. In my market, no one leaves tips, she said, for DoorDash experience, and you will literally be working for sometimes $2 or $3 an hour. It's rough. They need to fix that. You can keep playing about Uber and Lyft all you want. These food delivery apps, they're worse. Some base payments for DoorDash deliveries, which exclude tips, can be as low as $2. Yep. Instacart isn't as profitable as a few years ago. All right, I'm not going to go through that. I hate Instacart. Dog walking had inconsistent pay and wasn't convenient. Food delivery can mean waiting for orders and relying on customer tip. That is another bane of the existence. There aren't many other options for gig work. All right, let's read this. Ricky Rodriguez, an Uber driver in San Juan, Puerto Rico, who has been working for about 5 years, earned about $48,000 last year from Uber before driving the expenses. I assume the cost of living is cheaper in Puerto Rico. I could be wrong. That might be good money in Puerto Rico. He said he's barely earning enough to continue driving. It's not enough in Puerto Rico. In part due to the high living expenses in this area. I was completely wrong. If it weren't for the tips that I receive, I probably wouldn't be able to keep driving with them. Despite these challenges, Rodriguez said he hasn't thought much about other gigs. Here in Puerto Rico, there aren't any other options that would work for me, he said. I like driving and meeting new people on a daily basis, and I haven't found another alternative yet. I can understand not finding another gig that works well there, but you need to start developing a skill that gets you out of there. Like you just have to. You can't just sit and wait. You just can't. You just can't. Right? If you have no other option, you just can't. If you think Uber and Lyft, okay, I don't think Uber and Lyft will drastically increase pay for a very long time. Even if something gets passed legally, it's gonna take a while. Like the government moves slow. If you think that pay is going to continue decreasing, then I would like for you to create a plan, an exit plan, right? I want you to achieve that exit plan as soon as possible. If you decide to stay with Uber and Lyft as long as you can, but you still have the exit plan and it's kind of working for you still, that's fine. But don't get caught with your pants down. It takes a long time to change something, right? To change your finances, to change careers. You might have to go to school for 2 years. That's a long time. You might need to save up like enough money to buy a house. That's like, it could be a year. It's a long time. You can't get caught with your pants down. You have to start preparing. It's better to be prepared, right? We see the signs. We're talking about it. We're all frustrated. You need to prepare. Like if you want to go on a strike, that's fine. But while you're striking, make sure that you're prepared. So let's move forward. Do a quick check on the comments. All right. I'm not gonna go through this. I'm gonna try to wrap up soon. There's some important stories in here I really want to carry. So the IRS is trying to give free online tax filing system that cuts out vendors. This is something that's been in the works for a while. I'm not quite sure if you're doing a simple tax return, you can qualify for this. I don't know if rideshare drivers are simple or not, but just be aware that. And all right, I'm just gonna read it. I gotta sneeze. Sorry. It's January, which means you'll be able to file your 2023 taxes soon. And this year, the IRS is trying something new. Some taxpayers in 12 states will be able to electronically file their federal tax returns directly with the agency, as opposed to using third parties, which is how the agency's current e-filing program works. To start, the pilot will be limited to people with relatively simple tax returns, said University of Texas accounting professor Lisa DeSimone. If you itemize your deductions, for example, it's not going to be an option for you because that adds a lot of complexity to your tax returns. As rideshare drivers, we should not be itemizing our deductions, and we should be claiming the standard mileage rate for most of us. Most of the time, that's going to give you the best outcome on your taxes, unless your actual expenses were over 65 cents per mile. And as you can see from the example that I have, my expenses don't even go that high. Like my expenses is at 10 cents right now. It's pretty low. So the mileage way is always the way to go. Not always, but in majority of situations. People who claim certain credits or have gig income, right here, we're not eligible. That was fun. Next story. Sorry, I didn't get to really go through these. I've been driving a lot, and preparing these articles, they do take time, and just finding them takes time. So I'm sorry. It's gonna be a little rough until I find my stride. I thought this was interesting. You might find it a little boring, but there's a study out there, right? I'll just read it. Previous studies of the effect of ride sharing on traffic fatalities have yielded inconsistent, often contradictory conclusions. So they're pretty much saying they're not sure if rideshare drivers make a city safe. In this paper, we revisit this question using proprietary data from Uber measuring monthly rideshare activity at the census tract level. Using these more detailed data, we find a consistent negative effect of rideshare on traffic fatalities. I'm not sure if they're saying that rideshare causes more traffic. We'll see. Rideshare causes more traffic deaths. Impacts concentrate during nights and weekends are robust across range of alternative specifications. Overall, our results imply that ride sharing has decreased US traffic fatalities by 5.4% in areas where it operates. Based on conventional estimates of the value of statistical life, the annual life savings benefits are 6.8 billion. Back of the envelope calculations suggest that these benefits are of similar magnitude to producer surplus captured by Uber shareholders or consumer surplus captured by Uber riders. They need to talk in better. Like, some people don't like speak so the public can understand. All right, so this is kind of like a breakdown of interpretation here. The authors, Michael Anderson and Lucas Davis, note that alcohol involvement is reported in approximately 30% of fatal crashes, which is an amazingly high number unless you think a lot of people are driving drunk. I'm reminded of a clever paper by Leavitt and Porter, who used the proportion of crashes involving two drunk drivers to estimate that it's not that lots of people are driving drunk, but rather drivers with alcohol in their blood are 7 times more likely to cause a fatal crash. And legally drunk drivers pose a risk that's 13 times higher than sober drivers. Thus, substituting a sober driver for a drunk driver is a very good thing, and it's plausible to me that Uber significantly reduces traffic fatalities. I agree with that, right? You know, if it wasn't for Uber and Lyft and the ease of use to catch a rideshare, because to be honest, taxis sucked. Waiting for one sucked. If you didn't live in New York City, they all just sucked. And a lot of people say, like, you know, if it wasn't for rideshare, they'd be driving around drunk. And if drunk people are the ones causing most of the accidents, then to me, it only makes sense that, you know, us rideshare drivers are decreasing the amount of accidents on the road. But I do think 5.4% is low. If we're only decreasing to 5.4%, which, you know, that's still something to be happy over, but to me, that's low. I think that number would be a lot higher. All right, so this is actually close to home. This is in Charleston. This is some shenanigans that have been happening, and I think I'm gonna let the video run for this.
Introducing unbeatable value for all businesses. Get the new titanium.
All right, we'll wait for that to end. I'm gonna check chat while it's going. All right, so nothing. You guys are quiet. I guess I scared everyone away. Here we go.
While dropping off and picking up passengers along King Street. The issue stems from an ordinance that was put into place by the city of Charleston back in 2016. But rideshare drivers say it hasn't been enforced until recently. Emily Johnson breaks down their concerns.
What a lot of drivers are running into now is because this new ordinance has kind of caught them by surprise, they don't know what to do.
The ordinance created years ago states rideshare vehicles cannot pick up and drop off passengers on portions of King Street and Market Streets on Friday through Sunday from 12:30 a.m. until 3 o'clock a.m. But on New Year's Eve, Uber drivers say signs were posted informing them that from 8 p.m. until 3 a.m. passengers could not be picked up or dropped off on King Street.
The more drivers that are not able to pick up on King, that means riders may just decide next time, if they have a hassle getting picked up, they may just decide to I'm just going to drive.
I don't think that's it. Here we go again with the either or. I don't think that's the case, and that's not what I've experienced. I think the news should not have aired that. What's happening with Lyft? Lyft makes it so that passengers can't be picked up on King Street, but you can be picked up on the side streets. But the ticket for this is like $1,000. And so yes, this has been a law for a while, but they've only recently started to enforce it, and it's really. They did it without warning. They didn't warn any of the drivers. They just started doing it I'm not a huge fan of how they rolled it out. It's pretty disappointing.
That puts more drunk drivers on the road.
City of Charleston Police Lieutenant Corey Taylor, who is the commander of this downtown area, says any drivers on King must find a parking space or unloading space to drop off or pick up, and they can't stop in the middle of the road. The ordinance has been enforced less over the
They're saying we should find a parking spot. They put cones on the street in all the parking spots. They literally tow every car that's on King Street like 3 out of the 4 nights a week if you're parked there. So I'm not a fan. That's a PR statement. I don't like that.
years due to change of leadership and COVID, but Taylor says they're now working to enforce the ordinance again because of high levels of traffic on King Street.
I don't see what COVID has to do with enforcing your laws or not enforcing your laws.
Uber drivers also say when these tickets were handed out over the weekend, it created miscommunication between themselves, the city, and police department, making the conditions that they were working in even more frustrating while they were just trying to keep people safe.
The biggest thing would be communication from
Yep.
the Charleston Police Department as well as the City Council. We're here doing the exact same thing that the police department is doing. We want to make sure that people are going to make it home safely at the end of the night.
Other than communication, both drivers say establishing pickup and drop-off zones could help drivers and law enforcement to organize the chaos.
I think that's the next step. I don't know where they do it. Maybe they use there's a center that has a pretty big parking lot, but there needs to be like if you're a city official, if you're a cop, whatever, you have a law, and that law is going to create problems elsewhere. It's in your best interest to create a solution for the potential problems that law is going to make. I feel like that should be obvious.
It's a pickup zone. You know exactly where to go. Rider knows exactly where to go. There's very minimal risk to passenger safety, and no concerns with drivers.
And to say these areas are the perfect places you can go to help out and make sure everyone is available for that same information, it would make the process a lot easier.
Taylor says CPD is in the process of updating the ordinance and creating a pilot program by the end of the month for pickup and drop-off zones. He also adds they contacted Uber and Lyft to create a geofence at pickup zones to inform riders where to meet, helping communication.
Uber has not done that. I drove a lot this weekend. They haven't done that yet. Lyft has. Lyft customers can't put pins to be picked up on that main street, but they do it. So they do it on the side street, and that has helped a lot. I didn't realize how much of an issue it still was until I started driving back with Uber like this past weekend.
Reporting in Charleston, Emily Johnson, Live 5 News.
You go, Emily Johnson. So yeah, that's just something happening in my city. It's pretty interesting. All right, so here's something happening in New York City. New York City keeps doing insane things. First, right? Let me start with this. Right, I do think the best place to be a rideshare driver is in New York City. Cost of living aside, they have some really great laws for rideshare drivers. But they recently put cameras that congestion cameras. So if you drive through this camera at a certain part of Manhattan, you have to pay a fee. And Uber and Lyft drivers have to pay that fee every single time. Every single time. It's bad. So here's another thing that they put in that us Uber drivers in New York City will have to deal with. City Council approves installation of noise cameras in select spots across the 5 boroughs. If you like to keep your hand on the horn while driving, you could face big fines. The City Council just approved a bill to install a noise camera across the 5 boroughs. In the city that never sleeps, New Yorkers say that noise is keeping them up at night. That's good. That's a creative pun right there, I guess. The construction noise, one person said, I wake up at 3 in the morning and it's like people honking on one another. Every day, I'm surprised we haven't heard it right here, another said of the noise. On Wednesday, the City Council voted to quiet the cacophony? I don't know what that word means. By approving a noise camera program targeting excessive honkers, modified mufflers, and loud motorcycles. Let's see what they're saying over here.
On the mopeds and the mobile scooters, and maybe start having them get licenses and maybe use that as a way to build revenue instead of continuously charging, drivers additional fines and fees.
The City Department of Environmental Protection, who has been running a pilot program since 2022, supports the technology. Writing, obnoxious noise from illegally modified cars and trucks is a top quality of life complaint for New Yorkers.
Sure, I agree with that, right? Loud mufflers, sure. The solution isn't to fine people for honking their horn. you go and pull over those cars with the cops who are in the city, and you make them do something about it. This solution is too overreaching.
Officials say 8 cameras are currently in use, and so far the department has issued 218 violations for modified mufflers and 147 violations for excessive honking. The city says the new noise cameras will be up and running no later than September 2025. On the west side, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
All right, so they're still out there. They're out there now.
The city is preparing for the weather.
So they're out there now for you New York drivers. Be aware of them, but it's going to be out there in full effect by 2025. So that's something. Careful when you honk, or just don't honk. So here's an update to Minnesota. They've been going back and forth about creating driver pay standards. They like what's happening in New York City, and the governor, he vetoed something like a plan that was supposed to go into action, citing that they need to do more digging into statistics surrounding a driver pay. I think he's paid off by Uber and Lyft, but we'll read through and see what's up. Back out. A governor's task force studying Uber and Lyft driver pay and working conditions in Minnesota failed to agree on a recommendation for minimum pay rates or employment status. The task force recommended, are they going to be paid for this? I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying for this. All right, we're going to see if we can find an alternate news source. I do think this is important and that we should not skip over it. Here we go. After 5 months of meetings, Minnesota Task Force on Uber and Lyft adjourned on Tuesday without making a recommendation on the most fundamental piece of any future legislation, a minimum wage for drivers. The failure of the group comprising drivers and company representatives to reach an agreement on minimum pay prolongs a year-long debate and means lawmakers will be confronted again with intense lobbying campaigns by both sides when they take up the issue during the legislative session in February. Governor Tim Walz created the task force in May after he issued the first and only veto, paid off, of his tenure on a bill that would have set a minimum pay for drivers and granted them protections against wrongful deactivations. Lyft and Uber did say they would pull out if this went through, so they did strong arm him. The task force was hindered in part by a lack of reliable information. The State Department of Labor and Industry is currently conducting the largest analysis of Uber and Lyft rides ever conducted, according to a Lyft representative. It includes all 19 million trips taken on both apps in 2022. That's my first time hearing about this. I'm excited for this. I need to look more into this. The state, because this is federal, so it means everywhere. Largest analysis of Uber and Lyft rides ever conducted. Ooh, that's spicy. I'm looking forward to that. But the analysis with details on drivers' earnings won't be completed until March. Ooh, it's going to be soon. Until then, legislators may balk at setting pay rates through DFL. Lawmakers will be under intense pressure from drivers and union allies to move quickly. Tension. I'm like calculating the tension in my head. So I understand why Tim would wait until there's a federal thing to go based off of. I'm down with that. I think that's balanced and fair. It's unfortunate for drivers. I am a driver, but I do think it's balanced and fair. Because I think it's important to make decisions based off of statistics, as long as those statistics have been deemed accurate. So that's important too. That's something we're gonna have to look at when those statistics drop. The task force also failed to find consensus on paid sick leave and short-term disability benefits, but did find common ground on recommendations for regulations governing price transparency, insurance coverage, and driver terminations, called deactivations. That's important. I think the committee tackled a lot in the time period we had, but I feel real confident that we're setting this up for success as we enter the legislative session, said Nicole Lessenbach, commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Labor and Industry, who led the task force. More than 50 drivers packed into the conference room at the State Department of Labor and Industry and stayed through the 3 hours of discussion. If it was close enough, I'd go. Negotiations over minimum wage broke down after the drivers and the companies could not resolve disagreements over worker classification and the ability of local governments to enact their own regulations. Everyone in America that is a rideshare driver is considered an independent contractor and cannot unionize. and therefore cannot have a minimum wage. That's just the law. I'm not saying the law is right. That's how it works right now. Uber and Lyft want language in state law preempting cities and countries from passing their own minimum wages, which the companies say would lead to a complicated patchwork quilt of regulations that could be abused by drivers taking longer routes through cities with higher wages. That kind of went over my head. Uber and Lyft want language in state laws preempting cities and counties from passing their own minimum wages. Okay, so Uber and Lyft don't want cities and counties passing their own minimum wages because the companies say that would lead to complicated patchwork of regulations and could be abused by drivers taking longer routes through cities with higher wages. I'm trying to think, is that a valid concern? Is that a problem? I guess if the city has a higher wage, drivers would be more inclined to want to go and drive there. Okay, but okay. I'm gonna have to sleep on that. The task force driver and union representatives oppose preemption. They have allies in the Minneapolis City Council who would likely be supportive of a higher minimum wage than state lawmakers. Uber and Lyft also demanded language that defines drivers explicitly as independent contractors, which is how drivers are currently treated. That could head off a legal challenge seeking to force the company to treat drivers as employees, which would entitle them to have the cost of their vehicles covered, overtime pay, workers' compensation, and labor protections. The companies note that clarifying drivers' employment classification has been part of the deals they've reached with lawmakers in Washington and New York. And New York has like the best like setup for rideshare drivers. They're still not considered employees, but they do have some protections, and those protections are good. They're moving in the right direction over there. Many drivers say they prefer to be independent contractors because it allows them to have flexible schedules. They may work 80 hours one week and then take a month off without needing permission from a boss. That's me. They're talking about me. It's like they contacted me and said, yo, Tristan, why do you work 80 hours in 1 week? And I was like, so I can do whatever I want after, you can't do that in a lot of jobs. Like, it's like, you can't. Like, if you know one, you let me know. Many drivers say they prefer to be an independent contractors. I just read this. Working as an independent contractor provides a tax advantage for drivers who can deduct 65 cents per mile from their taxable income. I pay almost nothing in taxes because of this. This is the reason being a rideshare driver is profitable. You get to make tax-free money because of this right here. As long as your business expenses is less than 65 cents, the difference, the spread is tax-free dollars, right? So 65 cents, I have my spreadsheet here, and my expenses currently, this will go up a little bit throughout the month. My expenses right now per mile is 9 cents. We'll call it 10 cents. So if we go back to this article, right, that means for every dollar I make, 55 cents of that dollar is tax-free. That's what that means. So the lower you're able to keep your expenses, the more you'll profit with the cost per mile. That's something you should be aware of. But Democrats and labor unions see Uber and Lyft as exploiting a loophole in labor law in order to bypass the protections won for American workers over generations. Indeed, many of the Uber and Lyft drivers' complaints, high vehicle costs, no paid sick leave, few benefits when injured, stem from their status as independent contractors. And that's true. That's true. It's not like that in New York anymore. House Majority Leader Jamie Long, a Democrat from Minneapolis and a member of the task force, said defining drivers as independent contractors in state law is a non-starter. She wants to get them like listed as employees. Uber and Lyft previously told drivers they would agree on a statewide minimum pay rate of $1.17 per mile and 34 cents per minute, but on the condition that there would be preemption over local regulations and drivers defined as independent contractors. Okay, I slept on it, and I think that's fine. I kind of understand what they're saying about city by city. That could be weird. They if they're gonna set a minimum, I guess they should do it for the state. I think that's fair. I don't know if 34 cents per minute is fair. It depends on what their minimum is. I think this is fair, right? I mean, even during COVID, before upfront pay, I was making 80 cents per mile. I do think this is fair. During Tuesday's meeting, the task force drivers representatives asked the companies to propose a number for minimum pay base and not having preemption for drivers defined as independent contractors, but the company's representatives said they couldn't. So all right, so Minnesota seems to want to enact a state law. Uber saying they'll do it, but they also have to agree that local cities and municipalities don't create their own law. I think that's a fair trade. I think that's a fair trade. It all comes down to what these numbers represent. That's what makes the trade fair or unfair. But I don't think that's a unreasonable ask of like balancing. Sometimes you got to give to take. It's very disappointing. I don't really know why we're spending this whole time here, said Edie Ali, president of the Minnesota Uber Lyft Drivers Association and members of the task force. So 2 ultimatums, 2 vetoes. The bill was vetoed earlier this year required that drivers earn $5 per ride plus $1.45 per mile and 34 cents per minute in the 7-county Twin Cities metropolitan area. So that's just in like big cities, I guess. Drivers in greater Minnesota would have been entitled to $1.25 per mile and 34 cents per minute. I can see how drivers will come from out of the city into the city if there's a pay difference. So it can get weird. It can get weird, but $5 minimum is better than the $3 minimum here. And this per mile is good. I don't really know what this equates to, 34 cents per minute. I don't really track my income for that time. I don't know what it is here off the bat. The bill would also have given drivers the right to appeal the activation going back to 2021. That's dope. And require the company to gather testimony to support its decisions. Also dope. The company said those rules would have forced them to find victims of assault or other serious misconduct to testify in order to keep the problem drivers off the platform. I have been accused of locking a passenger in my car and being sexually explicit with them. And if I did not have a dash cam, I would not be a driver right now. So while yes, that is unfortunate, there might be some people who slip through the cracks. You shouldn't be kicking those people off the platforms without proof. I said what I said. Uber and Lyft said the bill would cause the price of rides to double and demand to plummet. I don't see that happening. Uber threatened to shut down operations in the state completely if it became law. Yeah, that's true. After the veto, drivers with the Minnesota Uber Lyft Drivers Association found support among the Minneapolis City Council, which narrowly passed a similar regulation. Again, the effort was defeated by a veto following a threat by a company. This time it was Lyft to suspend operations if rules were enacted. And when they threatened to leave, the drivers were like, "Oh, we'll just we have like 2 more rideshare companies that will like fill in if you leave." That's like an empty threat. You might as well just like don't wait for them to even do anything and just work with that rideshare company. But I think I just think that the rest of the story is just going over what's happened already. We're gonna move forward. And I'm gonna keep a close eye on this. I think Minnesota is a important battleground for Uber and Lyft drivers to watch. Minnesota, Seattle, New York, California. Those are like the states that are doing something. Even Toronto. Toronto is trying to make moves too. So we'll see. All right, so gig worker protections find testing ground in New York City and Seattle. Like I just said, this is where they're battling it out for rideshare drivers. Delivery drivers and others in the app economy made labor strides in 2023. In 2024, other cities will be watching to see if they stick. Yeah, I'm watching. We're watching to see if they stick. As the share of gig workers in the U.S. grows, new protections going into effect in several U.S. cities will provide a test case for workers' rights in a burgeoning sector of app-based deliveries work. In Seattle and New York City, laws intended to bring delivery drivers up to a minimum wage will change how workers for services like DoorDash Inc. and Uber Technologies Inc. are paid. Rather than earning per trip, they will be compensated on a time and distance basis or at a rate every time they are offered a job. The rules are already eliciting challenges from companies like Uber, DoorDash, Instacart, and Grubhub in the form of legal action, lobbying, and public campaigns against these actions. Now, city officials' focus will be ensuring that companies in the app-based economy adhere to the changes in a sector that has so far been loosely regulated. Other jurisdictions like Chicago and Minneapolis are watching the implementation of expanded protections as they consider their own policy efforts, said Lija Gong, the policy and legal director at Local Progress, a national advocacy group made up of local officials. We just covered Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, a similar law was vetoed. Yeah, we just covered that. We're not going to beat that down. Okay. All right, so yeah, it's pretty much just echoing like what's up for 2024? Like, what are cities doing? Who are cities looking at? It's I think it's gonna be interesting, especially with the current outrage by drivers and driver pay. It's gonna be interesting to watch it move forward. Okay, this is interesting. This is in Indian cities, like in India, the country. But I think that it's important to always be aware of what's happening around the world as far as Uber and Lyft goes, because they could happen here. Let's get some more zoom in on this. Okay, there we go. That's a little too much. All right. Uber has quietly been testing a flexible pricing service in more than a dozen cities in India, a move that could help it expand its customer base in the South Asian nation and put pressure on rival ride-hailing platforms, including Ola and InDrive. The flexible pricing service called Uber Flex was started in India in October last year and has since expanded to more than 12 cities, including a bunch of cities that I'm not going to try to name. TechCrunch has exclusively learned Uber confirmed that the flexible pricing service has expanded. We're piloting this feature in some of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets in India, Uber spokesperson said. The service, which was initially rolled out for cabs and later expanded to auto rickshaw rides, lets commuters bid a particular fare for the ride. That's different from Uber's standard dynamic pricing model, which moves up and down depending on supply and demand and traffic in a particular region. I wonder how that would look in America. If people were to have the ability to bid on rides, I wonder if drivers would make more or if drivers would make less compared to Uber's algorithm. What do you guys think? Uber Flex offers 9 pricing points with a default price selected to let riders pick a fare of their choice that will be shared with nearby devices. Interesting. Give me a second. Based on that fare, the drivers can accept or reject the ride. Uber's competitor InDrive, which operates in a number of Indian cities, allows riders to haggle the fare by manually putting in a particular price for the ride. However, many InDrive drivers in the country have complained about passengers offering them too low prices for their rides. InDrive has not yet addressed the driver concern over rides fiercely bargaining their fare and has instead touted that its unique approach ensures that drivers are fairly compensated while passengers enjoy an affordable yet high-quality ride-hailing experience. Sounds like it does not work very well over there, but it doesn't mean it won't work well here. I think I think a combination of the two might do well. Like if someone's out on New Year's Eve and they really want to get home, and Uber has their dynamic pricing, but a customer is willing to pay $20 more to get home faster, like they're just able to put that in. I think that's okay. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. It would make it unfair for people who don't have enough money, but capitalism. By offering drivers the option to make counter bids to passengers' prices, InDrive fosters an option for the driver to increase the price if he fails to do so. Interesting. InDrive APAC Director Roman told TechCrunch while answering how InDrive is addressing driver concerns of not being moderated correctly. Drivers are often dissatisfied with the pricing in the ride-hailing platforms as they yearn for fair compensation for their services. That's a sentiment that's shared here in America. With a focus on fairness and transparency, InDrive showcases a recommended price in the app, which is usually slightly lower than in other apps, and this is made possible by InDrive's significantly lower fees for drivers, roughly twice as low as the competition, so the driver earns the same or more as the higher prices with the other apps. That would be nice. But I think you understand the gist here. Drivers can be. I think it only exists because their main competitor is InDrive, and it exists over there. I don't think it'll come here. I think if it totally replaced the system here, we wouldn't make as much money. But I would like for Uber or Lyft to come up with a system to where, either you show the tip up front, right? You let people put in their tips up front and lock in their tips up front, can't be changed, in order to entice drivers to take their ride. I don't see why that would be an issue. I don't see how that could be bad from a getting it done perspective, and I don't see why. What's the drawback here? What's the thing that's stopping them from doing that? I don't know. All right, so we're gonna talk about EVs for a couple minutes. Let me look in the chat and see what's up. Chat's dead. That's fine. It's been a while since we kind of touched base on EVs. I'm gonna work on a video that kind of talks about Tesla and if Tesla is a good car for rideshare drivers. But for now, let's get through these stories. Whether it comes down to a trend of buyers seeking bigger batteries, public DC fast chargers not delivering the speeds they advertise, or the lack of knowledge of fast charging practices, it takes 42 minutes for the average EV to charge up. A study from Energetics covering 2.4 million charge sessions over a 3-year period proved that many drivers are sitting at chargers for a lifetime to get their EVs packed with electrons. So this is important for rideshare drivers who, you know, want electric. This is something you need to be aware of. A lot of drivers cite cheaper prices than gas, but it's only cheaper if you're not using the supercharging. And even at superchargers, according to the study of 2.4 million charging sessions over a 3-year time span, which is a lot of data, people are waiting 42 minutes for the average EV to charge. And as a rideshare driver, that's a lot of time. If with my driving habits, I'd probably have to drive multiple times. I probably have to charge up multiple times a day, and it's bad for your battery to charge it up to full. So you wouldn't even want to charge it to full. Tesla, for all its foibles, still has the best customer interface for charging and mapping. If you're road tripping in a Tesla, it will not only guide you to the best stations along your route, but it'll tell you exactly how long you'll need to stay stationary in order to get your destination quicker, even if that means stopping more often. As a driver, that would be a nightmare. If I had to do a long ride with a passenger in my car, I'd probably never do a long distance ride in a Tesla with a passenger in my car. Probably never do that. Nope. They would want to star me if I had to keep stopping to charge. This encourages Tesla drivers to opt, but Uber and Lyft has said by 2030 they want all cars on the platform to be electric. I really need to see how they're going to handle long distance rides. This encourages Tesla drivers to opt for more frequent, shorter charging sessions. When you add Tesla charging to the overall fast charging numbers, the average charging time drops to just 31 minutes. That's still long, but better. Public chargers are typically best used for road trips, and most daily use charging should be done at home if possible. I don't think my car would be at home long enough to charge in between shifts. I don't think that's going to be a thing unless I upgrade the charger at my home, which costs money. The best charging speeds happen when the battery is preconditioned and is between 20 and 80%. And I just mentioned that. The first 20% and the last 20% will comparatively take ages to fill up as the electrons find places in the battery to settle into. It's something of an art managing your charge, but it's typically not beneficial to fill a battery to its full capacity unless you absolutely need to get to your destination or next charge. It's not ideal for rideshare. With modern EVs accepting much higher charging speeds than in the past, and more high-speed chargers begin installed nationwide, hopefully these wait times will come down in a fairly short order. Okay, so as I'm reading, it's not just a matter of people sitting at chargers. It's a matter of how long people are waiting to get a charge and how long they have to charge once they get their charge. So, all right, so I'm starting to piece it together a little better. There's certainly a steep learning curve into driving an EV, but as consumers become more comfortable with them and learn more about the best ways to drive them, those charge sessions times will lower as well. Okay. Well, I hope so, especially if they're going to make laws. I think there's laws in several states. It might be a federal law where companies won't be able to sell cars with engines, like brand new cars with engines after 2030. Like, let's look, right? Go to bard.google.com. This is AI. Bard may display inaccurate info. We can always follow up and double check. Is there a federal ban on ICE, internal combustion vehicles, ICE cars? When is there? I spelled that wrong. As of today, January 8th, 2024, there's no federal ban on the sale of new combustion engines vehicles in the United States. However, the future of ICE cars in the United States is a complex and evolving issue. Current scenario, the Biden administration hasn't implemented a federal ban on ICE vehicles, but it has set ambitious goals for electric vehicle adoption. The administration aims for half of new car sales to be electric by 2030. Okay. What about California? So for those of you out in California, It might be just California. It might be Canada who's doing it. In California, the situation regarding ICE vehicles is different from the national level. Unlike the absence of a federal ban, California is on track to implement a ban on the sale of new ICE vehicles starting in 2035. So they brought it back 5 years. Okay. What about, I'm just curious, what about Canada? Canada. In Canada, the situation regarding ICE cars is similar to California in that there's no immediate federal ban, but a phase-out plan is in place for 2035. Okay, so they've been pushing it back from when I last read about it. So that's something to be aware of. Electric cars are expensive. Maybe the price will come down over time, but until there's a strong network for charging, I just don't think Tesla is a great car for rideshare right now. I think a Prius is better than a Tesla. I'm gonna make a video proving that, but until then, let's move on to the next story. Here's for those of you right, so going back to the earlier tropes, right? Just because I disagree and you shouldn't do something, I respect you guys as adults, and I'm still going to give you proper information to help you make a decision. So if you want a Tesla or an electric car, you should pay attention to this, even though I think that you shouldn't get one. Here's every electric vehicle that currently qualifies for the U.S. federal tax credit in 2024. So if you're not familiar, the U.S. in their effort to encourage people to get more electric cars, they're given tax credits that are immediately applied to your purchase of an electric car. So this is what the tax credits are for 2024. As sale of electric vehicles continue to grow in 2024, many new and prospective customers have questions about qualifying for a federal tax credit on electric vehicles. Whether a vehicle qualifies or not is a simple yes or no question, but the amount you may qualify for varies by household due to a number of different factors. Luckily, we have compiled everything you need to know about tax credits for your new electric vehicle into one place. Thank you, Electric. I appreciate it. How does the federal tax credit work for my EV? The idea in theory is quite simple. Per the IRS, you may qualify for a credit up to $7,500 under Internal Revenue Code Section 30D if you buy a new qualified plug-in EV or fuel cell electric vehicle. The Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 changed but extended the terms for this credit for vehicles purchased between 2023 to 2032. That's good. That's good. While you shouldn't be buying one right now, that's good. That said, you cannot simply go out and buy an electric vehicle and expect Uncle Sam to cut $7,500 off your taxes come April. In reality, the amount you qualify for is based on both your income tax as well as several specifications of the electric vehicle you purchase, including where it's built. More on that below. I don't know much about where it's built. Well, I guess we'll learn about that below. But as a rideshare driver, because of how strong that mileage write-off is, your taxable income should be really low, so you should be qualifying for the max $7,500. Not that you should be getting one. First, let's take a second to truly understand how the federal EV tax credit currently works. How much is the federal tax credit? First and foremost, it's important to understand three little words the government slips in front of the $75,000 credit: may and up to. As in, you may qualify for up to $7,500 in federal tax credit for your electric vehicle. At first glance, this credit may sound like a simple flat rate, but it's unfortunately not the case. Stop teasing us. For example, if you purchased a Tesla Model 3 and owed $3,500 in income tax for the year, then that is the federal tax credit you would receive. Okay. If you owe $10,000 in federal income taxes, then you would qualify for the full $7,500 credit. That raises a lot of questions for me. So only if you owe taxes do you qualify for the credit? That's an L, because rideshare drivers aren't going to qualify for a lot of taxes due to the write-off. That's a huge L. I take back what I said. I don't think this is, I'm doubling down that this might be bad for rideshare drivers, and they might not know it either. It's important to note that any unused portion of the $7,500 is not available as a refund or as a credit for next year's taxes. Damn. It's as bad as I think it is. Dang. This is oh man. In fact, this is good for people who aren't paying enough taxes. This is, oh man, that's not good. Federal tax credit under the Inflation Reduction Act. The following terms were introduced by the Biden administration in the summer of 2022 and went into effect January 1st, 2023. It's a couple of days ago. The federal tax credit for EVs will remain at $7,500. The timeline to qualify is extended a decade from January 2023 to December 2032. Tax credit cap for automakers after they hit 200,000 EVs sold is eliminated, making GM, Tesla, and Toyota once again eligible. So they can run out. So the first 200,000 EVs that each of those sell, they won't have the tax credit anymore. The language in the bill indicates that the tax credit could be implemented at the point of sale instead of taxes at the end of the fiscal year. That's what I thought it was. That's why I'm like so taken aback to learn that it's only based off of like your old taxes. That means you can get your credit up front at the dealer, but these terms may not kick in until 2024. I'm so confused. In order to get the full tax credit, the EV must be assembled in North America. Okay. 2 binary pieces separate the full 7,500 credit, meaning the vehicle either qualifies for each piece of the credit or doesn't. 3,750 of the new credit is based upon the vehicle having at least 40% of its battery critical minerals from the United States. The other half of the new credit is based on at least 50% of the battery components of the vehicle coming from the United States or countries with a free trade agreement with the United States. That's just the government being the government, not trying to give money to all these companies like China. No, these battery requirements are now being enforced as of April 18th, 2023. The 40% mineral requirement increase to 50. I don't care about the requirement increase. Beginning in 2025, any vehicle with a battery, mineral, or components from a foreign entity concerned is excluded from the tax credit. So they're giving them time to like say, all right, do what you got to do, but by 2025, you got to do it here. A new federal tax credit of $4,000 for used EV price below $25K. I like that. I thought there was going to be something for used cars. Subject to other requirements like lower annual income. Revised credit applies to battery. Also includes, okay. Used EVs also get revised terms that now offer a credit equal to 30% of the sale price up to $4,000. If you're going to buy a car, please don't buy one like brand new. I'm not as an Uber or Lyft driver. Let someone else take the depreciation. Just don't. I know it's tempting, and try not to use debt, but not everyone's gonna follow that advice at all. But my Volkswagen Jetta was $13,000. It's paid off. If someone has a $30,000 car, that's like they have to work 3 times as much as I do before they even break even on their car. Just buy a used car. It can be a couple. Like I bought a 2017 and 2019 for $13,000. Like 500 miles. Someone else ate the depreciation. Don't buy a brand new car. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's going to keep you poor. That should help consumers like yourselves get some change back in your pockets at the end of the fiscal year, as long as you stick to these terms outlined by the IRS. All right, so that's good. If you're trying to get an electric car, eventually you will have to. If you can't create an escape plan for rideshare that gets you out of there before they stop selling ICE vehicles, you might still be able to buy used ICE vehicles, but that's just something to be aware of. Hopefully you're not in this game that long to have to care about this stuff. So it says buying an EV just got more affordable. The federal tax credit is now available as an upfront rebate, making EVs more accessible to low and middle income households. Okay, so I was confused. I thought that you get the rebate up front. So if we're now able to get this rebate and we don't have to wait till the end of the year, and it's not based off of how much taxes we owed, that is better. And if that's what the case is, which this seems to be it, then thumbs up. If you're gonna ignore my advice about just not getting an electric car and get one anyways, this I guess is the best way for you to do it. A change to the federal EV incentive that took effect Monday, January 2nd, could widen access for low and middle income buyers who want to go electric but have been excluded by high prices. The Clean Vehicle Tax Credit, which offers up to $7,500 towards a new electric vehicle, hydrogen or plug-in hybrid, and up to $4,000 for used, is now available as an instant rebate at approved dealers. Until now, buyers could not take advantage of the credit until they filed their taxes. So that's good. That's excellent. So we don't really need to go through this. They're probably just gonna reset like restate everything we just read. Oh, I see some big numbers here. Part of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Clean Vehicle Tax Credit is available to households making up to $300,000, depending on their filing status, and applies to cars costing no more than $55,000 and vans, pickup trucks, and SUVs costing up to $80,000. Used cars must be at least 2 years old and not cost more than $25,000. If you're gonna get a EV for this is where I want you. To be honest, this is where I want you. But it seems like if you make too much money, you only get the rebate based off of your tax returns. So I think overall that's good. But again, expensive is still expensive. If you absolutely just can't contain yourself, please get a used EV, at least 2 years old, not cost more than $25,000, and then you'll get a $7,500 rebate off of that, making the car under $20,000, and then you have my blessings. But please do not buy a $55,000 Tesla or an $80,000 truck for rideshare. Don't do it. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna feel great for a while, and you're gonna regret it. Don't do it. Rivers said many of these he helps have been waiting for the change to go into effect before buying a car. It's going to get busy at the dealership. To get the rebate, customers must go to a dealership that is registered with the IRS for the program. Dealers will either reduce the purchase price or provide cash to the buyer and will be reimbursed by the IRS. Good program to encourage electric cars to be bought. Expensive is still expensive. Debt is still debt. If you can avoid doing it, don't do it. Don't do it. Danny Conley, the general sales manager at Tracy Volkswagen, about an hour east of Oakland, California, said his dealerships have already registered for the program. We expect to sell a bit more cars from it, he told Greece, adding that some customers have been waiting for the change to take effect before making a purchase. It will be an easier customer experience and easier for us. I want an electric car. I want a Tesla, but I will not get. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll get a Tesla just for the once I'm debt free. Maybe I will get a Tesla just to make videos on the Tesla and to kind of compare it to a Prius. So I'll buy a Prius. I'll drive around in the Prius for a while. I'll come up with my stats, my numbers, and then I'll buy a Tesla. And then I'll come up with stats and numbers. And I'll probably buy and sell cars. I'll buy and sell a Prius, make videos. Buy and sell Tesla, make videos. And then I'll buy and sell like a 7-seater, make videos. And I'll probably just do that once I'm out of debt. And life is great. But generally speaking, I think the Prius is the best car for rideshare, but experience can change opinions. And so I know that someday, even if I get on here and I say in theory that the Prius is better than the Tesla, I need to go and prove it. And so that's something that's in my brain, like long-term YouTube stuff, Uber and Lyft stuff. So we'll see. But let's move forward. Let's see what's going on over here. Nothing. Okay. All right. So there's another EV story. I believe it's the last one, maybe. Yep, last one. And we're going to talk about some women stuff. It says EVs are depreciating faster than gas cars. Here's how the oldest models like Teslas are faring. I thought it would have been different. I was under the impression that, because Teslas are receiving like over the air updates that make it better, that the prices would maintain themselves, but apparently it's not the case, and this is news to me. I didn't think this was a thing. I didn't go out and search this. I thought that Teslas did actually retain their value better than ICE cars, but let's read and see what they say. Electric vehicles aren't holding their value like other cars. A recent study of 5-year depreciation rates by IC cars, that's a good name, that's a great name, found that the small group of EVs that had been on the market for at least 5 years had the worst depreciation across all major vehicle types. Is there a graph we can look at? Top 25 vehicles with the lowest 5-year depreciation. Give me a second to take this in. So this is a list of cars that depreciated the least. Honda Civic might be a good one for Uber Lyft. Toyota Corolla, solid choice for Uber Lyft. RAV4 can be expensive, but you can get the hybrid option. save on gas. It could also you as much in gas as like a regular sedan would, even though it's bigger. But I would consider it if it had 7 seats, but it doesn't, so I don't really see the point. I'd rather just get the Prius. Okay. The vehicles that depreciated the most over 5 years. BMW 7 Series, oof. 5 Series, oof. BMW's on this list. Talk about profit, right? Sheesh. I used to want the Q7 for Lyft, but it's terrible on this list. Tesla, is at 55%, average 5-year depreciation. What is this number? Average dollar difference from MSRP? $60,000 in 5 years? That's not how much it costs. That's how much it depreciates from the original in 5 years. Yo, don't buy a new car. Just don't. That's like the easiest way to wreck your financial building. Don't do it. Damn, BMW is on this list. Yo, if you drive a BMW for Uber Lyft, it's not great. It's not looking good for your profits. Ouch. All right, electric vehicle depreciation among the worst. Tesla Model 3. Let's see if I can zoom in here. Tesla Model 3, 42% depreciation. The average EV is 49%. So the Tesla Model 3 is less than the average, but man, Model X, 50%, Leaf, 50%. Leaf is a cheap car to begin with. What the hell? Chevy Bolt, 50%. Model S, 55%. Ugh, that's gross. Oh, look at it. Look, guys. let me zoom in. You can get this in 4K. Ranking EVs by 5-year depreciation, right? That's among the worst, right? We did that already. Hybrid vehicle depreciation, that's among the best, right? Hybrid residual values have improved by nearly 20% points in the past 4 years, moving down from 56.7% in 2019 to 37.4% today. A combination of higher fuel prices and increased familiarity with technology has expanded the market and raised demand for hybrid vehicles. Number one, the Toyota Prius. Average 5-year depreciation, 27%. If you're gonna buy a new car, it needs to be a Prius. Don't buy a new car. Buy a Prius that has already seen its depreciation. Like if that means if today's 2024 and you need to buy a 2022 Prius, that's what you do. But I will say the 2024 Prius, don't buy it till like next year or a year after that. The 2024 Prius is a beautiful car. I like it in yellow. I'm gonna show you guys in yellow. I can't spell. I'm really hungry. I'm actually trying to rush through this, but it's I never thought I'd be able to say Prius and sexy in like the same sentence, unless I was saying Prius is not sexy. And this is a car that has tempted me, but I have a paid off car, and I'm like, the next car I get, I'm gonna buy it in cash. I'm not taking out any more debt. I'm not using debt anymore. Not in this lifetime. Ooh. So we got the Prius Prime. I think the Prius Prime has like solar roofs on it. Yeah, the Total RAV4 Hybrid. I drove one. My friend has it. Solid car, but the fact that it's not a 7-seater, it's like, why do I want to pay more for it? I'd rather just get like a better Prius. So this is all Toyota. We have some Honda in there, but if you want a car that's gonna last, go the distance. If you want a car that's gonna last and go the distance, and you want to drive it into the ground and make as much money as you can with rideshare, you get a Prius. Sure, it doesn't qualify for certain ride types, but getting $1 more for having a Tesla up to what I think is like $3,000, it's not going to make up for the difference of the cost of a Prius versus the cost. You can get a used Prius on Facebook for a good one for 15 grand. That's on the upper end. I probably get one for 10. A used Tesla, it's like 30 grand. Like you have to work double the time, and then the Prius is actually cheaper to operate than the Tesla. But I'm working on a video that proves that, and I don't want to give you guys too much information on that. All right, so we'll move forward. There's no reason to read this. We kind of went through the graphs already. All right, so we had a couple stories for women. Trying to grow my presence among the woman community with Uber and Lyft. Most Uber and Lyft drivers are men, and so I want to try to get some women in here. They deserve to know how to increase their income as well. So we'll cover a couple stories. Women who drive for Uber and Lyft share tips for staying safe in gig economy jobs. This is very important. It's probably why most women don't drive, is because they don't feel safe. The last time you called Uber, the last time you called for an Uber or Lyft, there's a good chance your driver was a man. That's because men are more likely to be ride-hailing drivers than women. A recent survey put the share of women Lyft drivers at 23%, a company spokesperson told Business Insider. As of 2019, about 20% of Uber drivers were women. The company didn't provide a more updated figure. It's just like Uber. While the disparity likely has several explanations, safety concerns are among the factors that made some women hesitate before entering the gig economy. In 2019 and 2020, for instance, the most recent year's data is available. Nearly 4,000 incidents of sexual assault were reported to Uber. The rider was the accused party in 43% of incidents. Bad men. Terrible men. Disgusting men. In 2018 and 2019, Lyft received over 3,000 reports of sexual assault from riders and drivers. And that's not to say men can't be assaulted either, but men are typically the perpetrators of assault on women. So like, we need to stop that. We need to be better. But these concerns haven't stopped all women from using Uber and Lyft to generate income. Bills gotta get paid. Business Insider spoke with 3 women who drive for these companies about their worst experiences and steps they've taken to feel safer. Drive only during the day can help drivers feel safer. That's also how you make less money, but that's a real concern. You gotta weigh the pros and the cons against your profit, right? Julie, a part-time Uber driver in Cleveland, Ohio, said she hasn't always felt safe during her 5 years in the gig economy. She said some of her worst experiences have come during hospital rides, which some healthcare organizations use to get older and low-income patients to appointments. I've seen that. Now, I haven't seen what they do to the women, but that's usually the type of people who take hospital rides. During one of these rides, Julie said her customer, who appeared to be unwell, rolled down the windows and yelled that he was being kidnapped. Rough. That's so rough. Oh man, that's rough. He kept telling me he killed many people, said Julie, who asked to use a pseudonym and spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of professional repercussions. I reported it to Uber and nothing was done. Get a dash cam. That's not like direct advice to her, but if you're watching this and you don't have a dash cam, get one. It could be the cheapest dash cam in the world. Just make sure it views inside at minimum. You really want one that does both, but cheapest dash cam in the world, man. They all have the same lens, but they just have different features. So don't think too hard on it. On other occasions, she said customers have threatened her, damaged her vehicle, or encouraged her to speed. She said one person accused her of racism when she refused to transport her newborn baby without a car seat, while another falsely reported that she gotten into an accident. Have to get dash cams. When asked about Uber safety resources, a company spokesperson said several steps have been taken over the years to improve safety for drivers and riders. This includes introducing features like an emergency button within the app, which allows users to quickly contact 911 dispatchers, and GPS tracking, which can be shared with friends and family. It's not fast. It's not easy enough. You need a button on your chest. If someone has a gun to your head, you just need a button on your chest. It's not gonna, in the app they can see what you're doing. They snatch your phone. It's not enough. And I know there's limitations to what can be enough, but it's not enough. Our commitment to safety is unwavering, and we continue to strive to make the platform safer for all users, the spokesperson said. In recent years, Uber has launched a woman rider preference. I've never seen that allows women drivers across 30 countries to express a preference for picking up women riders. But this feature is not available in the US. I'm like, yeah, never seen that. But you know where I have seen it? In Lyft. I bet you're about to talk about it. Due to her safety concerns, Julie only drives during the daytime. Additionally, after obtaining a firearms license, she said she now carries a handgun while she drives to help her feel safe. I guess this is why she's talking on the condition of anonymity, because that would get you kicked off the platform, which I don't know if that's right or wrong. I think it's wrong, right? If you're in a state where you can have a concealed weapon in your car, Uber and Lyft shouldn't be able to kick you off the platform from having a concealed weapon in your car. It's your car. You're talking about people's lives here. We have a case here that deals with that. I'm gonna calm down and I'll save my outrage for when I get to that. While Uber prohibits drivers from carrying firearms while using the platform, some jurisdictions have laws that supersede this policy, a company spokesperson said. That's fantastic. In fact, that's fantastic. Let's see if AI can get us to figure that out quickly. Where can Uber and Lyft drivers have guns in their car? Let's see if we can get a quick answer. We're not going to dive too deep into it because I'm hungry and it's been 4 hours. Because in general, Uber and Lyft drivers cannot have guns in their car anywhere when working. However, there are nuances depending on local laws and individual circumstances. All right. Give me a sample or give me a list of places that supersede Lyft and Uber. See what we get back. Unfortunately, there isn't a simple answer to your question, as there's no one size fits all supersedes Lyft and Uber. Just quote me like that? Wow. That's not really understanding what I'm asking it. I have to come back and I'll probably include it in the future. But I think it'd be nice to know where people are allowed to have. Let me give me a second. I'll probably just make a note of it when I'm editing this video. All right, back to this. Due to her safety concerns, Julie only drives during daytime. Additionally, after obtaining a firearm license, she said she now carries a handgun while she drives to help her feel safe. While Uber prohibits drivers from carrying firearms while using the platform, some jurisdictions have laws that supersede this policy, a company spokesperson said. Julie said she has painstakingly reviewed the relevant policies and laws to ensure she is complying. So then she probably lives somewhere where she can. I hope. Even if she doesn't, I'd rather have a gun and be kicked off the platform than to not. My siblings are always encouraging me to get one as well. Despite taking the precautions, Julie said she still feels pressure to accept more rides than she's comfortable with to retain the Uber Gold status. There's no way she's trying to retain Gold. If you're gonna, man, you might as well be Platinum if you're trying to stay Gold. Which provides her access to certain perks like lower gas expenses. I get 7% cash back on gas. I didn't add it to my spreadsheet and I should have and I forgot to. To retain one status, the driver needs to complete rides at a certain frequency. She says she also worries that a false customer complaint could get her kicked off the Uber platform. This is becoming less about sexual assault. Like, everyone has that issue. Drivers are left defenseless, worn out, and scared to even follow the law because we are constantly threatened with being deactivated, right? And that's true, right? We see people taking cash rides, breaking the law. We see people who have guns in the car, breaking the law. I get it. I see it. Checking a customer's profile and declining rides can reduce risk. I do this. Whenever I feel unsafe, I check how many rides they have. I'm looking at the pictures, I'm looking at their names, I'm looking at the area, and I'm deciding based off of that. If I feel unsafe and this passenger has 0 rides and 0 rating, I don't even risk it. But it doesn't happen very often where I live, but a lot of places are way more dangerous than where I live. I live in Charleston. I grew up in New York, so I know the difference between a dangerous city and a safe city. And there's places worse than New York City. Like there's Chicago, so it's like, I'm not gonna say I know the end all be all, but if I feel unsafe, that says a lot, is what I'm saying. So, and I assume women probably feel more unsafe more often than men in general, and then way more often than a man who's, I've walked through projects, I've been around projects. I'm not saying I lived in one. I've had friends and family that did, and you keep your head on a swivel. Since she began driving roughly 5 years ago, Sarah, a full-time Uber and Lyft driver in Chicago, said driving for both platforms has sometimes made her feel unsafe or uncomfortable. The 64-year-old, who asked to use a pseudonym and spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of professional repercussions, said that these incidents have typically involved intoxicated customers. That's real. The monsters come out when they start drinking. On one occasion, she said a group of riders began making fun of her accent, an incident she said was humiliating and that she reported. In another instance, she said a customer asked if she wanted to have sex. She said they backed off when she firmly declined. When asked about Lyft's safety resources, a company spokesperson said that Lyft has an around-the-clock safety response team and works with leading national organizations to inform its safety policies. In September, Lyft launched a Women Connect feature in 55 US cities that increases women drivers' odds of being matched with women riders. Right? It's not perfect. You're not going to 100% avoid men. I don't know how this is legal and not considered discrimination, but I understand why Lyft would implement this policy. Like, I get it. I want to see what are the outcomes of it. I want to see it be rolled out in cities. I want to see Is this something that's working? Is it something that's hurting? Is it taking away from men? Is it adding for men? Is it taking away from women? Is it adding for women? I just want to see the data. Safety is fundamental to Lyft, the spokesperson said. Since day one, we have worked to design policies and features that protect both drivers and riders. In response to her safety concerns, Sarah said she doesn't drive at night. She tries to stay close to home and avoid speaking with customers about politics or controversial topics. Do this regardless for tips. Sometimes you can kind of break this if you're good at being social. You know who to talk to, who not to talk to. I actually had a cop in my car once. We were talking about politics. He said, "Oh, damn, you're way more Republican than me." But I'm not Republican. I don't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I just have certain things I think about, like lean that way. Certain things I think about lean the other way. I think that's most of us. I don't think we all 100% agree with this one side. And if you do, you're probably like crazy. Additionally, she said she always checks the customer's rating and pickup area. If she has a bad feeling about a ride, she cancels it. She recalled one past ride that came up on her Lyft app, a 2-hour trip to Indiana for a passenger who had 0 rides, no rating, and no picture. I think this is like drug transportation. Like I think weed is legal on one side of the border and illegal on the other side of the border, and this is like a common route for weed transportation. I could be wrong, but I'm just going based on my memory, and I don't feel like verifying it right now. When someone uses a nickname like My King, what? Hold on. Okay, I'm collected. When someone uses a nickname like My King or initial like J with no picture is a red flag for me, she said. The risk surpasses the compensation for the ride, and I will not take it. This is why we need verified rider accounts, right? And the verified rider accounts isn't as simple as, oh, now this person has to use their real name. It's no. This person has done something he shouldn't have done on the platform previously. He cannot use the same ID that he has, his state issue ID, to create a new account. And it won't stop first-time abusers, but it will stop repeat offenders. The person who accused me of locking them in my car and of sexual assault, if Uber found them to be lying because I had dash cam footage, but if they banned them from that account, there's nothing stopping them from spinning up a new account, like literally nothing. So they need to implement rider verification, and they don't have to do background checks. I understand why they wouldn't want to do background checks. They will probably decrease how many people drive on the platform, but you can do. I like how Uber is doing it. Uber has verified riders that is going to be rolled out, and it's not going to stop you from driving if you're not verified. But giving passengers that information is great. Maybe the high tier drivers can select, I just want verified riders, and that might decrease their income, but they'll feel safe. And then verified riders would know that if you want to increase the likeliness of getting a ride, you get verified. Let's see what the issue is with that. Avoiding certain conversations can reduce the chances of conflict. Over the years, Yvonne, a part-time Uber and Lyft driver in Tampa, Florida, says she's had very few trips that made her feel unsafe over her roughly 7 years as a driver. But one particularly negative incident stands out. Yvonne, who asked that her name not be included for fear of professional I'm saying these words so much that I'm tired of saying it. Professional repercussions, said a drunk customer propositioned her for sex and began hugging her until she was able to stop them. L. She said she probably should have reported this incident to the police, but didn't. I understand why she might not have. Yvonne said the best way to reduce safety concerns is to know when to talk and when not to. Women shouldn't have to even worry about this. No one should have to worry about that. When you have one of those passengers, sometimes it's saying nothing at all, she said. For others, it's basically agreeing with them, or even if you don't agree, or apologizing that they are having a bad day. It's more about being a people person and having the correct interpersonal skills to de-escalate a situation. That's the word I was looking for earlier. You should have the interpersonal skills to determine who is and isn't a good candidate for a cash ride. If you're watching the clip of this is about a conversation that we had about taking cash rides. You got to go find it on my page. But if you were watching this live since the beginning, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is good. So it says, are you a gig worker willing to share your story about pay and safety? If so, reach out to this reporter. Ooh, I like this. I should reach out to them about how I was falsely accused. And if it wasn't for my dashcam video, that I would be removed from Lyft and push for rider verification. I'm going to do that. I'm going to open this link and I'm going to save it for when I'm not on stream, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see if I can get myself on my own story and then talk about it on the podcast. And that's how you know I made it. All right, so this follow up to that is rideshare sexual assault. This is just from a law office. I thought it was helpful, so we'll see if you agree with me. In the past years, ride sharing apps have exploded in the use and popularity. However, the influx of this technology, let me zoom in, sorry. Ride-sharing apps, we created a perfect environment for sexual predators to prey on unassuming individuals. This comprehensive guide discusses the prevalence of sexual assault in rideshare apps, Uber sexual assault lawsuits, and legal action against major ride-sharing platforms, and safety measures that Lyft and Uber passengers can take to avoid unwanted sexual contact. Why does rideshare sexual assault happen? I wish this would just go somewhere else. Ride sharing has become a very popular and safe way to avoid driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Unfortunately, when you're under the influence of drugs or alcohol, you become more vulnerable to sexual assault by a rideshare driver or a sexual predator posing as a rideshare driver. This is unfortunate. Makes me real sad. Although rideshare companies such as Lyft and Uber screen their applicants' criminal histories and driving records, the screening process does not adequately eliminate all sexual predators, especially first timers, or people who just haven't been caught, I think is a better way to say it. Furthermore, some drivers do not receive adequate training about sexual assault and sexual misconduct. Wow. Furthermore, some drivers do not receive adequate training about sexual assault, sexual misconduct, and sexual harassment. Additionally, most rideshare companies have failed to implement essential safety protocols that are used by taxi drivers, such as passenger dividers and cameras. This has unfortunately led to reports of rape and sexual assault by drivers of rideshare companies in recent years. So this is a good suggestion for women. Get passenger dividers for your car, right? And the only time you let a group of people, someone sit up front, is if it's a group of people. I think that is a decent way to promote safety, even for men, right? If you're worried about getting robbed, like a passenger sitting behind you and he pulls a weapon out, a divider could be good. And it shouldn't be that expensive. You can probably install it yourself. You shouldn't have to do these things, but welcome to the real world. In a 2019 news story by National Republic Radio, a new report showed that Uber received almost 6,000 assault claims in the prior 2 years. That's not 3,000 a year. It's its first safety report updated released in early December 2019. Uber noted that it had reports of 3,000 sexual assaults, 9 murders, and 58 crashes in the United States. That sounds fake. The reported victims included both passengers and drivers. Also, the reported numbers are probably lower than the actual numbers because victims often don't report sexual assaults. Okay. Or crashes, apparently. After Uber released its report, the California Public Utilities Commission fined Uber $59 million for refusing to share the names and contact information of victims of the 3,000 reported sexual assaults due to various privacy concerns. I get that. But they probably want those names so they could sue Uber. In July 2021, under a preliminary agreement, Uber negotiated the fine down to $150,000. What kind of negotiation tactics were they using? How is that? Like, what? At that point, why even fine them? Like, what is that? Wow. Under the agreement, Uber is not required to give victims' names to the commission, but agrees to give out anonymous data about Uber sexual assaults on the website. I can get this. I've never been sexually assaulted, so my opinion on this is washed. I'm also not a woman, so my opinion on this is super washed. But I can understand why someone who was sexually assaulted doesn't want it to go any further than it has, or doesn't want any public surrounding it, or doesn't want people having their names. And then I can also understand why entities would want that list in order to, hold Uber to like the fire. So like I get it. I can see both sides of it. I think the solution here is, I don't know what the solution there is. The preliminary agreement also requires Uber to donate $4 million to the California Victim Compensation Board and donate another $5 million to address sexual assault and safety concerns in the ride-sharing industry. The agreement would also allow Uber riders to opt into being contacted by California law enforcement when they report a sexual assault. This is what I was thinking. I was like, I think the solution should be this, but how do you do that without giving up your identity? That's why I was like, I don't know what the solution is. This opt-in feature would apply in all rideshare companies. All right. Lyft has not disclosed anything. I'm gonna zoom through this. So tips to help you stay safe and reduce sexual assault in Uber and Lyft. As a rideshare passenger, there are some critical steps you can take to keep yourself safe. Both Uber and Lyft list these basic safety measures on their website. Uber safety tips include waiting inside a safe place until your ride shows up, making sure that your rider information on the Uber matches the person who arrived before you get into the vehicle. This is assuming the driver's assaulting the passenger, I guess. Asking the driver to confirm your name before getting in the vehicle, riding in the back seat, wearing your seatbelt, and sharing your travel plans with a friend or family member. All right, I'm trying to see if they give advice for drivers, right? That's why you guys are here. I guess not. I guess female drivers aren't important here. Okay. All right. So yeah, if you have any stories that you are comfortable sharing, whether a man or woman, that relates to anything like this, anything we just touched on, I'd be interested in hearing it. Drop it in the comments. Let me see what's going on here. All right, we got some people responding. All right, so A-Ray says, I understand some drivers don't want to work hard. They just shouldn't be complaining about low pay when they haven't exhausted all their options. What is that sound? Is this you? Yes, I think it's these guys making noise. We have a good one coming up coming from Twitter. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but let me go through these comments. I understand some drivers don't want to work hard. They just shouldn't be complaining about low pay when they haven't exhausted all of their options. People are just plain lazy. I sympathize with that. Go Gig It. Didn't California drivers bid on Rudus when they had the multiplier? I wasn't even working with Uber when the multipliers existed. That would have been a great time. So I'm not even sure what you're talking about. Hertz sells low mileage Teslas. That is let's look, right? Hertz Tesla sales. So it says $25,000 for 81,000 miles. Okay. These will probably need a battery replacement soon, which I'm okay with that. That's fine. I will take a cheap Tesla and replace the battery myself. I do that with the Prius because I'm pro Prius, obviously, but $25,000 used Tesla. If this qualifies for the tax credit, you can get this close to $20,000 for an 80,000 miles car. Like if you really want a Tesla, and this is 2022, it's 2 years old. That's so yeah. Shout out to Go Gig It. That's you brought up some great points just now. 27 base model 3, 63,000. Okay, you get it with the credit. It's about 23,000. I still wouldn't pay this much for a rideshare car. At this point, I would just get a brand new Prius if I had like this amount of money. If like YouTube channel aside, that's what I would do. I may change my like, what I do with my money for the sake of making videos about that thing. But if my sole focus was like rideshare, I probably wouldn't. I'd just get a Prius. But not everyone's me, and I think that the Hertz Teslas probably are a good bet. Yeah, no, look at this: 30 grand, 49,000 miles. And then you can throw the tax credit in there. And if you live in California, you get extra tax credit on top of the tax credit. So no, good fine. If you really want a Tesla and you're gonna get it used, go check out Hertz. I think that's a great find. Thank you. Go Gig It. Go check out his YouTube channel. Ron says don't get a 20. He's still on it. Ron says don't get a 21 Sentra. It's not comfort lift. Good luck trying to put 2 golf bags in a Prius. Better luck getting a square in a circle hole. So you actually have different types of Priuses. The Prius 5 is what I would have for those same reasons. The Prius 5 is the larger of the Prius family. It has a more spacious back. Let me see if I can just get good videos. Because that is something that was like of a concern. Like I will be picking up passengers, right? But I think the Prius 5 is actually bigger than my Jetta, right? And you do have the Prius C, which is the small version. The Prius C doesn't even qualify for rideshare. So don't make that mistake and get the wrong Prius. Bro, I just want to see pictures of the Prius. Prius V trunk space. There we go. So you can it's not the greatest in the world, right? It's not the worst in the world. It's definitely bigger than my my Jetta. It's not bad, right? And what I like about the Prius is that my Jetta Prius interior. I like that it doesn't have the transmission running through the middle. So like if you have a passenger that's sitting in the middle, you don't have to like it's a struggle for people getting into my car. We have to slide over just because that hump that's in the middle of the seat, bank seat, back seat. I can't spell. Yeah, so like the hump here is very low, so it's like they don't really have to like drag their feet over it. So I do like that about the Prius. But yeah, it's not the biggest car. I'm a 6'2" guy, and even my Volkswagen Jetta, I wish the seat can go back some more, but I make sacrifices to make the money. I do that. Ron asked me if I'm working tomorrow with the severe weather supposedly happening. Yeah. When there's severe weather, I go and I work, and I make the determination of if I should go home or not based off of, how I feel in the first 10 minutes after leaving my home. I work through the floods. I will not drive through flooded water, but I stay as safe as possible, and I know when to call it quits. And, I play it in the moment. That's where the money's made. There is more danger involved, but I'll be out there, especially on a Tuesday. I'm gonna do it. If it's slow, if it's not worth it, I'll go home. But I need to be out there and actually trying. Just a minute tutorial says, yes, I'm glad I finally caught you live again. It's been a while since I've been on. Well, welcome. I've been going for a very long time. I'm on my 4th hour. I started the stream earlier because I needed more time. I usually end at 7. I'm trying new content strategy to where I'm gonna break these lives up into clips, just because I need to spend more time driving. So if I do one big live at the beginning of the week, I can give it to my editor. He can make clips. I actually edit most of them as well, but I need to really be focused on driving. That's why I kind of shifted my content strategy. Ron says in Charleston, it's the Chicora area, mainly any streets named after states. Very sketchy after dark. I didn't know that's what the area was called. Yeah, there's oh yeah, now that you mentioned like Nassau Street and all that, and pretty much anything near the old military barracks can get pretty ghetto pretty quickly. It's low income housing, but even if it's shady over there, I still feel safe, right? Like if someone's gonna be a problem, they might come around to there, but I still feel safe. Like I've been in a lot worse neighborhoods. I just hate that customers. Just a minute tutorial says, I just hate the customers with sketchy names like "Gonna Kill You 22." Like, why would they even allow names like that? Yeah, I think that's an easy fix. They should fix that. Like, there's no reason for that. Ron says, I have a screenshot of a rider with a 3.0 rating. How is that possible when you still have an active account? That's a good point. While I was driving Uber, I did realize that because Uber and Lyft drivers, if they rate the passenger low enough, they'll never match with them again. So I've acknowledged that some riders are potentially being like rated poorly just because of the location and not necessarily because of the person. So I don't pay too much attention to the rating. I might pay more attention on a long ride, but if it's a short ride, I don't pay too much attention to it. The ratings could be because they have babies and things like that, no car seats. Like, I'll do that. But I don't know. The ratings aren't the whole story, but 3.0 is really low. 3.0 is extremely low. All right, we're gonna move forward because I'm getting really hungry, but I am determined to get through my news articles because there's an article at the end that is very important. It's very important. But here's some fun, right? This is I saw this on X. It might have happened in December or like December 31st, or it's just resurfacing. But this is what happened when an Uber driver had too much stuff in his trunk. This looks like a Corolla or a Prius. There's more. That was unnecessary.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. So his trunk's full. Can't fit her stuff in there. Or I'm just gonna say her. Can't fit her stuff in there. And you know, I understand the attitude. The throwing of the things unnecessary. And there could be more than this, right? I'm just saying what I have seen. I don't know what interactions existed before this, and I could be missing context. But I am going to give an opinion based off of the information I have. So the upset takes. I assume it's because of trunk space. She takes his things out and throws it. As a driver, you really should have a clear space, but it does not justify the reaction of this passenger. And then, of course, at this point, this is assault, unnecessary too.
Ooh.
Now, this I don't know if I know I played football in my past life. Sometimes you get hit in your stomach, and it takes a second for the pain and the lack of air to kick in. I don't think she hit him in the balls, unless his pants are just sagging really low. I don't think that's the case. Or maybe he's just trying to get that paycheck. But it really does look like he starts to lose his breath here. You don't know if this older guy is now having a heart attack as a result. That could be a thing too.
Ooh.
So there's some interesting things there. I don't really want to go to the comments too much because stuff like that, I'm not really trying to get into like political stuff. But this is unfortunate. And if this person, like, because there's no ID verification, this person can now just make another account even if she gets banned from the platform. So, just another case towards verification. I'm super in support of that. I really like what Uber is doing with it. So we're gonna talk about this guy in a second, but just to tie the loose end, Uber verification. Let's do 2024 because they have some forms of verification in the past that were ineffective. And I want to like quickly cover how they're doing it now. It was on their website. I just want to see their website. Should I explain 20? Just take me to their website. Here we go. I made a video about this. I made a clip about it, I guess. It looks like they put up more information. All right. We're not going to go through this whole thing. So launch a new rider verification feature to enhance safety on the road. So you can see, you take a photo of your front and back of your ID. Choose one to verify your account. You can do driver's license, state ID, passport, credit card, or debit card. This won't be charged. We'll only use it for verification. Not a fan of this. This is easy to circumvent. At Uber, we believe to reimagine the way the world moves for the better. Today, there are people looking to get a ride who don't have a credit card or access to credit. Okay. In order to ensure our platform is accessible to everyone, we allow people to use payment methods such as prepaid cards, gift cards, or payment options such as Venmo when setting up their account, which that's fine. I'm not opposed to that. However, let me zoom in. Okay. However, we know from law enforcement and other experts that anonymous payment methods are more often linked to malicious actions or fraud, which can put drivers at risk. Duh. So while the vast majority of trips end without any safety issues, we're taking extra steps to validate these accounts. At Uber, even a single safety incident is one too many. Agreed. Starting today, we're strengthening our rider verification process and putting more safeguards in place to validate the identity of riders who use these types of payments. Nice. I didn't realize this. So this is like more of an update that I wasn't aware of when it first dropped the news. So they're saying that, hey, if you're using a prepaid card, now you probably have to get rider verified. So I'm super for that. This new feature requires riders who try to set up a new account with a prepaid card, gift cards, or Venmo to upload a valid ID, such as a driver's license or passport. The ID then undergoes a series of validity checks. These additional verification requirements can act as a deterrent to those who are trying to use the app to cause harm. This is a step forward, but it doesn't include people who use, like, people need to be verified regardless. Because like, people can have a legitimate credit card and still do something and then go up and spin a new account. But because you didn't verify their identity the first time, even if they use a prepaid card and verify their identity the second time, right? The second instance of like having another app, they're still going to make it back on your platform. So like this is a step in the right direction, but it's not the holistic approach that I think they should have just taken in the first place. The ID then undergoes a series of validity checks. These additional verification requirements can act as a deterrent to those who are trying to use the app to cause harm. Uber uses a number of fraud detection and verification checks throughout the process of account creation, trip use, and other activity. For example, over the past several years, we've used a feature called Social Connect globally, which verifies riders using anonymous forms of payment through their social media accounts. That makes no sense. But we're not going to hover too long on that. Kind of beat that horse down. I want to talk about this guy. It's been a while since I've talked about this guy. Not this guy, that's me. Ah, here we go. Okay. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but about 2 years ago, Christina Spacuzza, she was a driver in Philly, Pennsylvania. She was somewhere in Pennsylvania, not necessarily Philly. And this is her. I made a video about her a long time ago. Do I want to show you the video? Give me a second to think. Do I want to show you the video? I'll show you the video. It involves the gun. If that's not something you want to see, these are the last stories of the night. I'll see you later. But for those of you who are okay with seeing it, that's your warning. So it's one of my shorts. Back when I first started really trying to be a content creator. Let me sort by popularity. So it's this. We'll run it. Pulls out his gun.
Keep driving.
You've got to be joking.
Keep driving.
What are you doing?
This is a gun. Keep driving.
No, it's not. Stop. Come on, man. I got a family. What are you doing?
I got a family too. Now drive.
What are you doing?
Drive.
To where?
Complete the trip.
I cannot do that.
Complete the trip.
Why are you doing this?
Complete the trip.
Please.
Once you complete the trip, whether you're doing Lyft or Uber, all of the safety tools that are on the app to help with situations like this disappear.
I'm begging you. I have 4 kids. What are you doing?
Apparently she completes it.
Please take that off of me. Please.
So he grabs her phone.
No.
Keep driving. Do what I say and everything will be alright.
He then reaches forward for the dash cam, and that's the last we would see. Yeah. So she ended up, he killed her. They found their body. He's in jail. He's I've been waiting for this court case for a very long time. The justice system, it moves too slow. I've been wanting to cover this for such a long time. And so we do have an update, right? We finally have an update. They got the jury selected or whatever process they had to do. And here's an update, right? The attorney for suspect in Uber slaying tries to block the use of dashcam footage in court, right? Here in South Carolina, I'm allowed to record people as long as one person who's part of that recording agrees. In my car, right? And someone gets into the car, it's me and them. I'm the consenting party. I don't need their permission to record them to use legally, right? It's not like that in every state. And in Pennsylvania, it's a 2-party consent state where both people have to agree to being recorded. So the attorney for Calvin Crew, you know, if you're paid to be someone's attorney, you do what you have to do, right? Nothing against the attorney. I think this is I think this was a good tactic by that attorney. So let's see how this played out. Attorney for the Pitcairn man accused of killing an Uber driver nearly 2 years ago are asking the court to suppress a video evidence from a camera inside the car that captured the moments leading up to the woman's death. Calvin Crew, 24, could face the death penalty if convicted of first-degree murder in connection with February 10th, 2022 shooting of Christina Spacuzza. Allegheny County Common Pleas Judge Edward J. Borowski heard from attorneys and witness. Let me make this bigger so you guys can read with me. Hold on. A witness Monday regarding the potential suppression of evidence from the dashcam video and Crew's police interrogation 4 days later. Oh, I would love to see this interrogation. Borkowski took the motions under advisement. The court docket shows that the jury selection in the case is scheduled to begin January 8th. That's today. And I knew it was today, but by the time this show started, there was no update. When I finished reading the story, I'm going to do a quick search to see if there's been any progress with that, with the case. But if it's just jury selection, which should have been done months ago, they said it was supposed to be done months ago. There probably is going to be nothing huge happening. Spekuza, 38 of Turtle Creek, was killed February 10th, 2022 after police said she picked up Crew in Pitcairn around 9:15 p.m. His girlfriend had requested the Uber service. As Spekuza neared the drop-off location around 9:30 p.m., police said Crew had pulled out a handgun, grabbed the driver by her hair, and he held the weapon to the back of her head. You just watched the video. Crew ordered her to stop in a wooded area along Rosecrest Drive in Monroeville, where investigators said he killed her. The dashboard camera, which was recovered along a Penn Hill street, captured the moments leading up to Spekuza's death. Crew's defense attorney argued the camera footage violates Pennsylvania's wiretap statute, which requires people to be notified they are being recorded. So slimy. Like you're his attorney. This is your job. Nothing against him. But man, he's not wrong legally. Or is he? On Monday, public defender Andy Howard said the Crew was not given notice that Spekuza's dashboard camera was recording, and his client never gave consent. I don't think any rational-minded human being would embark on this endeavor knowing they were being in court. Let me reread that. I don't think any rational-minded human being would embark on this endeavor knowing they were being recorded. Howard said, actual knowledge is required by the statute. Slimy, but it's what he has to do. Assistant District Attorney Emma Schudel, Emma Schudel argued that it would have been clear from inside the vehicle that Crew was being recorded. So I like this clapback. The dashboard camera, which had been mounted to the windshield, had two lenses, one that faced the roadway out and one that faced the front of Spekuza's vehicle and one that faced inside passenger compartment. The camera also contained a display screen about 1.5 inches square that showed the camera view from outside the vehicle, as well as a smaller inset image of the inside of the car. Okay, she's building her case. It was clear that Crew knew he was being recorded, noting that he took the camera out of the car that night and threw it away. So there's no secret here. He got into the car, he knew it was recording, he saw it, right? That's a good response. He's watching himself being recorded, she said. Therefore, no notice has to be given. You're obvious is that brilliant, right? If she had a dash cam that didn't have a screen facing in as well that shows that you're being recorded, they might have had like a shaky defense to what this lawyer was saying. As part of the defense case, attorneys commissioned Christopher Borick to conduct a survey on the expectation of privacy for rideshare passengers who are Allegheny County residents. Borick, the director of the Muhlenberg College Institute of Public Opinion, testified that his study showed that majority of passengers do not have an expectation of privacy in a rideshare. Awesome. I like that. And even they did a real survey. Out of 515 completed surveys, Borick said that 62% of respondents expect to be recorded in rideshare. In addition, 77% of those who answered questions said they believe the driver should provide notice to the passenger that they are being recorded. Ooh, so it's like, yeah, I there's a reasonable expectation that I'm going to be recorded, but you should let me know. So that can be middle ground. The defense is also trying to suppress the statement Crew gave to police during a recorded interview 4 days after Spekuza was killed. I want to know what that is. Please tell. I'm going to copy and paste this just in case they don't actually tell. Crew went to Penny Hills police station that night with his girlfriend. I believe she's initially in on it. There we go. Was initially detained on outstanding warrant from the Northern Regional Police. And let it be known, Crew is a convicted felon, should not be possessing a gun. The warrant on charges accusing him of illegally trying to buy a gun was based on the premise that a 2015 juvenile case against him made it legal for him to buy guns. Okay, if he's a juvenile, that might change what it should be legally. We'll see. But Crew was never adjudicated delinquent on the robbery count and, as a result, was not prohibited from making the purchase. The defense said because the warrant was never valid, defense attorney said Crew should never have been detained. Okay, so they're saying he it was a gun that he legally bought, is what they're saying. I think. As a result, was not prohibited from making the purchase. It looks like he bought the gun and he wasn't prohibited from it. Okay, fine, whatever. And she said Crew voluntarily went to the police station when investigators said they wanted to talk to his girlfriend about the Uber ride she'd ordered from Spekuza. Interesting. It's interesting that he would give himself up. He came in on his own. The detectives weren't trying to blow smoke over his eyes. Yeah, I didn't even know that. So interesting. I'm gonna 100% stay updated on this. I keep crime like anything that's like rideshare crime related towards the end of the podcast, just because I know like not everyone wants to see this stuff. But here's how Uber is handling the civil part of this, right? It's kind of disgusting. Makes me feel slimy. Uber seeks to move case surrounding murder of driver to arbitration rather than court. They should just take the L. Take the L up front and in public. Pittsburgh. Uber has argued that wrongful death litigation brought by a Pennsylvania woman concerning the murder of her daughter, a driver for the rideshare service who has held up at gun. I'm gonna start that over. A driver for the rideshare service who was held up at gunpoint and killed by her passenger should be resolved in arbitration and not in a court of law. That's a crazy long sentence. That's just one sentence. Cindy Spacuzza, individually and administrax. Is that our word? The estate of Christina Spacuzza initially filed a suit in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Pennsylvania on September 7th versus Uber Technologies. At the time of her death, Christina Spacuzza, 38, had been driving for Uber for approximately 1 year and lived with her fiance and 4 children in Turtle Creek. On the night of February 10, 2022, Ms. Spacuzza left her home to drive for Uber in a Nissan Sentra that she rented through Uber's Vehicle Marketplace program. She rented it through Vehicle Marketplace program. Does that include the dash cam? Interesting. Neither the Nissan Sentra nor any of the vehicles available from the Uber Vehicle Marketplace contain any safety devices to protect Ms. Spacuzza from her passengers. That same night, Calvin Crew, a 22-year-old man with a significant history of felony convictions and an outstanding warrant at the time of the Uber fare, and illegally in possession of a loaded handgun, asked his girlfriend, Tanya Mullen, to order him an Uber ride to take him from his home on Brinton Road in Pitcairn, Pennsylvania, to Pershing Street in Penn Hills, Pennsylvania. A little before 9 p.m., Ms. Mullen ordered Mr. Crew an Uber ride using the Uber account and paid for the trip using her Apple Pay account. Uber faithfully matched Mr. Crew with Ms. Spacuzza. Within an hour and 15 minutes of picking up Mr. Crew, Ms. Spacuzza would be shot to death and her body left in a wooded area of Rosecrest Drive in Moorville, Pennsylvania. Despite ordering the Uber for Mr. Crew, not herself, and having the option to select Uber's request a ride for someone else feature, Ms. Mullen opted to order the Uber in her own name instead of Mr. Crew's name, entitling Mr. Crew to a sense of anonymity. As such, Ms. Spacuzza did not know Mr. Crew would be getting into her car that evening, as opposed to Ms. Mullen. On or around 9:15 p.m., Ms. Spacuzza arrived at Brinton Avenue and Mr. Crew appeared at the side of the car wearing dark clothing, a hood, and a face mask, required by Uber due to COVID-19 pandemic. Covering Mr. Crew's face where only his eyes were visible. Upon entering the vehicle, Ms. Spacuzza turned around and asked Mr. Crew for Tanya, but Mr. Crew did not respond and entered the vehicle. Mr. Crew was Ms. Spacuzza's first passenger ride of the night. The suit added that if Uber had properly equipped Ms. Spacuzza with passenger verification data, she could have been alerted that Mr. Crew was not the requesting rider and that he had a criminal history. And furthermore, if Uber permitted its drivers to decline passengers for any reason without incurring any penalties or loss or incentives, Ms. Spacuzza would not have felt pressure to allow Mr. Crew into her car. I can agree with that last part. The first part's a little shaky, but I'm glad they're trying to make the strongest case possible. During the Uber ride, Ms. Mullen sent a text to Mr. Crew stating, "Whatever you're doing tonight, be careful." Oof, so that's not good. Not good for her. Mr. Crew later responded, "I'm not going to jail if we get caught." Around 9:30 p.m., the car neared the destination. Ms. Mullen had input in the app, and Ms. Spacuzza's Uber app announced, "Drop off Tanya." Instead of exiting the vehicle, Mr. Crew produced a handgun, leaned forward from the back seat, grabbed Ms. Spacuzza's hair, and placed a handgun on the back of her head, and ordered her to complete the trip. After Mr. Crew drew the gun, we just watched this. All right, so let's see. Mr. Crew then led Ms. Spacuzza into, this is after the dash cam was grabbed. Mr. Crew then led Ms. Spacuzza into a wooded area where he proceeded to shoot her one time in the back of the head. Oh man, killing her. Man, that's upsetting. Mr. Crew then returned to Ms. Spacuzza's vehicle, put it in drive, and drove it back towards his home, leaving Ms. Spacuzza's body near Rosecrest Drive. Mr. Crew then disposed of Ms. Spacuzza's cell phone, her car's dash cam, and her vehicle. The following day, February 11, 2022, Ms. Spacuzza's fiance, Brandon Marto, reported her missing because she never came home from work and he had not heard from her since she picked up the passenger around 9 p.m. The previous night, that same night at around 10:54 p.m., Miss Mullen sent Mr. Crew a message stating, "I'm not going to jail if we get caught." So this is something that looks like he was premeditated. On February 12, 2022, the police found Miss Bakuza's body. After a post-mortem examination, the police determined that Miss Bakuza died late Thursday or early Friday from a gunshot wound she sustained to her head, and further concluded that the manner of death was a homicide. An arrest warrant was later issued for Mr. Crew, and the police apprehended him on February 17, 2022. That means she snitched. Mr. Crew was charged by the Allegheny County District Attorney's Office with criminal homicide, robbery of a motor vehicle, carrying a firearm without a license, persons not to possess or use a firearm, and tampering with evidence. Mr. Crew is currently facing the death penalty. The suit contended that had Uber applied its driver's background check procedures to passengers, used its massive data analyst capabilities to screen out dangerous passengers, permitted drivers to cancel suspicious fares without penalty, or simply provided basic safety features in Miss Bakuza's Uber-approved car rental, which that's fair. These simple and effective measures are readily available to Uber and could have saved Miss Bakuza's life. On October 31st, the plaintiff voluntarily dismissed the action without prejudice. So I guess there's an update on December 18th. Hold on. It's just a statement. I don't really care. So that's where we're at now. Let's see if there's any update, because the court case started today. I don't expect there to be anything till tomorrow at the minimum. Yeah, so nothing here. We're gonna go through the comments and then I'm gonna call it a night. Sovereign Luxury Home says, so I made $1,100 obviously for New Year's, but I've never seen a ride challenge that was higher than $65. It is $200 and something in Cali. I live in Dallas. Ron says, Tristan, you want free lunch tomorrow? I'm actually down for that. I'll be down to meet you. It doesn't have to be free. Well, maybe. I'm not allowed to eat out right now, so maybe I might take you up on that. If you go to my my YouTube main page and like go to contact, my email's in there. I can give you my number once you just email me. Just a minute story says, I live in P and I have a dash cam. Last month, Lyft temp suspended my account because someone claimed I made sexual advances. Told Lyft safety team I have dash cam, and they once you say you have a dash cam, they'll respond to you quickly. But man, I have a whole video where I got accused and like I showed it. It's on my YouTube channel. Just a minute story says I have 3-point camera. I only have 2-point. I should get a 3-point. Inside, outside, and rear view with speed, location, and night vision. My inside has you must have the expensive one that I have. The I can't remember what they're called. But the one I have, it has inside with night vision. It has outside, but I have it facing forward. And I don't have one for the back. I should probably get one eventually, but it was fun hanging out with you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great, but I'm burnt out. Peace.